In this manhua, the protagonist was born to parents who could control several elements, so he inherited their genes to contain all the elements of his parents. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to grow up under his real parents' care and was found by his adoptive parents inside an egg. In the North Pole of Luo planet, researchers excavated an egg with an intricate ancient pattern and also detected life energy in it. Lan Xiao and Nan Cheng, a couple working in the same research team, were extremely happy to find something that might lead them to promotion. After packing up everything, the group quickly left the planet in a spaceship. In the spaceship, they found out that the egg is at least from a 100,000-year-old emperor-level beast. In the spaceship, when the researchers were experimenting with the egg, it cracked and a baby hand came out. Soon, a human baby came out of the egg, surprising the research team. After some testing, they found out that the baby was no different than a normal human. The only different thing was it was able to eat the hard eggshells without even proper teeth. But Lan Xiao didn't let it eat all the fragments of the shell, as the shells would be the only thing they would have left for research. But the baby in Nan Cheng's arms started crying as soon as the eggshells were taken away. Thus, the couple had no way but to give the shells back, which calmed the baby as it ate the shells. One by one, most of the shells were eaten, which made the research team worried. Thus, they had no choice but to let the baby cry as they took away the few remaining fragments of the shell. The baby would cry from time to time, disturbing the couple's sleep. But after a while, the remaining shell of the egg turned into gaseous energy and traveled through the research room as it flowed into the body of the baby, which finally calmed the baby down. In the morning, when Lan Xiao and Nan Cheng woke up, they found out that the eggshells were missing from the containers. The surveillance system also showed them that the shells disappeared in thin air. Thus, their expedition ended without any result. Nan Cheng then decided that she would raise the baby. Lan Xiao agreed too. 3 days later, the entire team brought the baby back to the research lab to do more advanced testing, but they found out that it was no different than any other human baby. Thus, the team didn't report the matters of the expedition to their superiors either. A few days after that, the baby was named Lan Xuanyu by his new parents. At the same time, other research teams at Tian Planet also found another ancient life form, but it was a woman with white hair and purple eyes. When the researchers asked her about her identity, they found that she didn't have any memories, but the research team didn't know that there was another guy that was found at the beach by a pink-haired woman who screamed Mamma Mia when she saw him, and just like the white-haired woman, he also didn't have any memories. 6 years later, the white-haired woman with lost memories was given a piece of good news, as the research center declared that she was proven to be no threat to the planet after being monitored for 6 years, and thus would be given temporary citizenship, and after 10 more years, she would be given permanent citizenship. At the same time, Tang Li, who was found by the beach, was also given citizenship, and was also told not to break any rules in the next 10 years to get permanent citizenship. Qingling was the happiest at the news of Tang Li getting citizenship status. She had been reprimanded by her parents for bringing home a naked man, and after that, Tang Li kept following her everywhere, even to the toilet, which resulted in her getting no boyfriends for the past 6 years. Not to mention the jealousy she felt from the other girls for being followed by such a handsome man. But all her sufferings would be removed since she could now make use of the handsome face of Tang Li, and her goal was to make him a superstar where she would be his personal manager. Lan Xuanyu, the baby from the egg, also grew up in the past 6 years and was transforming into a man with handsome face, and today was his day to awaken the spirit. His father, Lan Xiao, was hoping that their hard work of hiding Lan Xuanyu's identity by giving away his own credits to his team members would be worth it, and was hoping that Lan Xuan would awaken a legendary spirit. In the spirit awakening platform, Lan Xuan felt itchy, as though something was trying to get out of his body through every pore of his skin. Then a silver light came out with a grass-like pattern from his hands. Lan Xuan was a bit disappointed seeing the silver grass spirit, as it was the most common of the spirits, but he noticed that the silver grass was very different from the normal silver grass. After that, they tested the innate level of Lan Xuan's spirit power, which was at level 10. This confirmed the fact that the silver grass in Lan Xuanyu's hand wasn't common at all. His parents then warned him to tell people that his innate soul power was at level 3. The Lan couple was unable to figure out how Lan Xuanyu's spirit was a plant type since he was born from an egg, but they didn't know that Lan Xuan didn't have only one spirit, but 2 spirits. When Lan Xuanyu was sleeping soundly in his room, golden and silver energy swirled around him as they formed into 2 circles, one golden and another silver. Then deep blue energy came out and turned into a ring as it fit itself into Xuanyu's finger. The next day when Lan Xiao was about to teach Xuanyu martial arts, he noticed the ring and asked where he got it from, but Xuanyu was unable to reply, and when they tried to take it off, they felt as though the ring was stuck with Xuanyu's finger. Soon after, when Xuanyu was trying to learn to cultivate, they noticed that not only Xuanyu had 2 spirits, but also the fact that both spirits had rings in them. That night they observed Xuanyu's every every action in order to find out anything about his abnormalities, but they noticed nothing else. So the next morning they told Xuan Yu to only show one of his spirits to the public, and if people ask about the ring, he must say that it was a family heirloom from his parents. Thus, when they felt that Xuan Yu was ready, they planned to admit him to the best elementary spirit academy in Ziluo City. The next day, Lan Xiao drove him to the school that he applied for Lan Xuan Yu, and on the road, he told Xuan Yu to say that he was a 7-year-old if people asked. Xuan Yu was confused as to why he had to lie so much, but his dad said that it was so that he could be protected from the prying eyes of bad guys. Inside the student registry room of Tianluo Elementary Academy branch, students after students were asked questions as they were being registered, and one of those 6-year-old kids were named Ye Lin Tong. When she was tested for her innate spirit power, the teacher was shocked as it was level 8. Then Lan Xuan Yu was called. Thus, Lan Xiao came in too as his guardian. Then he saw a senior officer in the room who was the guardian of the white-haired girl, so he saluted him. Then they introduced themselves, and the white-haired army guy was introduced as Ye Feng. Lan Xuan Yu introduced himself to the teacher, and when he was tested for soul power, it was found out that he was already at level 11, and when they asked him about the innate spirit level, he replied, saying it was only at level 3 before he cultivated to level 11. Thus, Lan Xuan Yu was barely able to get admitted as he bade goodbye to his dad. He then met Ye Lin Tong, who mocked him, saying that he was just at level 11 despite being a year older. She kept blabbering about how hard it would be to level up in the future for an innate level 3 like him if he didn't work hard. And at one point of bitch-mouthing, she noticed that the guy she was bullshitting with was really handsome. Thus she asked him if she could pinch his face. He was confused and told her to be gentle. When she touched him, she felt as though his meat of cheek was really soft and smooth without any bones. But Lan Xuan Yu didn't like it and called her a bad bitch as she let go of his meat. She also replied in anger, saying she didn't like it either. There were over 100 freshmen that year, and they were separated into 6 classes. The classes were separated into the types of spirits the kids awakened. Yeling was in the offensive class, whereas Lan Xuan was in the controlling class for awakening a blue-silver grass. After the class ended, he was taken back home, and on the road, he asked his dad innocently if he could deny the request of people trying to touch his cheeky. The next day at school, Lan Xuan learned that the classes are taken at 2 different times. In the morning, they would be taught theories, and in the afternoon, they would be taught real-life combat. But for the freshmen, the so-called combat training was just physical training. Yeling was in a bad mood thinking about yesterday's event where the little guy just bitch-slapped him. Thus, she was very competitive and wanted to do better than Xuan Yu, who had 3 more levels than her. And when she saw that Xuan Yu was running slowly despite being 3 levels higher, she mocked him in her heart and overtook him in the race. Thus, after a lap ended, they began to quarrel again, but they again continued the next laps. The teacher was also saying how Xuan Yu was really slow for someone with level 11 spirit power, and after the combat class ended, Ye Lin challenged Xuan Yu in a duel, but Xuan Yu innocently told her that his mom told him to not bully girls. But the chick got even more angry as she rushed towards him with her tiny fist, asking if he really thought that he could bully her. She then grabbed his arm and was about to flip him over to eat dirt, but when she was trying to flip him, she felt as though she was lifting a heavy mountain, and thus, she wasn't able to flip him, and in the end, she was trapped beneath Lan Xuan and trembled from time to time for Lan Xuan was so big. Lan Xuan innocently got up and said that she was a bad bitch. Yeling was taken to the infirmary, where she was diagnosed with a few fractures in her boner, not to mention the embarrassment she felt being stuck under a guy with such heavy balls. Yeling told his dad, who told her it should be because Lan Xuan was 3 levels higher than her. Thus, she became even more determined to surpass Xuan Yu in cultivation. Time flew by, and half a year later, the year-end test was coming. Yeling was in a good mood, as his dad promised him that he would take him abroad to planet Tiandao on a spaceship. He also met Yeling, who told him that she had reached level 11 and had gotten a spirit ability after surpassing level 10, and she said that the teachers gave the girls a leeway for being physically weaker. Thus, they could choose their opponent in the live combat class that would be held in the afternoon. The innocent Lan Xuan didn't understand what she meant, unfortunately. Thus, in the afternoon class, Xuan Yu was picked up as the opponent by Yeling. The surrounding kids cheered for the fight as some of the naughty kids wanted to see Xuan Yu pressing down on Yeling again. Yeling then immediately showed her dragon-type spirit with a yellow ring on it, indicating that she had reached level 10 and gotten a yellow ring. Lan Xuan Yu also activated his silver spirit grass, which seemed very weak compared to the flashy Yiling. When Yiling came throwing her itty-bitty fist, Lan Xuan Yu also created a shield to protect himself. But when Yeling was about to smash the slimy shield, she felt that her spirit was deactivated, and thus, she fell again, just like the previous time. The little kid didn't get up and started crying. Thus the battle ended, and Lan Xuan came back home and and went into the training room, but he was disturbed by an alarm saying that someone was knocking at the door. On the door cam, he saw Ye Ling, who came with her dad. So Lan Xuan opened the door as Ye Feng, Ye Ling's dad, asked him straight if he could see Lan Xuan's spirit. Lan Xuan invited them as he said that his mommy and daddy aren't home. When Ye Feng asked how Ye Ling's spirit ability was negated by him, Lan Xuan explained that he just used his water element to block her attacks, but he didn't know anything about negating. Thus, Ye Feng asked him if the two could again fight in the training room. Lan Xuan nodded and brought them to the training room as the previous scene from the school was replayed, and Ye Feng saw that when Ye Ling's spirit touched the blue water from Lan Xuan, it was instantly negated, and also threw his daughter off in recoil. Ye Feng then noticed that the blue-silver grass from Lan Xuan wasn't any ordinary, as there was a faint tattoo-like inscription all over the leaves of the blue-silver grass, and when he touched it, his abilities were also negated. Thus, he instinctively enabled his spirit rings, which backlashed Lan Xuan Yu, as Ye Feng's spirit power was too far apart. Lan Xuan went unconscious in the training room as he was thrown back due to Ye Feng's mistake. The dad and daughter looked at each other, shocked. When he was in a coma, silver and golden lights swirled around each other and healed his body from the inside. When he woke up, he saw everyone staring at him, but he didn't have time to ask what was happening as a sudden hunger attacked him. Mom hugged him and told him that she was going to prepare food. In another room, Mr. Ye Feng saluted in apology and said that his son's blue spirit grass wasn't ordinary and had mutated and become a powerful spirit. Lan Xiao didn't say anything to that, but said that the adults shouldn't get in the home when no other adults were present in the house. On the other hand, Lan Xuan ate hungrily as his mommy kept making more and more food, and after finishing 8 plates, he still felt hungry. But his parents asked him how Lan Xuan Yu used an ice ability before he fainted in the training room, but Lan Xuan Yu didn't remember anything. Thus, they showed him the surveillance footage, from which Lan really saw an ice shield appearing. Thus, he checked his blue-silver grass spirit and saw ice crystals appearing on the blue-silver grass. Lan Xiao then told Lan Xuan Yu to cover his arm with the blue-silver grass, and indeed, he was able to do it as he saw blue spots in the air. Nang Cheng, his mother, told him that those were the water elements in the air. Thus, he tried to contact with those blue spots and felt that his water element was becoming denser and denser and turning into hard ice. His parents were shocked to see that their son could control both water and ice elements. The couple then tested Lan Xuan's spirit power and saw that it increased from level 11 to level 12. The next day at school, the result of the final exam came out as Lan Xuan Yu scored the best in the entire grade. Ye Ling also came to apologize, and Lan Xuan accepted it and left. During the vacation after the exam, Lan Xuan Yu was taken to his promised tour of going to the other planet. He was taken aback by seeing the spaceships in person. Lan Xuan was excited beyond belief, for he would be able to see the world in a new light. But Lan Xiao told him to not get excited as it would be pretty boring since they would have to be in the public spaceship for an entire week before they reached planet Luo. The spaceship was launched as it orbited around their planet before taking off toward the planet Luo, and sure enough, Lan Xuan was bored by the second day, and thus his dad told him to meditate and said that it feels different to be meditating in space. Thus, Lan Xuan did as he was told and woke up after 6 hours. When he woke up, he told his parents that he saw silver lights in his meditation. His parents were shocked since Lan Xuan Yu was not only able to see ice and water elements, but also space elements in space. His mom said being able to feel the space elements is very important for being a spaceship navigator. His dad then told Lan Xuan Yu to watch the news as it was directly from the Luo planet, and the spaceship was the only way to watch the news of the other planet freely. In TV, they saw a superstar named Tang Li, who debuted early this week by a very new manager called Qing Ling. In TV, the CEO of the film agency, B.I. Tian, represented Xingtang Media Group and announced Tang Li to their group and said that his show would be released this month. Nan Cheng, Lan Xuan's mom, said that she didn't like these flower boys who just look like females and have nothing good about them. After a while, they revealed the face behind all the fuss. Most of the big screens were covering this news, as it was the first in the history of Xingtang Media Group to announce a star who didn't perform a single show yet. All the girls became wet as they screamed in excitement. Even Luan Xuan's mom was fascinated. Thus, she was forced to take back her previous word of the stars being all flower boys, but she refuted, saying that even though Tang Li had feminine charm, he was not lacking in masculine charm either. After safely landing in Tiando City on planet Luo, the Lan family checked into a hotel and got some rest. Then Lan Xuan was taken to a museum where he learned about the wonders that the silver grass spirit caused during the early stages of civilization. There he met the white-haired woman, and as a kid, he of course wanted to show off. Thus, he said out loud that his spirit was also silver grass. The doctor beside the white-haired woman then asked his name. Then Lan Xuan Yu introduced himself, but upon hearing the name, the white-haired woman held her head in pain and sat down. Lan Xuan Yu told her that her long hair gonna get dirty if she sat down on the floor. Then he praised her, saying her hair was really soft and felt nice. When she took off her mask, Lan Xuan Yu was dumbfounded, for she was really pretty. Then they separated and went their own way. The woman addressed the white-haired woman as Nana and asked if she remembered anything when she saw the boy, and also said said that it would be weird if she was really acquainted with the boy, as that would make the boy at least 1,000 years old. After the Lan family went back to the hotel room, Lan Xuanyu didn't waste any time as he experimented with his ability. When his parents saw it, they knew that they weren't knowledgeable enough to teach their son. Thus, they need to find a home tutor. But to hire a good home tutor that is worthy to teach Lan Xuan would be very expensive. Thus, Lan Xiao said that he would again go on an expedition to a new planet, and if he found anything good, then it would be a piece of cake to pay for the tutelage. But when Nan Cheng heard that it might take many months to come back, she became worried. On the other hand, the white-haired woman, Nana, was reminiscing about Lan Xuan as she dreamt of hugging the child once. Thus, the next day she went to visit the Lan family after tracking their location and asked them if she could visit them at their home. But Mr. Xiao said that they live on planet Luo. She insisted on saying she could go there too, which surprised the couple greatly. She then added saying she feels like she got a special connection with Lan Xuanyu and said that she could also guide Lan Xuanyu's spirit techniques. They were taken aback, for they were looking for a teacher, and when she told them that she had a water-type spirit, the parents were even more shocked by the coincidence. But Lan Xiao knew that she might have ulterior motives. Thus, he asked for her detailed info. She replied that she was a teacher at Tiandao Academy too, so they merged their universal communication device, where Lan Xiao found out that she was 25 years old, and what she said previously was all true. Thus he accepted her, but said that their family wasn't rich, and wouldn't be able to pay her properly. But she said that she didn't want money, she just wanted to be the teacher of the child, and said that she didn't want money didn't mean that her capability was bad, and went ahead to the small artificial waterfall of the hotel, and controlled all the water as it floated, and constantly changed forms. And one by one, she created 9 water dragons of massive length. 9 water dragon meant she was of level 90 in spiritual strength, only 10 levels away from being a deity, and when she confirmed it, they were even more shocked. Before leaving, she said that she would see them off tomorrow when they left. Lan Xuanyu asked if his auntie Nana would really teach him, and innocently said that she would be the best teacher ever, but they were worried since all the seats were booked in the spaceship, and was thinking about what they could do if she wanted to come along. The next day in the parking station, Lan Xuanyu asked if Auntie Nana would really go back with them. Their parents said that they weren't sure. Back in the room, Nana's girlfriend found out that she had left and found a letter from Nana that said that she would go somewhere and might take a while to come back. Back in the spaceship, Lan Xuanyu was sad since his aunt didn't show up and the spaceship already launched. Bored, he began meditating again. Then in his meditation, he again felt the space element, and felt as though someone was calling him. Then he saw his Aunt Nana in his meditation, who said that since she promised to teach him then, she would definitely keep that. Lan Xuanyu then asked how Nana was in his mind. She said that she was in his spiritual consciousness, but in reality, she was on one of the cabinet of the spaceship. Then she asked if he was okay with her being his teacher. Lan Xuanyu was happy, and said that he would call her Miss Nana from then on. She then asked what he wanted to learn, so he thought and remembered Yi Ling, who always wanted to fight. Thus he asked if she could teach her how to fight with girls. However, he also mentioned innocently that mommy told him that fighting is bad, so she said that what if her mommy was being bullied by the baddies? Would he not protect his mummy? And how could he fight without being strong? But the dummy Xuanyu asked if there was any way, so he wouldn't get hit by people's attacks. She then said that she had a movement technique which, if mastered, then none would be able to catch him. When Lan family landed back on their planet, Lan Xuanyu was frantically looking for Miss Lan. Then he heard her voice telling him to go to his home, and she would follow him. After arriving home, Lan Xuan again got into meditation, where he met Miss Nana. Then she told him to learn the movement technique by chasing her, and if he was able to catch her, then she would give him a kiss. He agreed and tried to catch her, but she slipped past him. After a night of chasing, his soul power increased again, but didn't level up. Then he saw Miss Nana at the door, so Lan Xuanyu went and hugged her, and Miss Nana also hugged her like a mother hugging her child after a long time. Miss Nana was then served meat and omelets cooked by Nan Cheng, but it was Lan Xuanyu who kept eating the most. Thus Nan Cheng asked Miss Nana if it was normal for a kid to eat like that. Miss Nana said that it was alright since his body needed nutrition to get stronger, but ordinary meats of animals could only have so much spiritual energy, and he needed herbs and beast meats to eat. But Nan Cheng said that those spiritual herbs are only given to high-ranking schools, and are very regulated by the government. Miss Nana understood. Then the parents asked if Miss Nana was wasting her time teaching a kid from a poor family, but she said that she just wanted a place to stay. So Nan Cheng showed her the room where she could stay, and asked if she could watch when Miss Nana trains Lan Xuanyu. Then Nan Cheng went to Lan Xuanyu's room and told him that he must tell mommy if Lan Xuanyu tried to do anything weird with him. Then Lan Xuan played with his mom the catch and kiss game that he had learned the previous night, but his mom couldn't catch him even after using her spiritual strength. So mom asked how he learned such a good movement technique. So Lan Xuanyu told her everything that happened, and she was surprised since Miss Nana was able to enter her son's spiritual space. The next day, Lan Xuanyu was being guided to build a solid foundation for his future growth, so Miss Nana helped him build resistance to the stronger force. Miss Nana was pressuring him with her invisible invincible energy, and Lan Xuanyu had to withstand it with his water shield. Soon after, he was becoming tired, as it was taking a lot for him to stay concentrated under the high amount of pressure. His mom, who was also in the room, was subjected to the pressure too. When Lan Xuan was on the brink of going to coma, golden energy permeated throughout his body, and he was recovering his stamina. At that time, both the silver grass and the gold grass came out and entangled each other. Thus, Miss Nana was trying to help him stop the clash between the two spirits. The two energy was entangling each other, and Miss Nana's water energy was trying to mediate both of those energies. In the end, the energies that tailed each other merged with each other and became a circle. Then Miss Nana picked up the fainted Lan Xuanyu and carried him to the bed. She then said that the two spirits in Lan Xuan's body was really strong and felt really familiar to her, and if these energies get stimulated at the same time, then it might take over Lan Xuan's body. She tried her best to merge these energies, but she wasn't completely successful. Later, she went to Lan Xuan's bedroom and guided more energies through his meridians. Then she saw the ring on his finger and remembered that the ring used to belong to her. She then took the ring and flew outside of the home up in the sky where she remembered its name. It wasn't a ring, but her weapon named the Holy Heaven Dividing Spear, and when the spear finally found its master, it slashed across space, creating a big rift that was as visible as the sun in the sky. But she returned the ring to Lan Xuanyu nonetheless. 3 days later, Xuanyu woke up in hunger and ate tons of meat that Miss Nana brought for him and said that it was meat from some weak spirit beast and was the only thing she found. Meanwhile, in a restaurant, the chef and the staff were looking for the dragon tendon meat that they kept in the refrigerator. In the training room, Nana taught Lan Xuanyu to control the two energies within. She told him not to let the energies fight each other and to make them feel at peace so that they become friends. In the following days, Nana guided Xuanyu on controlling the energies, and Lang Xuanyu used the rest of the time cultivating. Being with such strong women fired up Xuanyu's desire to get stronger even more. Just like that, the vacation ended, and everyone returned to school. And as fate would have it, Ye Ling came to him and asked him to come with her, but he rejected her, saying that he needed to go to the class. But in his class, the Mist told them that they would be tested to see the training that they did during the break. Langxuan now knew what Ye Ling wanted to tell him. Ye Ling was looking at the innocent Langxuan, who was sweating bullets. The first battle was Lan Xuan versus Qi Fan. Upon getting up the stage, Qi Fan activated his bear spirit and rushed toward Xuan Yu, but Xuan Wu evaded his attacks with his movement technique and created slippery ground beneath Qi Fan, which made Qi Fan trip. Thus, the battle ended with Lan Xuan's win, and as a winner, Lan Xuan Yu was bound to accept the fighting request from the other kids. Thus, when Ye Ling requested a duel, the teacher immediately accepted the challenge. She came rushing and said that this time she had a way to counterattack the spirit nullification. She bared her itty-bitty claws and kept dodging the ice dirts. Then she threw a back kick at Langxuan's balls. But Langxuan blocked her feet with his knee as he jumped in the air, and when he was in the air, he had no way to evade her and was about to be grabbed by her chicken claws. But he also used his silver spirit to wrap around his hand as he grabbed her claws head on. But unfortunately for her, the result didn't change. The students were again in an uproar since they also thought that Ye Ling could defeat him after the vocational training. Then rumors spread that Ye Ling liked Lan Xuan and was going easy on him, which made the little girl cry for real as she screamed and jostled Lan Xuanyu and went away. Then Ye Feng got a call from his daughter, who complained saying that she retracted her spirit before touching Xuanyu to avoid getting nullified, but she still lost. But Ye Feng told her that he was going to be in an important meeting, so he would talk later. In the meeting, they talked about their target, which was said to be a very brutal and notorious organization of Sinner's City. In a blink of an eye, 3 months have passed, and in that short period, Lan Xuanyu got taller and broke through to level 13 with the help of Aunt Nana. It had been 3 months since Lan Xiao went to the expedition, and it would take another 3 months to come back. Back with Miss Nana, he was told that his foundation was almost ready, and he should now focus on leveling up his spiritual strength. And since he had 2 spirits, he needed to learn how to use both spirits in actual combat. She then introduced him an ancient combat technique called the Golden Dragon Combat Technique. Inside Xuanyu's spirit consciousness, he was being taught the technique step by step. When the technique started, it began hurting him, and it was becoming harder to breathe. At the same time, the silver grass wrapping around his hand became dragon claws, and when he finally released the energy, it became a golden dragon and shot forth with great momentum. Lan Xuanyu found out that this technique, although powerful, drains all his soul power. But then Miss Nana transferred her own soul power into him, which recovered his exhausted state. She told him that this technique could also help him nourish his body and seemed to be very compatible with his blood. Miss Nana then helped Lan Xuanyu practice the technique more, and Lan Xuanyu was able to master it in just 10 attempts. The next day, Nan Cheng took Xuanyu out to the city, and their destination was the newly opened playhouse made for the kids and was located in the Horizon building of the city center. The Horizon building had had 128 floors and was one of the tallest in Ziluo City. In the building, many kids were playing. So was Lan Xuanyu. But at the control room of the building, the guards and the staff were lying on the ground as a person in a hoodie was hacking into the data servers. But then he understood that it was a trap, as Zhang Jing from the Dragon Special Force Department caught him. One of those enforcement officers was Ye Feng. The criminal then told Ye Feng the whereabouts and information of his daughter, and said that if he wanted his daughter to live, then he must release him in secret. Then, a voice came from the surveillance speakers of the control room, where a person introduced himself as the King of Eternal Darkness from the Sinner's City. The person said that the building had been set with the newest kinds of bomb, and all the 12,000 civilians trapped in the room were taken as hostage. The voice also told him to release the criminal, Zhang Jing, and told them to scram from the building if they didn't want to get caught in the mess. Back in the playhouse, the lights went out, but at this time the civilians were being shot by spirit-guided arrows. The attackers were targeting the spirit masters first, and found Nan Cheng too. Thus, Nan Cheng used her ice shield and escaped toward the emergency exit. But the next moment, the door of the exit exploded as a battle mech came out. The Special Dragon Force also noticed the fact that the criminals wasn't fulfilling the deal, as they kept blasting room after room in the building. Back in the playhouse, Lan Xuan saw Nan Cheng hurt and was about to be killed by the mech. Thus, he went there and shot ice darts, but the ice dirt didn't even scratch the mech. Then the mech shot a beam of fire energy at him, but Lan Xuanyu stayed there, and at that moment, everything stopped. The world became quiet, as though the sound has been stopped from being transmitted, as though the time had stopped, and a gentle hand patted his head and said that everything was alright. Then he saw the silhouette of Miss Nan, and amidst the stopped time, Lan Xuan was able to move, so Lan Xuan hugged her. Miss Nana then praised him for protecting his mom. Then she looked at the mech, and it corroded and vanished into thin air, as though aged billions of years. Then the time was resumed. Then a golden light filled with life energy radiated throughout the room, and everyone was healed of injuries. She then told Xuan Yu to come with her. After hugging his mom, Xuan Yu was lifted up by Miss Nana. The main culprit was heading back to his ship after getting the data that they needed from the building, and wanted to lit up some fireworks by destroying the building. But his superior warned him, saying they shouldn't wake up the old experts from their seclusion by creating unnecessary attention. Just as he was about to board the ship, he lost signal with one of his squad, but he left nonetheless. The spaceship launched into space and became invisible, and just at this time, Miss Nana appeared with Lan Xuan Yu. She then transformed Lan Xuan Yu's ring into her weapon, then threw it towards the leaving spaceship. The spear went far above the clouds at a moment's notice, and became a firework as it illuminated the sky. Meanwhile, the guy calling himself Eternal Darkness was sweating bullets somewhere else. He was grateful that he wasn't noticed because of his invisible clock. He then sent a message to his superior saying that their mission failed as they hit an iron wall. After that incident, the bombs were disposed of, and the victims and their families were given compensation, and the Sinner's City members were trailed throughout the planet. On Ziluo City's Special Forces questioning room, Ye Feng was being questioned, for he was on duty in the same building during the mission. And back to Lan Xuan's house, several people from planet Luo were at the door and showed her the video footage of her destroying the criminal ship, and when they asked her to come with them, she used her pressure, making the guy cough out blood. Yun Yan then asked him if she was doing this for that little boy. Miss Yan was cold and said she would punish anyone if they dared to harm him, regardless of their strength. Thus, they then asked what he was to her. She said that he was her student and was very gifted. Yun Yan understood and said that her student would have to bear the name of a criminal along with her if she didn't explain herself back in the planet Luo, and that convinced Nana to go with them. When Lan Xuan Yu came back, he didn't find Miss Nana. Then, an illusory figure of Miss Nana appeared as the recorded message was played out. She told him that she had some matters she needed to attend, thus she went back to planet Luo. The message ended with Miss Nana's illusory figure vanishing. The following week, Li Luo was depressed, so he practiced day and night. After the incident that happened in the playhouse, he knew how important it was to get stronger. He was trying his best to reach level 20 as soon as he could. Yeling's life also changed because of her father being held for question by the Special Force. Thus, she stopped attending school. 3 months rolled by quickly, and there was no news from Lan Xiao too. And Lan Xuanyu heard that the Tianluo Elementary School would be picking students from branch schools. The competition for admission would be very hard, and the school of Lan Xuanyu only had 10 slots to take the admission test, and Lan Xuanyu was given one of the slots, so he was told to work even harder. Xuanyu thanked the miss for the slot and left the office. Outside, he saw Yiling and felt that her behavior had changed, but again, he heard her saying that she would defeat her one day. Xuanyu said that he didn't want to play the same game again and again and was about to leave. Then she asked why didn't he ask her where she had been in the past 3 months, and said that he was very annoying and she hated him for that. But Xuanyu rebuked for the first time and said that she was the one that started it every time and who cared where she had been for the 3 months. After saying that, he left, which made the little girl sob as she just wanted to talk with him and tell him how much she had suffered after her dad was imprisoned. Of course, Xuanyu was unaware as he was busy training. During the vacation, he made a schedule for his training and followed it strictly, and a month and a half later, he broke through to the 14th level. Another good news came came as his dad came back. Lan Xiao and Nan Cheng hugged each other, and they had a family dinner that night. The next day, his daddy dropped him at school and met Ye Feng, who said that he was demoted. Thus, he told Lan Xiao to not call him a senior anymore. Ye Feng and Lan Xiao then sat at a restaurant as they talked about the incidents that happened in their life. Then Ye Feng found out that Lan Xiao was promoted after completing his expedition. Ye Feng asked Lan Xiao if Xuan Yu had 2 spirits instead of 1. Thus, he told Lan Xiao not to hide his talent. Instead, showing it to the government would make him progress much faster, as he would be provided with resources. He then added that his talent wouldn't be able to fully bloom if he studied at elementary school, and instead should be trained by the military, which might turn him into a future member of Battle God's Pavilion. But Lan Xiao rejected him, saying that they, as parents, don't want their child to grow up alone. In the school, many students gathered for the test in the school gymnasium, where a teacher announced that they would rather choose a few geniuses than 1,000 normal kids, and only the cream of the core can get into the elite training program of the school. Thus, to test their spirit power, the teacher released his full pressure and conducted a pressure resistance test, and the other teachers noted the expression and bodily changes of the kids, but they noticed that Xuan Yu wasn't fazed by his pressure and was innocently staring at him. Then they were tested for soul power, but Xuan Yu's soul power was just 14 and wasn't that outstanding. Of course, that was because he needed double the soul power to level up because of his twin spirits. On the other hand, Ye Ling, who they thought was younger than Xuan Yu, had soul power of level 16. Next, they tested their combat spirit power. Ye Ling scored 37, and Ah Bo scored 48. And lastly, what shocked them the most was Xuan Yu, whose soul power was just at level 14, but it had a combat power of 99. The teachers knew that even though Xuan Yu had low level, but his spirit was very strong. Then they were asked to sit in the virtual simulation pod, where they would be tested for actual combat instinct in real-life battle. After a while of sitting in the pod, Xuan Yu felt as though he had been transferred to a dreamlike world where he encountered many vicious beasts, starting from wolves to hippos. He also used his brain as he kept luring monsters into each other. The observers were surprised by the tactics that an 8-year-old kid used. Even though Xuan Yu passed the passing mark in the simulation test, one of the observers said that they should let Xuan Yu play the simulation and see how far this kid could go. Xuan Yu felt like the hippo was quite friendly as it didn't attack him, but at this time, he saw the hippo running away through the water. Then he saw Yi Ling being chased by a monkey-like creature. Thus he used both of his spirits and ran like hell, and caught up to Yi Ling Tian in no time. When Xuan Yu asked how she provoked a 3-eyed monkey, she said that when she was taking a dump from the tree, she saw a white monkey sitting alone. She felt that the monkey was quite cute. Thus she forcefully patted the monkey, which alerted the adult monkey in the vicinity. And when they were running away, the monkey suddenly caught up and attacked the duo. Thus, Xuan Yu saved Ye Feng, and then caught the attention of the monkey by attacking it as he ran away. And the monkey was angry at Xuan Yu, and thus continued to chase after him. But Xuan Yu created a slippery ice slider as he slid down the mountain. The observers were surprised by the creative use of techniques by Xuan Yu. But Xuan Yu knew better, as he was almost exhausted, for he used all his power when running. The ape finally lost his patience as it activated its innate soul skill, which was a mental attack that made Xuan Yu scream in pain. Just as he was about to be smashed by the monkey, he was pulled out by the observer as his simulation ended. The observer quickly pulled him out of the pods and sent him to the medical. Even though pods were just simulation, but the mental attack still takes effect. Xuan Yu's eyes and mouth was bleeding, so he was admitted in the ICU. His parents found out that Xuan Yu's brain didn't suffer any significant physical damage, but his consciousness had sunk deep, and as long as he woke up, he would be fine, and it depended on his own will if he would be able to wake up. Mu Chengtian, the head observer, was punished by the Tianluo Academy for his mistake, so Tianluo Academy paid for the medical treatment of Xuan Yu. 3 days later, when Ye Ling saw Xuan Yu as she went to the hospital, she cried as she remembered how Xuan Yu had saved her. That year, only Ye Ling was selected for the Tianluo Academy's elite class from their school, except for Lan Xuan Yu, who was also given a seat as long as he woke up. Inside Xuan Yu's consciousness, he saw many illusory golden and silver figures. Then amidst these figures, a blood-red energy rampaged, and Xuan Yu's body was filled with silver and golden patterns. After a while, he calmed down and went to sleep again. In Tianluo City's Grand Stadium, Tang Li was performing songs and shows. Then all of a sudden his singing stopped, and he disappeared from the stage with a golden flash. Qing Ling, the manager, was also shocked, and she tried to control the crowd, saying Tang Li had a surprise for them, so he would be back soon. Ziluo Hospital. Tang Li arrived beside Lan Xuan Yu and felt that Xuan Yu was the one that he felt the special energy from. When he touched Xuan Yu's body, the golden and silver pattern appeared again, and then it disappeared. And when he used his own golden energy to check out the spirit, he found out about the twin spirits of golden and silver grass. Meanwhile, Qing Ling was angry as she called Tang Li and told him to come back hurriedly. The crowd was bored after waiting for half an hour and sought for a refund of their ticket money. Then everyone saw Tang Li appearing as silver grasses glowed and appeared on the stage. stage. After the song was finished, Tang Li apologized and said that he had taken a bit longer to prepare for this stunt. When Tang Li was in his hotel room, he was thinking of Xuan Yu, who looked very similar to him. The next day, Xuan Yu came to his senses, and more checks were done to confirm that he was in good health. 3 days later, his health almost recovered. Then a nurse came in and handed them a parcel. When they opened it, Nan Cheng saw that there were 3 tickets for Tang Li's next concert. The nurse said that the tickets were sold out 3 months ago, and it was a dream come true to get the tickets. Miss Nan Cheng then found out that the tickets was sent by an anonymous person, so she guessed that the tickets must be sent by the Tianluo Academy. At the day of the concert, the Lan family was waiting in line to get in the stadium, and when they handed the tickets over, they found out that these tickets were not normal and were VIP tickets. Thus, they didn't need to wait in line for them. Not only did they not need to wait in line, but they also walked on the red carpet and got the front seats in the stadium. Thus, with the heavenly performance from Tang Li, the concert's first show ended. Then Tang Li said that he would then sing with someone that he would choose from the stadium. Tang Li then got down the stage and came towards the Lan couple. Then he chose Xuan Yu and asked if he wanted to go to the stage and perform with him, but Xuan Yu said that his mom wants to go since she's a big fan of him. But Tang Li said that he wanted only Xuan Yu to go up with him. Thus, Xuan Yu was taken in Tang Li's arms. The audience complimented Tang Li's choice, and some of them felt that Tang Li and Xuan Yu looked alike. Thus, the performance was given another boost by this unexpected event. After the show ended, Tang Li got to know Xuan Yu's name and said that he liked him since he gave him hope. The concert was a huge success, as it was the first time Tang Li showed his soft side in public. The next day, the couple was preparing to move to Tianluo City so that it would become easier for Xuan Yu to attend school. After moving to Tianluo City, Lan Xuan Yu was picked up by someone from Tianluo Academy, and due to the incident that caused Xuan Yu's injury, the academy decided to let Xuan Yu be free of all the tuition fees and other expenses. Xuan Yu was then brought into the dorm where the primary soul masters of the academy lived, and he was told that usually a dorm room has 6 members, but due to him being in the elite class, he would only share his room with 3 people. He was then briefed about his class and found out that he had 30 classmates, and their class consisted of the cream of the core. But by the time they graduate, only 1/3 would be left, and the rest would be suspended. Xuan Yu checked around the room and then went to his bed, but then a fat guy came and said that it was their dinner time. He introduced as Qian Lei, so Xuan Yu also told his name. In the cafeteria, Xuan Yu met Ye Ling, who thanked him for saving her that day. But Xuan Yu said it was nothing serious, then left without talking any further, which made her feel isolated again. Qian Lei was surprised seeing Xuan Yu was acquainted with Ye Ling, and said that Ye Ling was one of the top 3 girls of this batch. Then a blonde guy asked Ye Ling how she knew Xuan Yu. She said that she was from the same school as her, and also revealed the fact that Ye Ling was never able to defeat Xuan Yu. Back in Xuan Yu's table, he got to know his other roommate who had silver hair, and was named Liu Feng. Liu Feng, upon seeing him, asked his soul power. Xuan Yu said that he was 14th level. Even Qian Lei was surprised since Xuan Yu was able to get into the elite class with only 14 level of soul power. Qian was worried, and said that they might be at the bottom of the group ranking as every other group has stronger members. But Xuan Yu ignored his speech, and was gobbling up food after food. A student stopped him and said that he can't eat more, but Xuan Yu didn't listen to him, so the guy attacked him. But Xuan Yu counterattacked and threw him off to the other side. Thus the teacher intervened and said that they needed to go to the playground if they wanted to fight. And just like that, both Xuan Yu's roommates and the guy's roommates were punished by standing in the playground. And how could they stay there and not fight, given how hostile they were? Thus the guy used his martial spirit and rushed, and Xuan Yu also attacked with his silver grass. He used ice to further halt the guy and defeat him. After the match, when the blonde guy shook hands with Xuan Yu, he found out about the twin spirit. So the surrounding students were also shocked as they couldn't believe that someone with twin spirits would be studying together with them. Qian Lei then asked what his twin souls were, so Xuan Yu replied, saying it was golden and silver grass. Then Fadi Qian Lei also revealed his spirit, which was a coin. The coin works like a lottery, and decides what kind of beast he can summon. The summoning is not stable, as the summoned beast could be weak or very strong sometimes. Then the white-haired guy, Liu Feng, also revealed his martial soul, which was White Dragon's Spear. However, his attack was also not stable, as it only had speed, not damage. Thus he found out that his 2 teammates were really at the bottom of the elite class. In the class, the teacher talked about how they needed to choose one of 2 secondary professions. One was mecha operator, and another was warship piloting. And when the teacher explained about piloting subjects, Lan Xuan Yu listened carefully, as he also wished to be a good pilot. When Fatty Lei asked what profession he was going to choose, he said that he would choose both of them. So Fatty Lei reprimanded, saying it would waste a lot of his time. But he added that he was also going to choose both, since his learning ability score was the highest in the class, so he would be able to learn them very fast. When they were chatting out loud, the teacher noticed them and asked them what they were talking about. So Xuan Yu said that they want to learn both professions. Then they said that their mentality score was over 100, which made the teacher shocked. Then after recovering from his shock, the teacher said that they needed further evaluation to decide if they could learn both professions. So after that class, the supervisor, Chong Tian, came and told him to come to him every day after school to train for the evaluation that would be held in a week. After that, Xuan Yu and his teammates went to the virtual training room to get used to fighting in a team. After they logged into the virtual world, Xuan Yu noticed that his teammates were looking at him weirdly. So he checked to see if his pants were torn, and then understood that he didn't have any clothes at all. Then his friends gave him a pair of clothes, saying that the newcomers were always naked in this virtual simulation. After wearing the clothes, the team said that this simulation world was called Soul World and only belonged to the Soul Masters. It simulated the ancient Soul World way back thousands of years ago, and only people over 12 years of age were allowed entry. But the elite class was an exception, as they are only allowed to explore some limited areas of the town, and the rewards and money obtained in this simulation can be redeemed in real life too. The group then went to participate in arena battle after paying for it. In the arena, they saw 50 of 10-year-old soul beasts, and 300-year-old soul beasts. The group prepared for the oncoming attack. Liu Feng would draw their attention while the fatty would summon the beasts. However, the fatty's luck was too bad as he just summoned a tiny cat that fled right after encountering the beasts. Xuan Yu understood how fucked up he was to be in such a team, so he only relied on himself and fought through the horde of beasts. And he also saved Fatty from being eaten by the beasts. So the fatty said that he could again summon another beast in half a minute. But they didn't have time to wait that long. So Xuan Yu created an ice barrier surrounding them. But the barrier didn't last long as the 100-year-old beasts attacked them with their fire ability. So Liu Feng used his spear to block their attacks, and Xuan Yu used his vines to pull back Liu Feng to save him from dropping on the ice spikes. And just as the other beasts were about to join in the attack, Qianlei was finally able to summon again. The summoning gate appeared, and from which a girl with blue hair came out and hurriedly created an ice shield. Then she asked where she was. So Fatty Lei said that he was his master, as he summoned him to this world. But the girl wanted to go back home. Fatty Lei then said that they were in the Soul World. But surprisingly, the girl knew about the simulated world of Soul World. However, she went over to Xuan Yu instead of Lei, and told him that Xuan Yu was the reason she came over. But Lei protested, saying it was him that summoned her. But they didn't have any more time as the beasts were getting more berserk. The blue-haired girl pointed her fingers at the beasts, and the ice wall instantly blasted toward the beasts as half of the beasts were eliminated. Then she went for melee combat and killed a dozen more. When she was surrounded by the 100-year-old beasts, Xuan Yu went over and wrapped her waist with his vines, and she noticed that her ice power had been strengthened, so she used this boosted power to penetrate the centurion beasts. After they finished off the beasts, the blue-haired girl wondered why her aura grew stronger when it was connected with Xuan Yu. However, as the simulation was over, they were returned to the town, and the girl vanished before she could ask anything. The group then gained 1 soul coin due to passing the trial. The team discussed and found out that it was Qianlei's first time summoning a human. But Liu Feng said that Xuan Yu fell against the gate of summoning and touched it, and the gate summoning a human could be linked to that. So Qianlei said that they must try it again to be clear. So they again entered the arena, and Qian activated his summoning gate while Xuan Yu touched the gate. And sure enough, the girl with blue hair came out again. Qianlei was the happiest as he finally found a way to have stable summoning. Then the girl told Xuan Yu to wrap his grass around her waist. And with an extra boost from Xuan Yu's wrapping, she cleared most of the horde in a single attack this time. After that, the girl asked how they were able to summon her all time, so they explained the process. The team then found out that the girl was from planet Tiando. Then the girl left, leaving the team to defend against the rest of the hordes. So the group then defeated the remaining wolves with their combined attack. Xuan Yu also boosted Liu Fang's power using his golden grass spirit, and Li Fang was able to lift all the wolves. Then Xuan Yu did the final blow and was able to kill the beasts. And at the same time, when he used his golden grass spirit, Tang Li from planet Tiandu sensed it. Meanwhile, In another part of the Tiandu world, the blue-haired girl told Nana about her sudden summoning. When Nana heard that the guy she met had silver-patterned grass, she asked if the guy had black hair and black eyes. The blue-haired girl, Qian Q, was surprised to see how the professor was able to figure out the looks of the guy. Then the professor asked for the name of the guy, but she said she didn't ask the name. So Nana told her to ask it the next time she is summoned. After waking up from the simulation, the group headed to the canteen, hungry and exhausted. When eating, Xuan Yu was thinking of the girl as she was already over level 20 and had 2 spirit rings at such young age. Later that day, Xuan Yu met Yiling Tone and asked if she knew the reason for her martial spirit being negated, and said that it could be because she was fighting against him. Then the blonde guy came and pulled her away. The next day, in the simulation world, Xuan Yu used his boosting power again, and also touched the summoning gate. And sure enough, the blue-haired girl came out again. And right after coming out, she confirmed Tan Xuan Yu's name. And then Xuan Yu heard a familiar voice and understood that it was Miss Nana. So he asked if she could come over, but she said that she was only able to talk through this door and might cause commotion if she forced her way in. While Xuan Yu was talking with Miss Nana, the rest of the group fought with the beasts with the boost from Xuan Yu. She then told him that she needed to experiment with this summoning ability and told him to summon Qian Q every 10 minutes. And just like that, the team entered the arena again and again, and Xuan Yu and Qian Lei summoned Qian Q repeatedly. After a while, Qian Lei was sucked dry and was tired. Thus they had to stop their experiment for then. Nana then said that the reason he was able to summon Qian Q was that Xuan Yu and Miss Nana's spiritual spatial frequency is similar. But due to the power gap between Miss Nana and Xuan Yu could only summon the closest weakest person to Miss Nana. After returning to the dorm, the exhausted Qian Lei slept like a dead tree. But Liu Fang was energetic and asked if Xuan Yu can boost him even more. So they experimented with the boosting ability, and Liu Fang noticed that not only could Xuan Yu boost his ability, but can also grant him a new element. And with that newfound knowledge, Liu Feng said that their team would surely become strongest under the leadership of Xuan Yu. Later in the class of Hongbing, known for being the strictest teacher among the class teachers, everyone was told that they would be tested after the class, and only those that passed the test would be able to have their lunch. In the lecture, the students were taught about the basics of Soul Beast. The strength of a Soul Beast is relevant to its age. 10-year-old Soul Beast has a white ring, the Centennial Beast has a yellow ring, 1,000-year have purple, 10,000 have black ring, 100,000-year has red ring, and lastly, the golden ring represents a 1,000,000-year-old beast. They also learned about Tang Wu Ling, who was dubbed as Dragon Emperor and had the first greenish golden soul ring. After the class was over, the test began as the teacher asked questions to students. Xuan Yu was asked first. Xuan Yu was able to answer the questions accurately, as he had learned some of them by his parents. So he passed the test and was allowed to leave. Later, he entered the simulation arena by himself to see how long he was able to last in the face of the beast horde. And after the mob beasts were killed, the 3 boss beasts showed up. So he dodged their fire attack and was able to deal a severe blow to one of the hounds with his ice spike technique. But he couldn't rejoice as more beasts surrounded him, so he targeted the other boss and slammed it with ice spike. And just as he was about to be killed in the simulation, he noticed that golden and silver patterns appeared in front of his hand, and then rings appeared one after another, and then the entire area surrounding him was blasted into oblivion. When he got out of the simulation, he noticed, unfortunately, that his soul power was reduced from level 14 to level 13. He tried so hard to cultivate till level 14, and now his soul power decreased. So he got into meditation and felt that his strength felt the same as before, but the meter was showing that it's at level 13. So he could only wait to ask Miss Nana about this change. Later, when he and Qian Lei summoned Qian Qiu, he gave a letter with the previous night's incident to her to deliver it to Miss Nana. Later, he got the reply mail where Miss Nana said that it was probably caused by further fusion of his martial souls. She said that when the 2 energies sensed danger, they stopped clashing with each other and began fusing with each other. And he was lucky as this thing started the fusion between the 2 energies. After being assured that it was a good thing, Lan Xuanyu went back to his usual routine. In the following days, besides usual classes, Lan Xuanyu and his two teammates kept practicing together in the simulation world under the leadership of Xuanyu. 1 month later, his soul power went back to level 14, and every other team of the elite class were also practicing hard as they didn't want to get eliminated from the test. And just like that, the midterm exam neared, and his team was confident that they would do a good score in the test. The exam was held in 3 phases: battle theory test, fitness test, and group combat test. For their team, it was easy to pass the first phase of the test. And in the physical fitness test, the students were given to stop the metal walls from closing in. Among the students who passed this test till then, Qianxun got the highest score, and Ye Ling was also the best among the girls. And then it was Lan Zhuan's turn. He persisted and kept persisting with his strong will and got the highest score among all the students. The teacher was shocked as Lan Zhuan was just a control-type soul master but had a physical strength surpassing most of the battle-type soul masters. However, his speed score was bad, so was his soul score, as he only got 4.5 scores in it. But in the mentality test, he got another full mark of 10, and thus, the group was barely able to pass the test. The next test was the group combat test that would be held in the simulation world. The goal was to defeat any team that they met. After entering the simulation, they entered a maze where they saw a stone golem. The team worked in sync to defend itself from the golem, and at the same time attacked it and was able to finally defeat the golem. Then they rested there and prepared for the next battle. After a while of taking rest, they heard the voice of Ye Ling and knew that they fucked up. But fortunately, Ye Ling's team didn't know that they were behind the piles of stone. As such, they had no choice but to fight. Unfortunately, when Qianlei summoned Qianchu, she was busy at that time and was unable to come. So the team had no choice but to keep Qianlei behind and only attack with only 2 of them. Liu Feng was able to take out one of their members. But unfortunately, Lan Xuanyu was hurt by Qianshun. But fortunately, Qianchu arrived in time as she saved Lan Xuanyu. But just at that time, the injured Lan Xuanyu instinctively released a dragon chant that blasted every one of the other team. And the dragon chant also boosted the power of Liu Feng even more. And when they were moving away from the battle zone, they met another group of students who wanted to take advantage of their injury. And then, Fatty Lei distracted them saying that Qianshuan's team was coming from behind, and Liu Feng took advantage of this moment and penetrated them from behind. In the observation room, the teachers also noticed the weird dragon chant of Lan Xuanyu and also noticed how it boosted Liu Feng's power, and they understood that Liu Feng's Silvergrass martial soul is stronger than the Golden Lion martial spirit. After the battle, Qianqiu also returned to her planet and pondered about the dragon chant. Then the teachers announced the first place winner of the combat test, which was, of course, Xuanyu's team. So the team celebrated their championship amidst the jealous gaze of the opponents. After that, Lan Xuanyu was called out and taken to a white-haired guy who asked him if he wanted to become his disciple. But Lan Xuanyu said that he already has a master. But the guy said that even if he had a master, he could still teach him piloting and mech operating. Xuanyu was excited hearing that the white-haired guy could teach him piloting, so he bowed to him and accepted him as his master. Then he got to know the name of his new master, Yin Tianfan, who was also the vice dean of the Tianluo Academy, but he told him to not tell anyone that he was his master. After some more chatting, Lan Xuanyu was taken to a spaceship simulation cabin. After getting into the simulation, he was facing extreme gravity as the spaceship was taking off with extreme speed. And after a while, the pressure lessened by a lot after the taking off phase was over. Then when he entered the meteor evading phase, he almost puked as he got off the simulation pod. After that, he rested for quite a while in his dorm. The next day there was a commotion in the canteen where students were protesting against Xuanyu for eating all the food in the canteen. Even Ye Ling was surprised as how Xuanyu just ate 30 plates of serving by himself. After that, the teacher came and told the students that the chefs are preparing new round of dishes and took Xuanyu to Vice Dean. Vice Dean then prepared a hearty meal for Xuanyu, where all the dishes were made with rare ingredients. But when the night came, Yin Tian became a demon, putting Lan Xuan through the strong impact of the spaceship. Every day he ended up being exhausted after training in the spaceship. And every day, Yin Tian would prepare a meal for him. So he was able to gradually improve his reaction time and physical strength, and Xuanyu gradually progressed and learned to embrace the impact of spaceships. But the final exam was nearing, so his teammates told him to join them in actual combat training. But Xuan Yu refused, saying he would need to attend teacher Yin Tian. And before leaving Qian, Lei said that his mental score is near 200. But when he asked Xuan Yu, he said that he didn't test it yet. And just like that, it was time for the final exam of that year. The final exam didn't have a theoretical test, and started with a physical fitness test. Lang Shuayu again got a good score in the strength test and topped the class. Qian Xuan also got a good score, and Liu Feng got a good score in the speed test. But in the soul level test, Lan Xuan was just 16 and was still at the bottom of the class. In the mentality test, Qian Lei scored 187, but Lan Xuan got even higher scores, and the score meter didn't stop and was rising continuously. And when being tested for the mental score, Lan Xuan Yu saw clearly the rainbow-like colors in his consciousness, and finally, his mentality score reached 200. And before the group combat test, the group of Qian Shun was pondering and planning to defeat Xuan Yu's team. Ye Ling also said that every time she attacks Lan Xuan Yu, her martial spirit gets cancelled out. But Qian Xuan said that this time he reached level 20 and got the second ring, so he was confident in their win this time. The team thus planned to finish off Lan Xuan Yu first when their team met. This time, the combat test was an arena battle, unlike the previous time's maze-type battle. And unfortunately, Lan Xuan Yu's team was selected as the defender, so they would have to defend against 9 teams at least to win. This time, when Qian Lei used his summoning skill, what came out was not the blue girl, but a dragon crocodile that shook the arena with its roar. And when the dragon crocodile saw Xuan Yu, it became obedient and obeyed Lan Xuan Yu's command. Under Xuan Yu's guidance, the crocodile dragon easily brought the first victor of their match. In the next battle, they met the bully Jin Xian, who had reached level 18. So Lan Xuan helped Qian Lei summon again, and this time it was a flying beast that came out. It penetrated the head of Jin Xiang as soon as it came out. The bird was known as the Jade Devil Bird, and was the nemesis of all flying beasts. Thus, one by one, every one of Jin Xian's team was eliminated. And just like that, Lan Xuan's team won match after matches. In the observation room, the teachers were praising Lan Xuan's boosting power, but were feeling sorry for him as his growth of soul power was slow. And without a strong soul power level, he would be far behind the other students. But teacher Yin Tian said that as long as he can become a good space pilot, he would be able to fight with a spaceship which doesn't require much soul power. After some matches, Qian Lei was exhausted, so he meditated while the rest of the team was fighting and defending him. But they still won the matches with only 2 of them, though Liu Feng was injured in his chest in the process. In the last match, they finally met Qian Xuan's team, and with the Xuan Yu's team in mess and exhausted, Xuan Yu knew they had no chance of winning. So he rushed towards all by himself, and used the clash of his 2 spirits, and vanished along with the other team. And just like that, his team won the championship in the battle test this time too. 3 years later, Tang Li was watching Lan Xuan Yu from a distance. At that time, Xuan Yu was being tutored by teacher Hong Bin. Teacher Hong Bin told him to create his own combat skill, as it would suit his martial spirit the best. But Hong Bin was worried, as even though Xuan Yu was outstanding in all aspects, his soul power growth was very slow. In these 3 years, Xuan Yu's mentality score had reached 800, and his physical power was at the top of the class too. And after 3 years of elimination, only 21 students remained in the elite class, and all of them had soul power at around 27 levels, except Lan Xuan Yu, who just had level 19 soul power. So he was in a hurry to make a breakthrough under the guidance of Miss Nana, as his bloodlines might again clash this time. But when he went to seek for leave in the past 6 months, Professor Hong Bin refused, so he had to use his martial soul skill to hold his breakthrough, and repeated level 19 3 times. But finally, he was happy to get a 20 days break. Xuan Yu happily left for the vacation, after he bade goodbye to his dorm mates as he went to his home after 3 years. After a few days, his parents bought the ticket for going to planet Tiandu after Xuan Yu told them about the importance of the matter. Meanwhile, Tang Li was also going back to their planet Tiandu after a performance. And Tang Li knew that Qingling liked her, but every time he had feelings for Qingling, his heart would ache, as though it already had someone in it. Just like the last time, he boarded the spaceship. But unlike last time, he knew every part of the spaceship and was familiar with them. When he was in the ship, he didn't stop training as he meditated and was getting closer to rank 20. He was very curious about what his second soul ring would be like. and he couldn't wait to meet Miss Nana as he didn't see her in 4 years. And just at this time, the spaceship began vibrating, and the pilot sought for any warship operators on board to operate the warship to defend against the pirate warships. So Xuan Yu volunteered, and Tang Li was also there with Li Qingling in the ship. Li Qingling thought that she would die this time for real, so she asked one last time to Tang Li if he liked her. But Tang Li told her to not be afraid and said that he always liked her as a little sister. The enemy warships didn't give any conditions and started attacking from the start, meaning their intention was not to rob, but to kill. Meanwhile, Lan Xuanyu was taken to the warship and he boarded it like a pro. Then he launched the warship out of the spaceship and saw that against the 12 mecha operators of the spaceship, the pirated spaceship had deployed 20 mechas. That way it was only a matter of time before the spaceship is destroyed. He, while remembering the teaching of his teacher, and along with his 800 mental scores, evaded the attacks of the pirates and closed in on them. He was able to destroy one of the pirated ships in the process. But it didn't end there as he kept dodging without receiving a single attack. However, all of a sudden, a space net was deployed by the pirate ships. But he couldn't imagine the small pirate ships having the net. And just at that time, a golden dragon appeared and defended all the attacks. And then it blew golden energy toward the pirate ships as it obliterated them instantly. Then it flapped its wings twice, and the space net was torn, freeing Xuan Yu's warship. But then the big warship revealed itself as it fired a cannon beam targeting the spaceship. But then the time froze, and Xuan Yu was the only one to be able to see the figure as the figure tapped on the main pirate ship. And all of a sudden, 9 dragons appeared as they squeezed the spaceship into fragments. He then saw the face of that person. It was none other than Tang Li, who signaled him to keep it a secret. After Tang Li went back, Qingling found out that it was Tang Li who saved them as he disappeared right before the golden dragon appeared. Then the pilot of the spaceship congratulated Lan Xuanyu, who was getting out of the warship. But he was stumped when he saw that the expert pilot of the warship was just a child. Then Lan Xuanyu asked the pilot not to tell his parents about him getting out of the spaceship to fight the pirates. But he refused, and told everything truthfully to his parents. Thus his parents were worried. And after landing on planet Tiando, Mr. Tang Li also came to see him and bade him goodbye. When returning, Qingling asked Tang Li if this boy was the same one he picked up during a concert years ago, and also said that they both looked similar. At the exit of the Space Center, Miss Nana and Qian Chu was waiting for Lan Xuanyu and his family. And just at that time, Miss Nana met eyes with Tang Li and felt as though they were familiar, but they soon lost eye contact due to the heavy crowd. After waiting for a while, Lan Xuanyu was finally able to see Miss Nana and rushed to hug her. But Qian Chu intercepted, so Xuanyu crushed into Qian Chu. So she pushed her away. But then Miss Nana took him into her embrace and said she also missed him too. Later she took Lan Xuanyu and his parents to her place. And in the bus, Qian Chu and Lan Xuanyu began fighting over the previous incident. After reaching home, Qian Chu brought him to show him around the campus. But Xuanyu didn't want to go as he wanted to be with Miss Nana. She then introduced the campus of her academy. She acted so nice suddenly, so it made him alert, and sure enough, she was trying to attract jealousy for Xuanyu. But then Qian Chu felt that Xuanyu smelt very nice and strong, and suddenly started blushing, which made the jealousy of the surrounding disciples shoot through the roof. Qian Chu was the idol of the academy, and being so close to a guy made it so hard for her suitors to bear. So when she noticed that the jealous crowd was getting bigger, she let go of his hand. But then Xuanyu also took his revenge by pulling her back in and giving her a kiss on her cheek. Then he proclaimed to the crowd saying he was her boyfriend, which made Qian Chu lose it all. Thus, Xunayu escaped and thought of going back to Miss Nana, but he was unable to escape as she used a big attack, and in the meantime, kicked Xuanyu's ass as Xuanyu escaped while cursing Qian Chu. Xuanyu was beaten till he reached home, then complained to his mom. So to prove her innocence, Qian Chu said that Xuanyu kissed her in public. So his mom didn't listen to his complaints and closed the door. As such, Qian Chu was able to beat him up till her heart was filled. After some beating, Xuanyu said that he can take responsibility for her, which granted him more beatings. Then Miss Nana came and said that if he really wanted to become Qian Chu's boyfriend, then she would need to catch up with her in strength, and she was going to apply for the Shrek's college, and if he wanted to be with her, then he would have to get in Shrek College too. He then learned about Shrek College, which dominated the ancient lands of the planet and had a history of 300,000 years. But his parents said that Xuan Yu was just at level 19. But Miss Nana said that she would help him reach level 20, and anyone with that rank could apply for Shrek as long as their age is below 12 years old. She later also told Xuan Yu that the elite class of his own academy had one single goal, and that was to groom and send students to Shrek College. Later in the training room of her apartment, she helped Xuan Yu to make the breakthrough to the 20th level. She then said that the risk was lower than the previous time, as they merged slightly, but the risk still exists. She also said that he was able to fuse the two blood and create a new type of bloodline every time he used the martial soul fusion ability. And the more he used the martial fusion skill, the more they would slowly merge. And once the merge is complete, it might be unrivaled power seen by none in history. Xuan Yu couldn't believe his ears. So Miss Nana said it was true, but the process would take time. She then said that as long as he used his martial soul fusion technique 10 times before breaking through to the next realm, it would be completely safe, and he wouldn't need her to guide him. But Xuan Yu was depressed, as it meant that he would need to roll back his level 10 times before he broke through. So when he asked how long it would take to fully merge the bloodline and speed up his cultivation, she said it would take 200 to 300 years. Xuan Yu was frustrated, so she said that since he got a strong bloodline, his lifespan was also way higher than normal. And after that, he proceeded to break through under the observation of Miss Nana. The two bloodlines again collided and chased each other in a circle, and he felt both cold and hot, causing him a great deal of pain. And the circle of chasing energy created a vortex just like the last time, and the amount of energy was so high that he was unable to contain it. So Miss Nana told him to use his martial fusion skill to decrease the energy. He trusted her and used it as a blinding light covering the room, and after that, the energy cooled off, and he was able to safely break through. So Miss Nana told him that with this experience, he might be able to break through in the future without her help. Then Xuan Yu condensed his martial spirit in his left hand and was surrounded by 2 rings. He then saw that his first spirit ring had evolved and increased in age, becoming a centennial spirit ring. And when he was about to test out his new soul skill, he saw that his blue icy silver grass was no longer blue, but became fiery red veins. He himself was surprised as he knew fire and water were incompatible, but somehow, these 2 different skills were inside his own body in harmony. Then he saw Miss Nana doing the same as she also controlled the fire element and said that her guess was correct and his blood and her blood were the same. She then showed the fusion of fire and water and then brought him to the space above their world. There she taught him the trick to merge the 2 elements. Then he was told to practice in the training room. Xuan Yu was surprised and asked if this was a teleportation ability of space elements. She then told him that if his blood is similar to hers, then he should also be able to control space elements in the future. Curious, Xuan Yu asked how many elements she could control. In reply, she showed off all her elements, and Xuan Yu found out that she could control 7 elements. She then told him that he would be able to control the elements too, if not more, as he had 2 bloodlines instead of 1. But Lang Xuan Yu was sad as he had to leave in a few days as his vacation was ending. So Miss Nana told him to contact her through Qianqiu and said not to anger Qianqiu as she was much stronger than her. The next few days, Xuan Yu invested all his time in training under the supervision of Miss Nana. And good moments always pass fast, and it was time for Lan family to return. Xuan Yu cried, hugging Miss Nana and kissing her on the cheek, and hugged her repeatedly. And thus, he left unwillingly. After they left, Yun Yun came and asked her to go to the Shrek Academy to conduct a more advanced test on her physique, but she refused. Back home, Miss Nana asked Qianqin if he hated Xuan Yu that much. But Qianqiu asked if Miss Nana would also be her teacher at Shrek College, but she said she was used to living there and doesn't want to leave. So Qianqiu said that if she is away from her, then she wouldn't be able to get summoned by Xuan Yu. So Miss Nana asked her if she fell in love with Xuan Yu. She refused, saying she just wanted Miss Nana to go with her to Shrek College. So Miss Nana then gave her a pendant that had her energy in it. And using this pendant, she would be able to be summoned by Lang Xuan Yu even when she was not with her. When Miss Nana was alone, she pulled out another pendant similar to the one that she gave to Xuan Yu, but this one was golden in color. After Xuan Yu returned home, he bade goodbye to his parents and headed for his academy dorm. After reaching the academy, Xuan Yu revealed his level to Mr. Hongbin, and also showed his fire control ability, which made Mr. Hongbin happy. Then his master Yin Tian also came, and they quarreled on whether Xuan Yu should join Shrek Academy or the Space Command Department. So Lan Xuan intervened, saying that since he already is good at space piloting, he would want to increase his personal strength by going to Shrek Academy, which made his master angry. Outside, Xuan Yu asked Mr. Huang Bin if he could be strong enough to destroy spaceships with his personal strength. Mr. Huang Bin said that it's not easy, so he must put in more effort. In the next few days, Xuan Yu trained hard and was provided with high-class food. After a few days, a disciple from Shrek Academy came to conduct the primary test. The test was just to see the real age of the examinees, along with their mentality and soul power. During his test, he was sleepy as he was exhausted from training. And when he was tested for age, his real age came out, which was a few days shorter than 11 years old. Everyone was surprised as they thought Xuan Yu was 12. So Xuan Yu said maybe his parents forgot the age when he was born. He also did outstanding in other tests of mentality and soul ring. After the test, Mr. Hongbing said that since he is 11, he can take the test again in a year. So he asked if he wanted to take the test this year, or wanted to train for a year, and then take the test next year. But Xuan Yu said that he wanted to try out this year. After that, Mr. Hongbin gathered the past students and said that every year over 100,000 students apply for Shrek Academy, and only 30 people get into the academy. Of course, Xuan Yu knew how hard it was to get into Shrek, as he had just battled with Qian Chu. Then Mr. Hong also told everyone that they would be assessed as a group of 3 in the entrance test, which is why the academy kept them in 3-member groups for the last 4 years. Then the qualified groups of students were taken to the simulation world where the entrance examination would be held. And they were told to survive for as long as they could, and the higher they survive, the more points they will have. And killing soul beasts would also gain them extra points. And just like that, the evaluation training began. They saw fire lizards that were each 3 meters in size crawling from beneath the mountain. So many groups rushed to the top, and at the same time, a 10,000-year-old fire dragon attacked them from above. Lan's team was able to go to the top as Xuan Yu boosted Liu Feng, who carried the team to the top. Then the fire beast attacked the groups that were heading to the foot of the mountain. Xuan Yu found out that it only attacks if students are in groups. So Lan's team moved separately, and finally was able to get to the top. The other side of the mountain wasn't safe either as it had more beasts like it. Not only that, but the fire beast also attacked those with flying type of abilities. And Lan Xuanyu's team stuck closer to the mountain to be not noticed by the lizard. Qian Xuan's team was the same as they were sticking close to the cliff to not get noticed. Meanwhile, Xuan Yu created a slippery ice surface to prevent the fire lizard from climbing. But then Fatty Lei noticed that more fire lizards were coming from above. Lan Xuan, seeing no way, planned the extreme, and told his teammates to drop on the ground and hide beneath the belly of the fire beast. So they followed his plan and jumped off and quickly got below the belly of the fire lizard quietly. Given how big the lizard beast was, it would be hard for it to notice them. And at that time, another fire beast appeared, and both of them attacked the cliff near Qian Xuan's team. Slowly they went into the valley where the fire lizards were coming from. Then Qian Lei and Xuan Yu luckily summoned a dragon-type beast too, and rushed towards the lava pool and killed off the fire lizards on their way. Meanwhile, the battle outside ended with the defeat of Qian Xuan's team. They knew that the fire dragons would come to their way as they were the only one left. So they looked for a solution and found out that the lava wasn't as hot as it looked, and was relatively warm for soul masters like them. So they jumped in it, and when they were unable to hold their breath any longer, they came up and saw that the 2 fire dragon was fighting each other. 3 minutes later, the wounds of the dragons got more and more serious. So then the group initiated the attack, and Fatty Lei used his second ability, which can reproduce one certain summoning for 30 seconds. So they reproduced the Jade Devil Bird as it got into the brains of the dragons, and eventually killed them. After that, the referee women came and said that Qian Lei had been noticed by the Shrek's teacher, and got an early admission chance. However, if he took the chance, then Lan Xuanyu and Liu Feng would be eliminated. But Qian Lei didn't choose to take the early quota and said that he would want to pass the normal way with his teammates. After that, Xuanyu didn't slack off as they would still need to go through a few more rounds of tests before being admitted in Shrek. So he meditated, and vaguely heard the roars of a giant dragon. and he remembered that moment when Tang Li destroyed the pirate spaceship with ease. And when the points were announced, Lan Xuanyu's team came first in the whole federation, and their school had 5 teams entering the second round. It didn't make sense as the second team only had 1,000 points, whereas their team had 20,000 points, which must be the record-breaking achievement in the history of Shrek. At the same time, Lan Xuanyu was immersed in deep meditation, and all his meridians and bones in his body were covered with silver and golden glow. When he woke up, he felt that he could sense his surroundings while his eyes were still closed, meaning that his mentality had reached the Spirit Sea realm. Soon, he got to know the good news of them reaching the first rank in the whole exam. After that, the team was invited to Yin Tian's place to have a supper, and found out that Mr. Yin Tian was also a very talented member in Shrek's space pilot department, but was expelled due to some reason. Later that day, they participated in Soul World's simulation to take part in the next round of the entrance exam. There, Xuan Yu asked if they would get any bonus for being first in the previous exam. The referee women nodded and said that they would be given to spin a lottery wheel, and they can choose a colored spot and stand in the wheel. However, Xuan Yu was able to feel the type of energy beneath the spots due to having extremely high mental power. And using his mental power, he was able to judge the value of the price. So he told his teammates to stop at the places that had good rewards. Lei listened to him and got a reward that could upgrade his spirit circles by 500 years. And Liu Feng got a reward of a soul bone, which was extremely expensive as a soul bone can grant a soul master extra skills. Then Xuan Yu chose his own spot and got access to the primary spirit boost terrace once. He didn't know what it was, but knew it was not ordinary. Then the referee came and told them that the rewards of Xuan Yu and Qian Lei should be collected from the Spirit Pagoda. After learning about the prices, their teacher was excited and explained that access to enter the terrace is extremely rare. The terrace is a place where the soul masters can gain energy by killing virtual soul beasts, and it can greatly boost one's soul ring's age. When Yin Tian learnt of this news, he asked Liu Feng if he is okay with giving away the soul bone to the person that it suited the best for the sake of the entrance exam, and said that if they could make it to the top 10, he would try his best to let all 3 of them get into the Spirit Terrace along with Lan Xuanyu. The team agreed and was happy. Surprisingly, when the soul bone arrived, it turned out that the soul bone was most suited to Liu Feng himself. Thus, Liu Feng was guided and was able to assimilate with the soul bone after going through extreme pain. And during that time, Xuanyu helped Liu Feng boost his energy level and helped him assimilate the bone. After half an hour of hard work, Liu Feng was successful, and also his soul power reached level 30 in the process. The next day, Qian Lei was taken to Spirit Pagoda to boost his soul ring's age, and Lan Xuanyu went back to meditate. And after 2 days, the 5 groups from the elite class that passed the last round gathered and were briefed about the rules of the next round of entrance exam. The next round would take place in Star Forest in simulation, and the teams can gain points by hunting beasts, and also can snatch other teams' half points by killing them. Then each team was transported to the forest, and Lan Xuanyu said that if push came to shove, they should commit suicide or get killed by spirit beasts, but should never be killed by other teams, as it would have their points. And the deeper they go, the more ferocious the beasts they would encounter, and the more points they would earn. Then Qian Lei summoned a fire lizard with Xuanyu's help. Then the team rode the lizard and dashed through the forest. They were in a hurry as Qian Lei's summoning could only last for 1.5 minutes. After summoning time ran out, they rested, and Qian Lei recovered his energy, and then they again summoned and went deeper. And just like that, they were able to go 20 kilometers deep into the forest, but nothing happened, and the night passed quietly. The next day, they encountered a monkey and a bear fighting over a fruit, so they took advantage of the fight and killed the bear by cooperating with the monkey through Qian Lei's communication ability. After that, the monkey and the team cooperated as they killed 3 more beasts that looked like leopards, and the final attack was done by the team as they needed to gain scores. Of course, most of the credit went to Lan Xuan as he boosted the monkey's strength to fight against the leopards. Then Lan Xuanyu gave the monkey the herb that the monkey was originally fighting for against the bear. So the monkey ate it and became stronger. Then it went over to the dead body of the leopard and extracted a head soul bone. However, the group was in the soul world, and wouldn't even be able to exchange it for coins as it was just the exam. So they gave the bone back to the monkey, which made the monkey happy as it went into a deep sleep to assimilate the head bones. But it didn't wake up even in the morning. So the group hid the body of the sleeping monkey with branches to keep it away from predators, and left. On the way, they saw Yiling, bloody and bruised, being chased by students from the Solar Academy. Solar Academy was the top academy of all the academies in Tianluo planet. Apart from the Xuanyu's team, the remaining 5 groups are all from the Solar Academy. The Xuanyu team wouldn't meddle if it was any other academy, but since it was their own academy that was being chased down, they couldn't look away, but helped Yiling. So Xuanyu boosted Yiling's power, and Yiling was able to push them back. But then, Lang Xuanyu took the initiative and attacked the group leader. However, the guy was able to defend against it, but wasn't so lucky as his head was penetrated by the Jade Devil summoned by Qianlei. And the other guy was also eliminated by the Jade Devil bird. But when the Jade Devil was about to kill the last guy, Yiling attacked and took the score. The group was angry by the sudden betrayal and called her selfish, but she said that she did that on impulse. And so Lan Xuanyu couldn't take it anymore as he reversed his boosting ability to negating ability for Yiling. Langxuan grabbed her by the neck and said that her decision today made it impossible for them to remain friends and not to mention partners. Then he cracked her neck like a toy as her body turned into points and entered Lan Xuan's body. The team then comforted Langxuan, saying they would share responsibility if the academy reprimanded him. Of course, Lan Xuan knew that he did go to such a length because it was just a simulation world. Then they saw the monkey they gave soul bones to had returned. In the next few days, the news of human soul masters fighting each other was passed down to the team by the monkey. And what concerned him the most was the group of 9 soul masters made up of 3 teams. Meanwhile, Lang Xuanyu's team have been hiding in the tree trunks of a big tree. He speculated that the 3 teams were probably from Solar Academy. Later, the ape brought more news on the 6th day of the exam, and they found out that the Solar Academy's group took down more than 10 groups of soul masters. And time passed like that, and the day before the last day of the tryout came. That day, Lang Xuanyu was awake at night to figure out the final strategy and discussed a risky but effective plan. In the Solar Academy, Bing Tianliang was the ace of the Solar Academy, and was the best talent the Academy ever had. He got an early admission offer but turned it down, as he wanted to be the topper of the entrance test. But when he saw the scoreboard of the first round, he was massively frustrated by the massive gap of points. But after he calmed down, he found out that the Lang Xuanyu's team used tricks to get so many points and not strength. So he was again confident that he would be able to defeat Lan Xuanyu's team. Bing Tian then heard that another group was still out there and was trying to hunt an injured beast. So they rushed over to trail them from behind. But in fact, it was the monkey that was luring the team with another creature's blood, and the solar team was trailing behind that team. When the team was about to catch the monkey, they were attacked by Bing Tian, who revealed his 4 spirit rings. So the team knew they were fucked up, so they split and escaped in a different direction but failed eventually. The other team member of the Solar Academy who was about to kill the monkey noticed that it was a trap and a human was behind it. But before she could do anything, the monkey killed her, which enraged Bing Tian, and so the angry Bing Tian chased after the monkey and Lan Xuanyu. But it was impossible to escape from such a close distance, so Lan Xuanyu collided with Bing Tian. But the result was Xuanyu faced backlash and was in tatters. Then the golden and silver grass's energy ran in his body to heal it, and when he was about to be finished off, the ring in his hand lit up and became a halberd, pushing off the enemies for a while. Then, Xuanyu used the Gate of Summoning with Qianlei and told him to run away. Then he stayed there, and when Qianqiu came, she said she would help him, but in exchange, have to promise her 3 things. Thus, in this condition, he had no choice but to accept it. So she initiated her attack and avoided the team's attack and went for Bing Tian. Thus Bing Tian was pushed back. Then Lan Xuanyu recovered a bit of his strength and boosted Qianqiu against the team of Solar Academy. Then Liu Feng appeared as he took down more opponents before killing himself. And after that, when a member of the Solar Academy was about to kill Xuanyu, he activated his martial soul fusion and disappeared along with everyone in the vicinity. Then the lone survivor of Bing Tian understood that there must be another survivor from Lan Xuan's team that obtained all the points. Meanwhile, Fatty Lei, who was hiding in a tree trunk, was being poured with all the points of all the Solar Academy members. After that, Lan Xuanyu woke up from his simulation. Now Lan Xuanyu was transported back in time, but something strange had happened to his gold-and-silver swirl. It had absorbed much of his blood power, making it difficult for him to use his martial soul fusion skill. When he opened his eyes, he saw Liu Feng standing before him, reassuring him that everything would be fine. Liu Feng mentioned that even if Lei got eliminated, they would still earn half of their scores, which would be enough to secure a spot in the top 10. Suddenly, Feng noticed Ye Ling approaching in anger. Ye Ling stormed over to Lan Xuanyu, grabbed his shirt, and unleashed her anger upon him. Professor Ji soon arrived on the scene and informed Lan Xuanyu and Feng that Ye Ling had reported them for allegedly killing her to steal her score. He demanded an explanation from Lan Xuanyu. Feng quickly came to Lan Xuanyu's defense, claiming that Ye Ling's accusations were baseless and that she was confusing right and wrong. This defense left Professor Ji and Hua puzzled as they exchanged confused glances. Professor Ji began to suspect that Ye Ling might be hiding something from them, considering her serious accusation that Lan Xuanyu had murdered her for points. Upon hearing Feng's attempt to speak, Lan Xuanyu intervened, requesting that he be allowed to explain since he felt responsible for the situation. He further suggested that Professor Ji could verify the truth with Shrek Academy. Professor Ji then urged Lan Xuanyu to continue with his explanation. Lan Xuanyu then requested Ye Ling to respond truthfully to his question and inquired whether she had been pursued, almost caught by someone. Ye Ling reluctantly admitted with a yes. But before she could elaborate, Lan Xuanyu interrupted, insisting that it was a yes or no question. He pointed out that if Ye Ling believed she could escape without their assistance, she should answer with a simple yes. In response, Ye Ling raised her voice and said she had wounded one of them. Lan Xuanyu countered by reminding her that she knew the other two were third-ring soul masters. This seemed to frustrate Ye Ling. Lan Xuanyu also mentioned that Ye Ling must know Monitor and Chang Jianyi's strengths. He explained that they had done everything they could to rescue Ye Ling and had successfully defeated their pursuers. Lan Xuanyu continued by revealing that they had taken the last hit and claimed half of the points from the opposing team. This revelation left Professor Ji and Hua utterly shocked. Lan Xuanyu expressed that he bore responsibility for his team and understood the importance of not allowing Ye Ling to be ungrateful. He pointed out that if he were to leave her, another team would benefit from their earned points, so he took her out of the situation. As they absorbed this information, Hua and the others began to ponder, while Professor Ji couldn't help but think that this was indeed a complex and convoluted story. Ye Ling remained furious and shouted that she was a girl, questioning how anyone could kill her. Lan Xuanyu replied that he would never harm her in the real world, but they were in a virtual environment. He explained that he couldn't allow Ye Ling's selfishness to jeopardize the interests of their team. In her anger, Ye Ling turned to Professor Ji and insisted that he had heard a confession from them about killing her, urging him to take action. Visibly disappointed, Professor Ji decided to leave, expressing his disappointment in Lan Xuanyu and Ye Ling. Observing Professor Ji's departure in such a manner left Lan Xuanyu feeling somewhat disheartened. He then settled into a meditation position. This action puzzled Hua, prompting him to summon his friends to accompany him. Meanwhile, Ye Ling was left without words, witnessing this turn of events. She soon burst into tears and began to run away. Back at the academy, Lei had returned, brimming with joy. He informed Lan Xuanyu and Feng that they had succeeded and that he had brought all the points back with him. This news filled Lan Xuanyu and Feng with immense happiness. Amidst the joy and excitement, Lei inquired of Lan Xuanyu if they would regain their number 1 position. Lan Xuanyu said they would have to wait for the official results. Professor Ji soon joined them and delivered some sobering news. He cautioned that despite their high ranking, the incident involving Ye Ling's alleged death might harm their standing. Lei expressed confusion upon hearing this, while Lan Xuanyu was equally shocked. Lan Xuanyu asked Professor Ji to clarify the nature of these negative effects. In response, Professor Ji admitted that he didn't know the specifics, but emphasized that Shrek Academy had always been stringent regarding such matters. After comprehending his actions' potential consequences, Lan Xuanyu realized his mistake. He expressed his remorse by respectfully apologizing to Professor Ji. Professor Ji responded with a faint smile, saying it was a positive step for Lan Xuanyu to acknowledge his error. From that point forward, he advised Lan Xuanyu to remember the importance of being an honorable and upright individual. Mu Zhongtian entered the scene and delivered the news that the final results had been released. To everyone's astonishment, only one team from their academy had made it into the top 10, and that team was Lan Xuanyu team, which had secured the top spot. This revelation left them all in a state of shock. However, Mu Zhongtian continued with a startling announcement. He explained that Shrek Academy had arranged an additional test specifically for Lan Xuanyu due to the transpired events. He further conveyed that if Lan Xuanyu chose to decline this test, his entire team would face elimination. The following day, Lan Xuanyu found himself seated outside in the forest, and it was already late in the afternoon. He had been instructed to remain in the forest for 24 hours. At this point, about 20 hours had already passed. The lack of activity around him left Lan Xuanyu feeling bored and tired. He realized he couldn't afford to slack off. Suddenly, Lan Xuanyu's senses perked up as he heard something unusual. He spotted a figure shrouded in stormy clouds, and it became clear that it was Qian. Lan Xuanyu deduced that something was amiss, because she constantly attacked in the opposite direction as she ran. It appeared that a formidable adversary was pursuing her. Indeed, the dark demon tiger, a flying beast, relentlessly chased Qian. Lan Xuanyu's instincts kicked in as he recognized the dark demon tiger as one of the top third-tier soul beasts, likely possessing a cultivation history of at least 10,000 years. He couldn't fathom why such a powerful soul beast had appeared in their vicinity, and he knew they were no match for it. As Qian continued to flee in terror from the relentless dark demon tiger, she simultaneously looked back and launched attacks to fend it off. However, the tiger's strength and astonishing speed made it an overwhelming adversary. In a moment of desperation, Qian abruptly halted, and just as the tiger closed in on her, something inexplicable materialized from thin air and seized her. Lan Xuanyu had come to Qian's rescue, cradling her in his arms and lifting her from the danger below. Perplexed, Qian asked why Lan Xuanyu was there. In response, Lan Xuanyu, with a questioning look, wondered the same thing about Qian's unexpected presence. This proximity to Lan Xuanyu was a new experience for Qian, and she couldn't help but notice how comforting and refreshing he smelled. In the meantime, the dark demon tiger continued its relentless pursuit, unleashing one of its taloned soul skills, marked by a thunderous tiger roar. This triggered a strong reaction within Lan Xuanyu's body, causing intense pain. Surprised by the unexpected result, the tiger hesitated momentarily. Curious about the sensation, Qian felt her blood surge suddenly while Lan Xuanyu's scent intensified. Lan Xuanyu proposed a plan to Qian. They should split up now, and the beast would likely chase him, allowing her to escape to safety on the other side. Lan Xuanyu, determined to protect Qian, released his hold on her. As he let her go, a memory resurfaced, a recollection of a time when he had deeply angered her back on the Tianduo planet. Yet despite their past conflicts, Lan Xuanyu couldn't ignore that Qian had always come to his aid in moments of danger. This time, he wanted to return the favor and ensure her safety. As he released Qian, she gazed at him with a perplexed expression. Lan Xuanyu swiftly tied his spell rope to another branch, believing their best chance was to provoke the dark demon tiger to chase after him. However, an unexpected force pulled him back as he began moving toward another tree. To his astonishment, it was Qian, gripping his spell rope and yanking him in her direction. Lan Xuanyu, anxious and bewildered, questioned her actions, expressing concern that her decision might lead to their demise. Yet in response, Qian firmly seized Lan Xuanyu's hand and with unwavering determination, leaped. Lan Xuanyu, still worried for Qian's safety, cautioned her not to act recklessly. Looking at Lan Xuanyu with a serious and somewhat emotional expression, Qian asked if he thought she was stupid for suggesting their current course of action. Her question caught Lan Xuanyu off guard, and he was left slightly shocked by her response. Their attention was abruptly drawn to the dark demon tiger, which had accelerated and was rapidly closing in on them. Lan Xuanyu quickly devised another plan. He proposed using his 2 clusters of blue-silver grass to empower Qian. However, he cautioned that this empowerment might have adverse consequences, yet it appeared to be their sole remaining option. Qian agreed to the plan, and Lan Xuanyu firmly grasped both her hands, initiating the process of channeling the empowerment. Qian could feel the energy coursing within and around her body as Lan Xuanyu channeled the empowerment. The immense power surged around Qian, creating a swirling tornado of energy. As this energy sphere took shape, the dark demon tiger leaped toward them with full force, intending to attack. In that critical moment, now fully charged with power, Qian displayed a determined spark in her eyes. With a resounding boom, she unleashed her energy, striking the tiger with incredible force. Her attack caused the tiger to freeze in place, transforming it into an icy sculpture. Lan Xuanyu watched in amazement at the astonishing feat Qian had just accomplished. However, this mighty effort drained Qian's power and stamina, causing her to collapse. Lan Xuanyu swiftly caught her and carried her to a safer location. As he held Qian in his arms, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but reflect on her earlier words about being stupid. Despite the risks involved, he admired her courage in staying with him during the crisis. Their relief was short-lived, as a large, bright red laser beam suddenly focused on Lan Xuanyu and Qian, casting a shadow of uncertainty over their newfound safety. Lan Xuanyu's body began to feel strange, and he noticed a large figure approaching. Awakening from her earlier collapse, Qian questioned Lan Xuanyu about what was happening. Lan Xuanyu, still trying to make sense of it all, thought that the approaching figure might be a centaur or something of the sort. The towering figure introduced himself as their king, welcoming them to his realm. To their surprise, it turned out to be a two-headed centaur, with one head resembling a girl and the other a boy. The centaur explained that all creatures must adhere to the rules in their world. The good head of the centaur elaborated that they would pose questions, and Lan Xuanyu would have to make a choice, accepting the consequences of that choice. However, the evil head of the centaur was furious and spoke in a menacing tone. He declared that today was his turn to ask questions and presented a harrowing scenario. If only one could survive, they must choose between Lan Xuanyu and Qian. He chillingly emphasized that as soon as the choice was made, he would immediately execute the other person. The evil head of the centaur chuckled maliciously, expressing his enjoyment at witnessing humans suffer because of his questions. Lan Xuanyu, feeling the pressure, began to sweat. He reasoned that since this was just a virtual world, his greatest regret was not making it into Shrek Academy. Therefore, he suggested that the centaur kill him and let Qian live. The evil centaur's sinister smile broadened as he pointed out that Lan Xuanyu's decision would also affect his teammates, potentially causing them to lose their chances. Lan Xuanyu, however, countered by emphasizing that Qian had been instrumental in helping them avoid elimination during the tryouts, making her the logical choice to spare. In response to Lan Xuanyu's choice, the evil centaur attacked, declaring that Lan Xuanyu should die. He then turned to Qian and presented her with the same grim decision. Without hesitation, Qian said they should kill her and let Lan Xuanyu live. The good head of the centaur interjected, recalling the strained relationship between Qian and Lan Xuanyu. Wary of the centaur's grim choices, Qian urged them to stop talking and end her life if that was their intention. Meanwhile, Lan Xuanyu continued to endure the relentless spell attack. Having heard both of their responses, the centaur's evil head seemed somewhat disappointed. On the other hand, the good head found their situation intriguing. She expressed disbelief that they had no desires and suggested she would find ways to provoke them. The good head ultimately decided that Lan Xuanyu and Qian were interesting enough to be kept alive so she could continue playing tricks on them. Suddenly, Lan Xuanyu was transported back to the real world, where Lei and the others surrounded him, inquiring if he had passed the test. Lan Xuanyu recounted the harrowing experience and what had transpired in the virtual world. Professor Yin mentioned to Professor Ji that he had previously stated that Lan Xuanyu was better than him. Professor Ji acknowledged that Lan Xuanyu had handled the challenging situation quite well. Mu Zhongtian hurried off to contact Shrek Academy and inquire about the results. Professor Ji took a moment to offer Lan Xuanyu a piece of wisdom, telling him to remember that falling into a pit could be a gain in his wisdom. Lan Xuanyu assured him that he would keep that in mind. Mu Zhongtian swiftly returned with the news they had been hoping for. Lan Xuanyu was allowed to progress to the next round. However, the lucky draw that should have been awarded to the champion had been cancelled. Lan Xuanyu asked Feng to join him in the simulation cabin. Lan Xuanyu used his 2 clusters of blue-silver grass to empower Feng, but their efforts yielded no positive results. As Lan Xuanyu initiated the empowerment process, Liu Feng exploded into fragments, leaving Lan Xuanyu shocked and dismayed. He then turned to Chubby Lei and invited him to accompany him as he wanted to see Qian. Together, they entered the portal, and upon arrival, Lan Xuanyu immediately inquired about Qian's well-being. Qian assured Lan Xuanyu that she was fine, and then asked if Lan Xuanyu had successfully passed the test. Lan Xuanyu affirmed that he had indeed passed. Their conversation was somewhat awkward, which prompted Lei to tease them. Annoyed by Lei's teasing, Qian swiftly told him to stop. Lei decided to leave them alone so they could talk in private. Lan Xuanyu informed Qian that he had passed, but their expected lucky draw had been cancelled. He then inquired about Qian's results. Qian explained that the additional test had been rather absurd, and they had stated that she had included Lan Xuanyu's assessment in her application, which led to her disqualification on special grounds. She clarified that she hadn't secured the number 1 spot while she had passed. This revelation took Lan Xuanyu aback. Qian shared that 2 individuals had reached the 4-ring level on their planet. Lan Xuanyu realized that the second round of tests would likely be quite challenging. The final results of the Tianluo planet tryout were revealed, and Lan Xuanyu's team emerged again as the champions. Bing Tianliang's team secured victory in the Sound Palace, and Lian Sushi clinched the 10th spot due to her consistent point-earning performance from the start. Among the entire academy, only Lan Xuanyu's team qualified for the next round of competition. However, the other teams were granted the opportunity to skip 3 grades and continue their studies in the academy as intermediate Soul Masters. The second round test was scheduled to occur at Shrek Academy in 1 month. Professor G was entrusted with training Lan Xuanyu's team for 20 days in the Soul World training grounds. Professor G gathered Lan Xuanyu's team and informed them that the special training they were about to undergo was relatively straightforward. They needed to hold on until the last second. Upon hearing this, Lan Xuanyu's team was aware that the task ahead would be quite challenging for them. Professor G explained that this training aimed to stimulate their potential by subjecting them to intense pressure. Lei, feeling anxious, inquired about the nature of the pressure they would face, but Professor G chose not to provide a direct answer, suggesting that they would soon find out. Suddenly, a powerful spiral wind began to form around them, signaling the commencement of the training. Lan Xuanyu, bewildered by the situation, looked up at the sky and noticed that it seemed to be descending upon them. They began to experience the overwhelming pressure of the sky bearing down on their bodies. Lan Xuanyu, Lei, and Feng all struggled under the weight of this powerful force emanating from the sky. Despite the immense pressure crushing Lan Xuanyu, Professor G stood calmly, wearing his rings as if everything were normal. Lan Xuanyu carefully counted Professor G's rings and realized he possessed 8 astonishing soul rings. A fearsome figure materialized behind Professor G, leading Lan Xuanyu to wonder if this ominous figure was Professor G's martial soul. The oppressive pressure continued to weigh them down, causing Lan Xuanyu to feel trapped. Then, with a sudden and resounding boom, Lan Xuanyu broke free from the pressure and began to move. Lan Xuanyu, determined to overcome the pressure, held onto Lei and Feng, sharing his power with them. Empowered by Lan Xuanyu's blood power, the three finally applied their soul power to resist the overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, Professor G was in full power mode, sporting a maniacal smile amidst the intense pressure. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel a mixture of shock and amazement as he witnessed Professor G's transformation. The professor's martial soul had now taken on the form of a formidable and terrifying monstrous figure. Suddenly, even more pressure bore down on Lan Xuanyu, Lei, and Feng, resulting in 3 resounding bursts of impact that utterly crushed them. Instantly, they found themselves back where they had started, and Lan Xuanyu struggled to comprehend that they had been so easily overwhelmed by Professor G's pressure. They began discussing the harrowing experience they had just endured, acknowledging how frightening it had been. However, their reflection was cut short when Professor G informed them that what they had just experienced had merely been a warm-up, and they would have to go through it again. Hearing Professor G's announcement about the repetition of the training, Lan Xuanyu, Lei, and Feng were left in disbelief and shock. Following their 20-day special training, accompanied by Mu Zhongtian, Lan Xuanyu's team arrived at the Spirit Pagoda. Mu informed them that the academy had expended considerable resources to secure 2 additional spots for them, allowing the 3 of them to further their development at the Spirit Pagoda. Lei was visibly amazed by the surroundings, as they had the opportunity to purchase new soul rings there. However, Lan Xuanyu's attention was drawn to a massive image depicting the golden-eyed black dragon leading a soul beast army in an attack on a city. Seeing the impressive depiction of the golden-eyed black dragon commanding a soul beast army, Lan Xuanyu was truly amazed. Mu Zhongtian explained that this image dates back 20,000 years and reminded people to coexist peacefully with soul beasts. Mu then informed Lan Xuanyu's team that they had 8 days at the Spirit Pagoda, expressing his hope that they would endure the trials for as long as possible. Suddenly, someone called out to Lan Xuanyu from behind, and he turned to find Bing's group standing there. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but wonder why they were present. Bing approached Lan Xuanyu and assured him he wasn't there for revenge. In response, Lan Xuanyu calmly stated that revenge was unnecessary, as he had also qualified for the second round. He then asked Bing what he wanted to discuss. Despite his innocent appearance, Bing harbored a deep grudge against Lan Xuanyu. Bing let out a sigh and proposed that they join forces. He admitted that he and his classmates held a grudge against Lan Xuanyu for their previous loss, and wanted to collaborate to make up for their shortcomings. Lan Xuanyu, with a friendly smile, acknowledged that he understood Bing's intentions and suspected that Bing was acting on behalf of another team from his academy. However, Bing clarified that there was another reason. He wanted to enter Shrek Academy alongside his sister. Lan Xuanyu, considering Bing's words, asked if he could trust him. Bing assured him that his words were as reliable as his actions. With a handshake, they sealed their cooperation, and Lan Xuanyu suggested they begin working together at the Spirit Boost Terrace. Together, they all entered the Spirit Boost Terrace. Inside their respective simulation cabins, they received a briefing on the rules. They were informed that they would be equipped with an emergency disengagement alarm. If they could not handle the situation, they should exit the battlefield immediately, as the Spirit Pagoda would not accept responsibility for any accidents. The simulation cabin was sealed, and Lan Xuanyu entered the virtual scene. Soon after, they were all transported into the next simulation. Inside, Bing reminded them they had been here before, and cautioned that programs did not control the soul beasts, so they needed caution. Bing explained that when a soul beast was defeated, the energy it emitted would benefit everyone in the vicinity, enhancing their soul rings and bones. Upon hearing Bing's explanation, Lan Xuanyu was pleased and inquired who would take command, him or Bing. Bing, however, deferred to Lan Xuanyu, suggesting that Lan Xuanyu should lead the team. Lan Xuanyu took the lead in outlining their plan. He assigned Feng to be the scout, while the rest of the team adjusted their positions accordingly. Feng reported that there were no signs of soul beasts within a 300-meter radius and provided information about the tree density in the area. Lan Xuanyu turned to Bing, seeking his input on their next move. Bing proposed that they should enter the area, but Lan Xuanyu decided that they would hover around the periphery for the time being. Hearing Lan Xuanyu's decision, Yu couldn't control his frustration and erupted in anger, accusing Lan Xuanyu of intentionally orchestrating the situation. Lan Xuanyu, however, looked back at him with an innocent expression, explaining that he merely wanted to test if he was truly in command. This further infuriated Yu, who described Lan Xuanyu's behavior as childish. Lei couldn't stay silent and intervened, telling Yu to shut his mouth. Yu responded by challenging Lei, which escalated the tension. Bing stepped in and diffused the situation, reminding everyone to follow Lan Xuanyu's lead. Lan Xuanyu then proceeded to outline their formation. He positioned himself and Lei in the middle, with Feng taking the front scouting position, Bing at the rear, the sword wielder at the front, and the one with the Sun Marshal's soul following closely behind. Bing, observing Lan Xuanyu's contemplation, wondered if Lan Xuanyu could help his sister advance to the next round, and wanted to witness it firsthand. As they settled into their formation, Feng suddenly shouted that 6 fiery porcupines, 3 centennials, and 10 other 10-year beasts were approaching, and they needed to prepare for battle. Still harboring resentment over Lei's earlier comment, Yu braced himself for the confrontation. The approaching beasts drew near, and Yu positioned himself at the front, brandishing his sword in readiness. The charging pigs were met with Yu's formidable third soul skill, Mo Force, and Lin's creation of a massive fireball. The two unleashed powerful attacks, resulting in explosive impacts that struck the oncoming beasts. The fiery porcupines attempted to retaliate by launching their thorns at Bing, but he countered with an electrical spell, shocking the porcupine and preventing its attack. At the same time, Lan Xuanyu joined the offensive, using his spells to target the approaching beasts. In a sudden turn of events, all the beasts were left incapacitated on the ground, and the group members absorbed the energy released by their defeat. While receiving the soul power, Lan Xuanyu detected a subtle change within his body. He glanced to his side and noticed Yu standing there, still wearing a scowl. Bing intervened, urging Yu to keep moving forward. Despite this, Yu continued to mutter, expressing his frustration with Lan Xuanyu's group. Lei overheard Yu's comments and fired back, confronting Yu about his arrogant attitude. Lan Xuanyu, adopting a serious expression, spoke up and made it clear that if such conflicts persist in the upcoming battles, he would prefer to terminate their cooperation immediately. Bing, puzzled by Lan Xuanyu's statement, sought clarification. Lan Xuanyu explained that they had followed his command, but it seemed they didn't require his directives to handle the situation. Bing pointed out that the beasts they had faced weren't particularly formidable, so they managed to deal with them without Lan Xuanyu's specific commands. Still brimming with frustration, Yu shouted that Lan Xuanyu was being unreasonable in his assessment. Lan Xuanyu began by posing a series of questions. First, he pointed out that they hadn't sought his permission before taking action, and second, they hadn't followed his instructions, leading to unnecessary energy expenditure. He then asked Yu about the remaining power in his reserves, to which Yu replied that he still had 70% left. Lan Xuanyu, taking this information into account, calculated that their combined power was now at 90%. He emphasized their difficult situation and concluded that they had no choice but to leave the current area and wait for Yu to recover before proceeding further. Lan Xuanyu clarified that Yu's impulsive actions had wasted their team's time. Feng, silently acknowledging Lan Xuanyu's wisdom and correctness, agreed with his assessment. After a moment of contemplation, Bing finally apologized to Lan Xuanyu and pledged to be completely at his disposal moving forward. Lan Xuanyu made a clear declaration that, subsequently, they would all follow his commands. He emphasized the importance of maintaining their formation, with Feng continuing to serve as the scout. Their immediate goal was to move outward and locate a suitable place for Yu to recover his soul power. Bing, absorbing Lan Xuanyu's instructions, couldn't help but recognize that Lan Xuanyu was more composed than the rest. He also couldn't ignore the fact that, in terms of overall strength, his team was the weakest among them. Lan Xuanyu contemplated whether displaying their abilities in front of Bing's group was necessary. However, he quickly realized they required strong allies as much as they needed their strategic acumen. Bing, noticing Lan Xuanyu's hesitation, inquired if they were departing. Lan Xuanyu responded by mentioning a simple experiment he wished to conduct, and then revealed that he was a soul support master. Lan Xuanyu approached Yu and proposed to empower both Yu and Lin. However, Yu expressed his desire to witness Lan Xuanyu's empowerment process firsthand before agreeing. Lan Xuanyu decided to demonstrate and firmly grasped Yu, initiating the empowerment process. As the energy surged through him, Yu began to feel a significant improvement in his condition. He was filled with a sense of strength and well-being, realizing that his combat abilities had increased by at least 50%. This revelation left Yu in shock and amazement, prompting him to inquire about the method Lan Xuanyu had used, and even request that Lan Xuanyu return the newfound power to him. Lin was impressed by Lan Xuanyu's abilities and suggested to Bing that he should try the empowerment process. Bing found it hard to believe that Lan Xuanyu was not only a soul master, but also exceptionally strong. Encouraged by Lin's endorsement, Bing expressed his willingness to give it a try. Lan Xuanyu agreed, and they shook hands before he proceeded to empower Bing. Using his rope, Lan Xuanyu initiated the empowerment process for Bing. As Bing experienced the empowerment, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, leaving him invigorated. Lin couldn't help but wonder if Lan Xuanyu was truly just a second-ring soul master, considering the incredible effect he had on Bing's power. Bing too marveled at Lan Xuanyu's strength, having witnessed him enhance Bing's power to nearly half of Yu's level. They all recognized that Lan Xuanyu was a valuable asset. With their soul power replenished, Lan Xuanyu led the group forward. During their journey, Lan Xuanyu noticed that the energy from the empowerment had seemingly been absorbed by his blood, resulting in a stronger aura. Lan Xuanyu surmised that his blood somehow influenced or enhanced his soul rings. During the subsequent combats in the simulation, Yu and Lin couldn't help but notice that battles were becoming noticeably easier with Lan Xuanyu's empowerment and strategic guidance, coupled with Feng's exceptional scouting skills. The six-member team was operating with remarkable efficiency. However, their progress was interrupted when a swinging tree root suddenly attacked Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu swiftly evaded the assault and alerted the team to be cautious of the Millennium Wood Spirit. Lan Xuanyu then outlined their roles. Lin would serve as the playmaker, Yu would protect him, Lei would act as the gatekeeper against summoning, and Bing would remain on standby. With the formation in place, they confronted the enraged, bloodthirsty tree spirit that had detached itself from the ground. As the tree spirit advanced towards them, Lan Xuanyu assessed the situation and declared that a wood spirit under 3,000 years old was relatively easy to handle and couldn't leave the soil. Lan Xuanyu issued orders. Lin was tasked with launching a fireball attack, with Yu assigned to protect Lin. Lin gathered energy for a formidable fireball, pouring all his strength into it, then split the large fireball into smaller parts, launching them rapidly toward the tree. The air was soon ablaze with fiery projectiles as they struck the tree. However, Lei urgently warned the team to be cautious as the tree spirit retaliated by deflecting some fireballs. As Yu charged forward, determined to neutralize the incoming fireballs, he skillfully deflected them mid-air. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be impressed by their improved coordination and teamwork. He recognized that they were functioning seamlessly as a unit, and that Bing, as captain, was proving to be an excellent leader. As Qian emerged from the portal and found herself in the forest, Lan Xuanyu wasted no time asking her to use her ice spear to attack the spirit wood tree. Although Qian was initially taken aback by the sight of the enraged tree spirit, she agreed to give it a try. Qian skillfully aimed her ice spear at the tree, launching multiple shots. When the ice spear finally struck the tree and made contact, it triggered a series of reactions. With the wood spirit temporarily frozen by the explosion triggered by Qian's ice spear, Lin seized the opportunity and launched a relentless attack with all his strength. The tree was bombarded from all sides, taking a series of powerful blows. As they fought in the Spirit Boost Terrace, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but think about how things always seemed to go well when Qian was around, making him appreciate her presence even more. Seeing Qian's playful antics and hearing her remark about Lan Xuanyu owing them to her, Bing couldn't help but notice that she was the same girl he had encountered earlier. He was puzzled about how she ended up here, thinking she was from another team at the Tianluo Academy. When Bing inquired about it, Lan Xuanyu explained that the situation was due to complex space rules, and Qian was a friend from the Tiandu planet. Lan Xuanyu emphasized that she was an important asset to their team. After defeating the wood spirit, Lan Xuanyu decides to halt their advance into the forest, and instead suggests that the team explore the area laterally to hunt for more soul beasts. Their coordination and teamwork are proving effective as they continue to take down more beasts. Lei, however, expresses his boredom, lamenting that this simulated world lacks the excitement of grilling meat like in the real world. Yu and Lei engage in playful banter, teasing Lei about his weight, and Lei firing back with a comment about Yu's appetite. Their exchange of remarks continues until Bing steps in, suggesting that it's been a long day and they should end the teasing. Lin joins the conversation and asks Lei why he rejected Shrek's special recruitment offer. Yu and Lei had been teasing each other, suggesting Lei was scared when he declined the offer. Lei then boasts about his ability to summon another human being to the Spirit Boost Terrace, prompting Lin's question about his decision regarding Shrek's offer. Feeling that something was amiss in the eerie silence of the night, Yu and Lin remained vigilant and awake. Yu mentioned his unease to Lin, believing the unusual calmness indicated a potential threat. Lin agreed and was about to wake the others when suddenly, with a swift whoosh, something approached Yu. Yu reacted swiftly, leaping into the air to evade the incoming branches. As he dodged, Lan Xuanyu awoke, instantly recognizing the threat and alerting the others. Bing also roused from his slumber, noticing that multiple branches besieged Yu. Lan Xuanyu swiftly analyzed the situation, realizing these branches were not ordinary. A wood spirit controlled them. Moreover, he spotted massive trees advancing toward them from various directions, all under the control of the same evil entity. Lan Xuanyu, assessing the difficult situation, began to formulate a plan. Given their circumstances, he understood that taking the initiative would be risky, but it seemed the best course of action. Bing and Lei listened intently, awaiting Lan Xuanyu's strategy to counter the evil wood spirit's attack. Bing's group considered Lan Xuanyu's plan, which sounded incredibly risky. However, Lan Xuanyu explained that by eliminating the wood spirit, they could disrupt its control over the other trees, making it lose focus and energy. This would protect them and provide a significant power boost to their soul rings. After hearing Lan Xuanyu's reasoning, they agreed to proceed. Lan Xuanyu ordered Bing to lead the way, with Yu and Lin accompanying him. Lei summoned his soul beast to join the fight, while Feng remained on standby. Lan Xuanyu prepared himself, and when he was ready, Bing charged forward with all his strength, effortlessly cutting through the trees with his immense power. Lin followed closely behind, using fireballs to clear a path and make it easier for the others to follow. Yu used his mighty sword to clear away any obstacles in their path. Lei and Lan Xuanyu rode on the summoned red armor dragon, staying close behind the others to provide support. The team of 6 continued cutting their way through the dense forest. Yu and Lin eventually asked what they should do next, as it seemed that more and more enemies were appearing. Lan Xuanyu commanded to press on, reassuring the team that the spirit's power was finite. He explained that the tree they sought would reveal itself when it started losing control over them. Lan Xuanyu also cautioned Bing to stay vigilant, as the branches might launch sneak attacks. Suddenly, Bing was struck by a powerful sensation, causing him to gather his energy. He sensed the strength of the attack and wondered if the trees were creating an opening. Then, in a moment of clarity, the team spotted the tree glowing and connecting with smaller trees. Observing the situation, Lan Xuanyu thought the tree was massive. To everyone's amazement, the tree uprooted itself and began to move. Feng pointed out that the tree had developed a face, and Lei found it horrifying. Confused and concerned, they turned to Lan Xuanyu for guidance as the tree steadily approached them. Its immense size caused its footsteps to resonate throughout the entire forest. Bing marveled at the sight, confirming that it was indeed a colossal 10,000-year wood spirit. The colossal tree fixed its gaze upon them, its eyes emitting a powerful and menacing glow. Lan Xuanyu recognized that it was withdrawing the control it had exerted over the tree, prompting him to urge immediate action. He placed his hand behind Bing's back, imbuing him with strength, while Lei summoned an emerald green force. Empowered, Bing charged toward the tree, and Lin hurled a fiery sunball in its direction. Meanwhile, Yu noticed a green flash and saw the entity summoned by Lei rushing towards the towering tree. The wood spirit swiftly absorbed life energy from the nearby trees, amassing numerous branches to launch an attack against Bing. Lei summoned Qian, and upon witnessing the appearance of the 10,000-year soul beast, she was taken aback. Bing unleashed a devastating electric thunder attack on the tree, hitting it with incredible force. Meanwhile, Lei's emerald green dragon also launched an assault on the spirit tree, inflicting damage to its eye. Lin hurled his super burning sun fireball at the tree, striking it and causing significant damage. In response, Lan Xuanyu commanded Qian to attack. Qian initiated a martial soul fusion, creating an icy wave that enveloped her. Observing Qian's mysterious skill, Bing couldn't quite discern its nature. However, Qian focused her deep blue gaze on the tree, directing her potent aura toward it. This action resulted in freezing the tree entirely in its tracks. The effort drained Qian of her energy, causing her to collapse into Lan Xuanyu's arms. Lan Xuanyu urgently urged the team to attack, and Bing unleashed his most powerful attack in response. Feng swiftly followed, hurling his white dragon spear attached to a crescent blade at the immobilized tree. Their combined attacks relentlessly battered the tree, breaking through its trunk's defenses. A sudden green flash entered the wood spirit's body at that moment. Lei inquired of Lan Xuanyu whether they had succeeded in killing the tree. In response, the wood spirit emitted a piercing screech, causing all its branches to stiffen. Lan Xuanyu urgently shouted for everyone to be vigilant. Then, in an unexpected turn of events, the wood spirit's body exploded, sending countless fragments in every direction. Each fragment bore a portion of the 10,000-year soul beast's ultimate power. In response to the explosion, Yu and Lin swiftly exited the battlefield. Lan Xuanyu acted quickly, shielding Lei and Qian, who were already with him, from the incoming branches. However, a branch struck Lan Xuanyu from behind, piercing his chest. Despite the danger, Lan Xuanyu managed to carry them to the safety of a cliff above. Lei and Qian saw the branch pierce through Lan Xuanyu's chest. Lei asked if Lan Xuanyu was okay, and if the 50% pain sensation was real. Lan Xuanyu was coughing blood, but then he said he was feeling great, with a smile on his face. He mentioned that they had reached the end, and were gaining a lot of energy. Bing, Feng, and all the others were also getting energized. Qian told Lan Xuanyu that he hurt himself badly to obtain the spirit energy. Lan Xuanyu replied that it had been worthwhile. The emerald green devil bird returned Lei's second, appearing to have fully recovered. Qian resumed focusing on the summoning fate, and Lan Xuanyu realized that something had happened to his body when he was ready to leave. Something flickered in Lan Xuanyu's chest, and he began to feel a healing sensation. He saw a little monkey summoning this healing power. However, Lan Xuanyu's consciousness faded, and his eyes closed. He woke up in the simulation pod. Bing was also awake and informed Yu and Lin that they had left too early and the spirit wood had died. Hearing this news, Yu and Lin were shocked that Bing had obtained the energy. A Spirit Pagoda staff member came and expressed appreciation to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu then noticed Lei was also out, and asked him why he had left. Lei explained that since Lan Xuanyu was no longer there, he had no reason to stay, and Bing had mentioned he wanted to have a conversation with him. Bing told Lan Xuanyu that he believed their cooperation had gone quite well, and expressed his desire to continue working together. They both shook hands in their agreement. A staff member interrupted them, informing them that she had obtained 6 tickets for them, allowing them to access the Spirit Boost Terrace through any Spirit Pagoda in 6 months. Lan Xuanyu asked why she was giving them these tickets, and she explained that it was because, according to the rules, they were not supposed to encounter a 10,000-year soul beast. So it was a form of compensation. She also mentioned that since the beast had been killed, she would report it, and perhaps, someday they might receive an invitation from the Spirit Pagoda, even offering them a chance to join their college. Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu thanked her. Outside, Lei asked Lan Xuanyu about Feng and his soul sickle, noting that they were both purple now, and inquired about Lan Xuanyu's situation. Lan Xuanyu replied that he was still golden, speculating that it might be due to his twin martial soul. In their resting place, Lan Xuanyu expressed that he had expected all this to happen, but he needed to figure something out. Then, Lan Xuanyu summoned the same monkey. Both Feng and Lei were shocked at this sight. Upon seeing Lan Xuanyu, the monkey hugged him, and Lan Xuanyu felt a sense of familiarity with it. Lan Xuanyu soon realized that it was the golden magic ape they had encountered during an earlier test. Lan Xuanyu didn't understand why Goma followed him, but he decided to keep the monkey since it was a living being. Lan Xuanyu gave the monkey the name Goma. Lan Xuanyu's team and their instructor Mr. Mu were the only ones leaving Tianluo Academy for Shrek. After 20 days of intense training, exhaustion overcame the boys as they boarded the ship. Professor G wore headphones, lost in his thoughts, thinking about where they were headed and hoping for the best. G envisioned a girl in his mind and couldn't help but think about her. Meanwhile, Lan Xuanyu couldn't believe he had fallen asleep. Seeing Lei and Feng asleep, he thought it was a good time to meditate and prepare for the upcoming test. Lan Xuanyu began his meditation, realizing the importance of being ready. While deep in meditation, Lei woke him up and urged him to look outside. When Lan Xuanyu gazed out the window, he saw his home planet. It was where he had been born and raised, and being closer to it filled him with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Lan Xuanyu's mother was concerned, thinking about Lan Xuanyu returning to his home planet and how he would fare traveling so far away. Lan Xuanyu's father reassured her, saying their son would be all right and do just fine. The father mentioned that Lan Xuanyu had hatched from an egg, which meant that at least one of his biological parents should have been a soul beast with a cultivation level of at least 10,000 years, capable of assuming a human form. Upon hearing this, Lan Xuanyu's mother, admitted that she couldn't recall any gold-and-silver patterned soul beast. Lan Xuanyu's father added that he hadn't yet figured out why a soul master with a seemingly weak martial soul would marry such a powerful soul beast. He then advised his mother to stop worrying about such matters, assuring her that the most important thing was that Lan Xuanyu would always be their son, and they needed to believe in him. As the ship reached Lan Xuanyu's home planet and its hatch opened, Lan Xuanyu felt an incredible surge of positive energy and vibes from his home planet. It was as if Lan Xuanyu's body was savoring a lavish feast. Professor Ji was puzzled, because Ming City wasn't known for having the densest life energy, yet Lan Xuanyu seemed to be absorbing this energy with remarkable ease. Professor Ji watched in amazement as Lan Xuanyu absorbed the energy, realizing that Lan Xuanyu was becoming a rare human soul master, a development he hadn't expected. Professor Ji had concerns about Lan Xuanyu's low soul power rank, given that he was a human soul master. When an announcement welcomed everyone to Ming City, Lan Xuanyu disembarked from the ship and expressed how good he felt about being there. Professor Ji inquired about Lan Xuanyu's feelings, and Lan Xuanyu explained that the life energy in the city was incredibly dense. It seemed to envelop him, warming his entire body. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a massive tree radiated energy in all directions. This tree controlled the city's atmosphere and generated energy waves that enveloped and sustained Ming City. City elders investigated the Tree of Eternity and were puzzled by its unusual behavior. They mentioned that nothing like this had ever occurred in recorded history, and there were no records of the tree acting in such a manner. A man known as Mr. Tree appeared to communicate with the tree and explained that he had spoken with the tree's consciousness. He conveyed that the tree had communicated with the life forces within it, which had expressed pure joy. Mr. Tree added that some positive changes had occurred within the tree. He instructed them to contact the federal headquarters and request that Mount Osint send them the most recent satellite images, particularly focusing on energy patterns. The candidates from Tianlua planet boarded a passenger plane bound for Shrek City instead of staying in Timing City. Bing was among them, and Lan Xuanyu asked Bing how many candidates from his academy had made it into Shrek. Bing replied that none of them had succeeded, and he added that no one from Tianlua planet had made it last year either. Only one student had made it 3 years ago, and he had been the sole successful candidate in the past few years. Bing emphasized that it would be uncertain how many of them could gain admission unless they received special recruitment. Lan Xuanyu asked Bing if he even had confidence in their chances. Bing replied, "Maybe a little," while looking at a girl beside him. Lan Xuanyu expressed that they should give their best effort, and there was a chance they could succeed. Upon hearing Lan Xuanyu's confidence, the girl inquired about why he was so sure. Lan Xuanyu responded by saying that they were less likely to achieve success if they didn't dare to imagine success. Lan Xuanyu added that they should hope to be tested individually or as a team. Bing agreed with this idea and mentioned that he was also considering it. He suggested that if all 7 of them performed well, they might all have a chance to make it into Shrek. Bing then told Lan Xuanyu he could take his place in the lottery drawing. Upon hearing about the lottery drawing, Lan Xuanyu was surprised. Bing explained that every newly enrolled student could participate in the lottery. Lan Xuanyu realized that there were only 30 spots available, and all 7 of them were eager to get in, so they had to hope for the best. Most candidates had adapted to the dense life energy, but Lan Xuanyu was the only one who could feel distinctly enveloped by this abundant life force. He believed that the life energy in the atmosphere bestowed upon him a gold-and-silver swirl. Lan Xuanyu thought cultivating on this planet would be significantly faster for him. An announcement was made, signaling that they had arrived. Professor Ji felt anxious as he gazed outside toward Shrek City. He thought he was back, finally returning after all this time. Observing the view, the students exclaimed that Shrek City was wonderful. Lei, in particular, pointed excitedly at the famous Tree of Eternity. Observing this, Lan Xuanyu felt a surge of powerful energy abundantly entering his being. Lei, noticing Lan Xuanyu's astonishment, asked if he was all right. Lan Xuanyu pondered that the swirl was no longer absorbing his soul power and believed it was the life energy he drew from the air. He thought that everything would be different for him as long as he stayed there. They received a warm welcome upon arriving at Shrek City. The announcement stated that Shrek City was the cultural hub of the Federation and home to the prestigious Shrek College, the #1 college in the Federation. The students were guided by Ling, a counselor from Shrek College, who escorted them to a bus. While on the bus, Lei gazed outside and spotted the signboard of the Tom sect. He became extremely excited as it was renowned as the most powerful sect in the world. Lan Xuanyu looked at the sign and mentioned that it was the Tang sect, founded by their ancestor Tang San. As they passed the Tang sect's domain, the bus approached a group of gray buildings. Professor Ji tensed up as if he had realized something important. Lin announced that they would reach their destination soon, Shrek College. Lei and Lan Xuanyu couldn't contain their excitement. Upon arriving at the Shrek Hotel, Ling informed them that the next day, they would undergo a physical checkup, the first part of the second round test, and suggested they get some rest. In their room, Professor Ji asked Lan Xuanyu if he had noticed any changes in his body since they first arrived on the planet. Lan Xuanyu confirmed that he had felt quite different compared to usual. Lan Xuanyu added that he felt like his body was constantly absorbing life energy, and it seemed like he was cultivating faster than usual. Professor Ji said it was fantastic, and explained that this was precisely why he had urged Lan Xuanyu to come to this place as soon as possible. Professor Ji instructed Lan Xuanyu to meditate immediately to adapt to the new environment quickly, and try to activate his affinity before the checkup. Lan Xuanyu agreed and sat on the bed in a meditative posture. As he began meditating, various high-level energies started flowing into him and enveloping him. Meanwhile, Professor Ji gazed outside, contemplating his return to this place. However, he felt a powerful energy surge in the room. When he turned his attention back to Lan Xuanyu, he found Lan Xuanyu fully immersed in the energy, radiating it throughout the entire room and drawing it in from all directions. Witnessing this, Professor Ji was both amazed. It dawned on him that Lan Xuanyu was directing and leading the energy in the room, and his affinity with life energy was exceptionally high. As the life energy continued to pour into Lan Xuanyu's body, the golden-silver swirl gradually filled up. The energy merged with Lan Xuanyu's soul power, and his blood began to repay him by nourishing his entire body. Lan Xuanyu's body had previously felt like a water-starved riverbed, constantly dry. But now, it was as if heavy rain had started pouring down, revitalizing the river and nurturing the Lan Xuanyud. Seeing this, Professor Ji became increasingly concerned as the energy in the room grew stronger and more intense. Observing the unusual occurrence happening to Lan Xuanyu, Professor Ji quickly activated a shield. He realized that something different and extraordinary was happening to Lan Xuanyu, and he needed to keep it a secret, especially with the upcoming test. Golden and silver shimmering patterns started spreading across Lan Xuanyu's body, and the auras of two different bloodlines burst out alternately, creating a mesmerizing energy display. Professor Ji felt helpless as he didn't know how to assist Lan Xuanyu. Suddenly, something within Lan Xuanyu's body seemed to snap. The power of the bursting blood was immediately drawn back into his body, and the conflicting energies began clashing violently within him. Unexpectedly, Lan Xuanyu's body expelled a surge of blood. Witnessing this, Professor Ji grew deeply concerned, fearing that Lan Xuanyu's meridians and organs might be breaking down. He shouted in desperation, unsure of what actions to take. Lan Xuanyu began to groan, surrounded by a swirling burst of energy. A powerful roar emanated from the energy ball formed around Lan Xuanyu. Hearing this, Professor Ji shuddered in fear. The energy was so immense that it created an energy black hole and expanded rapidly, causing a violent rupture. It was so intense that it blinded Professor Ji. Professor Ji shielded his eyes from the overwhelming energy. Suddenly, Lan Xuanyu's body underwent a remarkable transformation, shining brilliantly. Witnessing this, Professor Ji was both amazed and shocked. He felt relief as Lan Xuanyu appeared to return to normal. Realizing what had transpired, Professor Ji understood that Lan Xuanyu's meridians, organs, and bones had all miraculously recovered, and he had undergone a profound blood mutation. Lan Xuanyu's hands began to emit energy, and his nails started growing suddenly. As Lan Xuanyu's nails grew, scales began to sprout on his arms. His arms underwent a remarkable transformation, turning into dragon-scaled arms adorned with shimmering golden scales. Professor Ji watched this transformation with fear, unsure whether it was a positive or negative development. Professor Ji decided to retract the shield around Lan Xuanyu. The life energy pouring in was now much denser than before, and Lan Xuanyu was radiating with a vibrant green glow, indicating his immense power. This energy actively nurtured Lan Xuanyu's body, likely contributing to his ongoing blood mutation. Professor Ji contemplated that he shouldn't have set up the shield, but dealing with Lan Xuanyu was always a unique and challenging experience. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes, revealing that even his eyes emitted colorful and beautiful energy. Witnessing this, Professor Ji was now certain that Lan Xuanyu had undergone a significant transformation. Lan Xuanyu, upon opening his eyes, called out to Ji. Professor Ji inquired how Lan Xuanyu felt and whether what had just occurred was a blood mutation. Lan Xuanyu acknowledged that he believed it was a blood mutation. Professor Ji proceeded to explain to Lan Xuanyu what had taken place. As he listened, Lan Xuanyu expressed his belief that it was a positive change, as he could distinctly sense the elevation in his abilities. Professor Ji then remarked that Lan Xuanyu appeared to be slightly taller now. Lan Xuanyu suggested that they should go and grab some food since he was feeling quite hungry. The following day, Ling escorted them to the physical examination center. She reassured them not to worry, explaining that the results would not be factored into their grades and would not affect their overall performance. Upon hearing this, Lei felt relieved and exclaimed that it was great news, especially since their soul power had been the weakest. Ling called all the students to follow her while the teachers were asked to remain behind. Professor Ji placed his hand on Lan Xuanyu's shoulder and reminded him always to remember that Shrek would never reject him because he was different. They would only reject him if he remained mediocre. At Shrek College's physical examination center, Ling informed Lan Xuanyu that he would first undergo a blood test. Ling entered the room and warmly greeted a doctor, introducing her as Zhang, and explaining that she would conduct their tests. While administering the injection, Zhang noted that Lan Xuanyu's right arm had tight skin and requested him to present his left arm instead. She then used a syringe to draw blood from Lan Xuanyu's left arm, and Lan Xuanyu felt relief as the needle went in smoothly. After the blood sample was taken, Zhang informed Lan Xuanyu that he could leave. As Lan Xuanyu walked away, Zhang spun his blood sample slightly, causing it to form a miniature tornado inside the vial, which surprised her. She couldn't help but wonder if there was something abnormal in the blood, but Lan Xuanyu seemed too young, and his blood couldn't have fully developed. Next, they proceeded with basic body measurements, such as height and weight. Ling chuckled a bit, and they couldn't help but think that the Shrek College checkup wasn't special. Ling guided Lan Xuanyu into a chamber and explained that they would test his soul power, mentality, and other qualities. Lan Xuanyu entered the chamber, and an announcement instructed him to grasp the handles with his hands. He followed the instructions and infused his soul power as instructed. Moments later, the announcement declared that the test was complete. On the display, Lan Xuanyu's name, age, and basic soul power rank were shown, which had now risen to 23. Lan Xuanyu was stunned to see that his rank had reached 23. Lan Xuanyu contemplated whether his newfound soul power rank resulted from the life energy and blood mutation he had experienced. Then, another announcement revealed that he had won a martial soul 30% bonus, and his actual combat soul power rank was 29. Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu was shocked that his rank had reached 29. He couldn't help but be impressed by the efficiency of Shrek's data collection. Lan Xuanyu then proceeded to take the mentality test, which began. Lan Xuanyu felt uneasy being restrained in this manner. Suddenly, everything was illuminated in red, and the machine sounded alert, indicating an equipment malfunction. An announcement urged the test subjects to break free as soon as possible for their safety. Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu attempted to free himself but could not move or release his martial soul. He was completely stuck. Lan Xuanyu began to panic, but suddenly the machine released him, and an announcement declared that the test was complete. The test results showed Lan Xuanyu had achieved a mentality score of 571 and an explosive mentality score of 612, along with a strength of 706 kilograms in the struggle test. Lan Xuanyu asked if the previous alarm had been false, but soon realized it was part of the test. In the balance test, Lan Xuanyu found himself in an anti-gravity space, feeling quite unstable. Lan Xuanyu began to levitate in the anti-gravity environment, experiencing a dizzy and spinning sensation in his head. However, it felt strangely familiar, reminding him of Yin. Despite this, Lan Xuanyu remained unfazed by the test, which impressed the test proctor. Moving on to the strength test, Lan Xuanyu found himself inside a chamber. The machine instructed him to strike it with his full strength twice. For the first strike, Lan Xuanyu relied solely on his physical strength and unleashed a powerful punch that struck the target with immense force, resulting in a rising cloud of smoke. It was time for the second attack, where Lan Xuanyu would have to utilize all his abilities stacked up for a combined assault. Lan Xuanyu concentrated his power, causing his hands to transform into dragon-scaled golden appendages. With these enhanced hands, he unleashed a full-power punch, striking the chamber wall with tremendous force. As he made contact, Lan Xuanyu felt a spark inside his heart. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu realized the incredible synergy of the insight skill fusion and how the blood mutation had provided him with a comprehensive boost. Jin, the test proctor, announced a 30-minute break for the students before proceeding with the general fitness test, during which their soul power would be sealed. Upon hearing this, Lei couldn't help but feel a sense of impending doom. Meanwhile, in Shrek City, the leaders analyzed satellite images and discovered that the surge in Triton Lake had boosted life energy by 20%. The Shrek City leaders reported that Mr. Tree had reasoned it was a positive sign. The Tree of Eternity appeared to have undergone a benign mutation, suggesting evolution. Hearing this, Ying, gazing out of the window, expressed approval and emphasized the need to focus more on the entrance exam to make exceptions for the most promising candidates. She added that recruiting only 30 students a year was insufficient. Chen Yu appeared, and Ying inquired about the reason for her visit. Chen Yu explained that she had discovered a unique sample during the new students' blood tests and requested Ying to examine it, as it had already caused damage to 2 testing machines. In the lab, Chen Yu explained to Ying that the data was perplexing, and she could not interpret it. Ying then picked up the test sample tube, read Lan Xuanyu's name, and asked Chen Yu if Lan Xuanyu was from Tianlu planet and had ranked first in the first 2 rounds. Chen Yu added that Lan Xuanyu was only 11 years old, and his soul rank was 23. Ying extracted a drop of blood from the tube and applied magic to it. To her surprise, the blood reacted with shock, leaving Ying stunned. She explained that this was blood suppression, which left Chen Yu equally astonished, wondering how it could be possible. Ying then created a protective shield around them and experimented with the blood sample. Each time she used different spells, the blood exhibited incredible reactions, producing bursts of intense energy. Witnessing these remarkable occurrences, Ying was truly amazed and speculated that it might be related to a dragon's chant. Eventually, the dean withdrew the shield, allowing 2 clouds of mist to disperse into the air. Ying asked who was responsible for Lan Xuanyu's team, and Chen Yu informed her that it was Yi Yu. Ying instructed Chen Yu to inform Yi Yu to focus on Lan Xuanyu and keep her updated on his performance. As Ying left, she couldn't help but think it was unbelievable that this was truly an immortal-level blood sample. She smiled to herself, realizing that there was finally something interesting happening. In the endurance test, which involved a 1-hour weight-bearing spirit climbing challenge, Lan Xuanyu practically carried his teammates through it. Observing this, Ling took note. 2 tiny mists flew back into Lan Xuanyu's body, and he instantly reverted to his normal state. In the subsequent reaction test, Lan Xuanyu endured for 10 minutes. With the physical checkup completed, Lan Xuanyu asked if they could see their results. Ling replied that she couldn't disclose the results at the moment but assured them that they would find it extremely challenging to replicate their performance in the endurance test during the later team assessment. Ling went on to explain that in Shrek's previous entrance exams, it had been scarce for all 3 members of a team to be admitted together. Hearing this, the realization of their extraordinary success left all 3 of them somewhat shaken. Feng gazed at Lan Xuanyu, but Lan Xuanyu quickly reassured him there was no need to say anything. He then placed his arms around Lei and Feng, expressing their commitment to the challenge. Lan Xuanyu affirmed that as long as they remained together, they would give their utmost effort to gain admission. He emphasized that they needed to create their miracles and that there was no option to turn back. As Lan Xuanyu stepped outside, he encountered Qian, who inquired about his physical checkup. Lan Xuanyu replied that it had gone fine and asked about her experience. Suddenly, someone from behind Qian called her name and asked if Lan Xuanyu was her boyfriend. The person approached, revealing herself as a beautiful girl named Qin. Qin confidently stated that everyone in the school was aware of Lan Xuanyu and Qian's relationship, so they did not need to be bashful. Qin asked if Lan Xuanyu's name was indeed Lan Xuanyu, and playfully mentioned that stealing her precious princess wouldn't be easy. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qian asked Qin to refrain from such comments. Qin then approached Lan Xuanyu and introduced herself as Mengqin. She explained that she was Qian's best friend and expressed her intention to join them and offer her assistance. Lan Xuanyu shook her hand, conveying that it was a pleasure to meet her. Lei joined them and extended his hand, introducing himself as Lan Xuanyu's friend. Initially, Qin didn't seem too pleased upon seeing Lei, but then she chuckled, remarking that Lei was a bit timid and chubby. Qian playfully added that Lei's mental strength was no weaker than hers, and that she was quite strong, even stronger than others. Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu was taken aback, thinking she might also possess 4 spirit rings, indicating their group must be formidable. Lan Xuanyu inquired about the 3rd member of their team, to which Qian responded that they were the only members. They believed that anyone not strong enough would be a burden, so they had chosen to remain a duo. This revelation left Lan Xuanyu a bit surprised. Qin questioned why being a team of 2 was a problem, emphasizing that they still managed to come out on top. Lei, however, asked Qin if having only 2 members wouldn't be a disadvantage. Qian explained that at Tiandu Academy, they were known as the Immortals of Ice and Snow, with Qian representing ice and Qin symbolizing snow. She then turned to Lei and told him that he could address her as Immortal, assuring him that she would protect him. Lei was immediately smitten with her, while Feng found the situation quite embarrassing. Lan Xuanyu playfully called Qian an immortal before they departed. On their way back, Lei couldn't help but gush about Qin's beauty and charm. Lan Xuanyu advised Lei to focus on passing the 2nd round test before thinking about such matters. Now, Lan Xuanyu stood in front of the Tree of Eternity again, with the dense life energy filling the air. He longed to be near that magnificent tree. Feng spotted the examiner there and welcomed them to the college. The examiner introduced himself as Xiao Qi, a teacher from the Outer Institute. He explained that it was their first day of the 2nd round test and warned them that it would likely be the most challenging. He added that half of the candidates would be eliminated on this day, leaving them all quite shocked. They engaged in conversations about the prospect of half of them being eliminated. Qi clarified that the day's challenge would involve arena matches, where candidates randomly select their opponents through a lottery system. Winners would advance to the next round, while losers would be eliminated. This meant that luck was just as crucial as strength. Lan Xuanyu, upon hearing this, realized that they couldn't rely on others and would have to face this challenge alone. Qi went on to explain that the matches wouldn't occur in a virtual world. There was a possibility of getting hurt, or even killed. Lan Xuanyu was surprised by this revelation. Qi offered candidates the option to quit if they wished to do so. However, no one chose to quit, considering how far they had come. The drawing of lots then commenced. Lan Xuanyu, upon drawing his card, was relieved that they wouldn't have to face Qian or Bing's group. Qi announced that the test would occur in 10 rings simultaneously, so they needed to prepare. In Ring 1, Lan Xuanyu, Feng, and Lei were pitted against Han, Bin, and Yu. As they approached the arena, Lan Xuanyu thought it was a good opportunity to go first. Qin asked Qian why she liked Lan Xuanyu, given that his group didn't seem particularly strong. Qian, feeling embarrassed, clarified that she didn't have romantic feelings for Lan Xuanyu and that he was merely her master's disciple. Qian explained that Lan Xuanyu was Professor Ji's first disciple and mentioned that the last time he visited Tiandu was to see her. She had high expectations for Lan Xuanyu. Jing instructed everyone to announce their names, and both Lan Xuanyu's and opposing groups did so. There were no specific rules, and they were free to use any means necessary. With that, the match began, and all participants started preparing their spells. Lan Xuanyu's group and the opposing group stood face to face, ready to engage. The opposing team channeled a powerful tidal wave of spells as the fight began, combining their efforts. Lan Xuanyu quickly realized they needed to catch their opponents off guard. Using hand signals, he communicated to Lei and Feng that he planned to use a martial soul fusion skill to disrupt the tidal wave, and at the same time, they should launch their attacks. Lan Xuanyu knew that facing their opponents head-on wouldn't give them a chance. As Lan Xuanyu attempted to break the tidal wave and initiated his fusion skill, something unexpected occurred. The tide in front of him suddenly vanished. The opponent, who had been forming the tidal wave, dropped in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just happened. His tidal wave had vanished into thin air. His teammates were equally bewildered and frightened by the sudden turn of events. The opponent who had been orchestrating the tide was now gripped by fear. He couldn't understand what had just occurred. Normally, when he guided the tide towards his target, it would be a straightforward attack. However, the moment it reached Lan Xuanyu, an overwhelming sense of dread surged from the depths of his soul. His soul power had been sealed, and all of his attacks had instantly dissipated. Feng and Lei, who stood behind Lan Xuanyu, knew that Xuanyu had somehow neutralized the attack, but they didn't understand how he had done it. They wasted no time and launched their counterattacks, taking advantage of the opponent's confusion. Jia Yu and Li Bin were caught off guard, still reeling from the shock of their failed attack. The opponents, Jia Yu and Li Bin, were unable to react quickly enough to defend themselves and were saved by the referee. As a result of their elimination, the only person remaining on the stage was their group leader, Li Han. However, he could not use his martial soul and was vulnerable to the combined attacks of Feng and the emerald green devil bird. Ling intervened and declared the match was over, announcing Lan Xuanyu's team winner. This decision left Qin and the others shocked and puzzled. Lei praised Lan Xuanyu for his incredible performance and asked how he managed to stop their opponents' attacks. The intense competition continued, and those who had made it this far were all considered elite candidates from across the entire federation. However, despite a brave fight, Leon, Bing's sister, failed to advance and was eliminated. As the fierce contest of the second batch concluded, another 30 candidates faced elimination. It was now the turn of the third batch, which included Bing's team. They dominated their opponents with powerful displays of strength, leaving Lan Xuanyu and Lei impressed by their overwhelming performance. Ling then announced the next match, featuring Lan Mengqin and Dong Qianqi, instructing them to enter the ring. Lan Xuanyu realized that among their opponents there was a soul master with 4 rings, while Qian's team only had 2. This numerical disadvantage posed a significant challenge for them. Meanwhile, Qin and Qian unleashed devastating attacks on their opponents, employing powerful spells such as the Bear of the Earth and harnessing their energy rings to their full potential. Qian showcased her mastery over snow-based powers in the heat of battle. Realizing the dire situation as the temperature plummeted, the opponents grew increasingly anxious. They feared that if they allowed Qian and Qin to continue their relentless onslaught, they would freeze to death. In a desperate move, one of their rivals unleashed their most potent soul skill against Qin. However, Qin swiftly employed her tornado of ice and snow technique, appearing before them in a blur. Simultaneously, she launched an ice spear toward her adversaries. Despite their opponent's attempt to resist, they managed to break free from the ice tornado, their attack undeterred and their defenses intact. On the other hand, Qian deftly used her ice powers to block the opponent's assault, channeling it through her hand for defense. Simultaneously, Qin seized the opportunity to rush in from the side and launch a counterattack on their adversary. Their coordination was impeccable, and their teamwork was beginning to pay off. Observing the incredible performance of Qian and Qin, along with other participants, Feng and Lei are filled with excitement and determination. They are inspired by the display of strength from the elite contestants in their age group. The intense competition only fuels their resolve, and they are more determined than ever to give it their all in the battles. The last batch ring Num 10, Lu Hao, Chen Xiao, and Feng Xiao versus Yuanen are then announced by Qi, the examiner. Upon hearing the announcement of the last batch, Lan Xuanyu is taken aback as it's revealed to be a 1 versus 3 match with Lu Hao, Chen Xiao, and Feng Xiao against Yuanen. The shock intensifies as Yuanen, hidden under a hood, unveils himself. He is a beautiful young man with long, flowing hair and captivating, sparkling eyes. As the match commences, a black soul ring emerges, leaving everyone astonished at the sight. Lan Xuanyu can hardly believe his eyes and exclaims that it's a black soul ring of 10,000 years, indicating that Yuanen possesses 5 rings and has reached the level of a spirit king. Among these 5 rings, there are 4 colored ones and 1 powerful black ring that surrounds him as he hovers in the air. Witnessing Yuanen's overwhelming strength and the swift conclusion of the match, the other participants are left in awe, murmuring about his rank beyond 50 and considering him a formidable monster. Yuanen, floating in the air, confidently introduces himself, emphasizing that he relies solely on his abilities and never needs a team. As the opponents prepare to attack, they express their skepticism about Yuanen's strength. However, Yuanen counters by employing his spiritual gaze skill, directing it towards them. One of the opponents attempts to dodge the skill, only to realize it's an automatic tracking arrow that hits him squarely in the back, causing an explosion of power in the sky. Ling promptly announces the match's end, declaring Yuanen as the winner. Amidst the astonishment of the other participants, Lei suggests that they should leave, believing that the gap between them and Yuanen is insurmountable. Lan Xuanyu, however, places his hand on Lei's shoulder and encourages him not to underestimate themselves. He asserts that Yuanen's superiority stems from a more favorable cultivation environment, and as long as they remain at Shrek, they will work hard to catch up to him. The initial round of eliminations has concluded, leaving only 147 candidates out of the original 100 teams. Lan Xuanyu encounters Qian Group, and Qin inquires about Lan Xuanyu's victory earlier that day. Lan Xuanyu responded that he didn't know exactly how it happened. It seemed like their attack just happened to hit him during the match. Qin then inquired about Lan Xuanyu's opinion of Yuanen. Lan Xuanyu stated that Yuanen was indeed very powerful, and Qin added that both his soul power and martial soul exhibited great strength. Qin added her perspective, suggesting that Yuanen might have taken the test to display his strength to them. Lan Xuanyu believed that Qin might have similar intentions. Meanwhile, Chenyu, Qi, and Jing were standing on a mountain. Chenyu asked Jing about her observations while monitoring Lan Xuanyu. Jing replied that she hadn't fully figured it out herself, but she knew that Lan Xuanyu had a knack for achieving remarkable feats. She further mentioned that if she had to pinpoint what was truly unique about him, she would attribute it to his blood, which seemed to activate extraordinary abilities. Chenyu acknowledged that Lan Xuanyu's blood was special, and Dean remarked that his blood possessed a remarkable power akin to a dragon's blood. There was even speculation that Lan Xuanyu might possess the blood of 2 dragons. Qi chimed in, pointing out that the issue was that Lan Xuanyu's martial souls weren't dragons, and it seemed problematic that their martial spirits got deactivated so quickly. Upon hearing this, Chenyu became excited and exclaimed that Lan Xuanyu's case was worth studying. Jing approached her and jokingly suggested slicing him up for study. Qi devised an idea. If Lan Xuanyu had a talent for enhancing their abilities, they could utilize his skills to benefit others. Qi instructed Chenyu to report these findings to the dean, and asked Jing to gather Li Han's team and Lan Xuanyu to the simulation cabin for further testing. At the Shrek Hotel, Professor Ji sat across from Lan Xuanyu and inquired if he genuinely had no idea about his unique situation. Lan Xuanyu honestly replied that he didn't know. Professor Ji approved, saying he was now highly confident that Lan Xuanyu would be accepted. Lan Xuanyu then mentioned that they hadn't completed the second test yet, but Professor Ji reminded him of Shrek's motto. This boosted Lan Xuanyu's confidence, and Professor Ji assured him that he knew Lei and Lan Xuanyu would both be admitted to Shrek College, which filled Lan Xuanyu with joy. Lan Xuanyu asked Professor Ji not to disclose this information because he feared Lei might lose his motivation to fight. Professor G then revealed that only 30 students made it into Shrek every year due to limited resources, and all students had to compete for these resources themselves. Lan Xuanyu appeared puzzled about the concept of resources, prompting Professor G to elaborate further. He explained that Shrek possessed a wealth of heavenly treasures, but acquiring them required the life energy generated by the Tree of Eternity. Obtaining these treasures was a challenging endeavor. Professor G also mentioned the existence of several badges, which students needed to earn in exchange for resources. Professor G likened these badges to soul rings, and emphasized that they held greater value than money or soul coins. After imparting this knowledge, Professor G stood up and instructed Lan Xuanyu to get some rest for the individual tests scheduled for the next day. Upon hearing this, Lan Xuanyu began contemplating what Lei might do during his test tomorrow. Observing Lan Xuanyu lost in thought, Professor G offered some wisdom, assuring him that everyone had their unique path to follow, and if they were determined to progress along that path, they would find a way. The following day, Feng and Lei approached Lan Xuanyu and exchanged greetings. Lan Xuanyu informed them that the day's test would be individual. Feng reassured Lan Xuanyu, telling him not to be concerned about him because there were personal challenges each had to confront, and he was committed to giving his best effort. Lei added that he had made up his mind too. He jokingly remarked that they didn't know what the individual test entailed, and if it happened to involve sleeping, he would surely excel in that category. While observing Feng and Lei, Lan Xuanyu realized that if he didn't become stronger soon, he would eventually face challenges he couldn't control. Lost in his thoughts, Jing arrived and guided Lan Xuanyu to the simulation cabins, where Li Han's team was already waiting. Jing explained that the unusual combat from the previous day had prompted them to recreate it in the virtual world to understand how the attacks were disappearing. Li Han's team formed the tide again, and Lan Xuanyu extended his hand. Upon his fingertips' touch, a spark ignited, and in an instant, the tide vanished. Jing was somewhat shocked by the miraculous disappearance of the tide. She then instructed Lan Xuanyu to support Li Han's team and asked them to attack her using the same technique. Lan Xuanyu assisted them in summoning the wave. The massive tidal wave formed and surged toward Jing at high speed. Upon seeing it, Jing remarked that the tide didn't appear any different from the previous one and didn't seem particularly powerful to her. However, as Lan Xuanyu infused his power, Jing soon realized that the tide had become stronger and more formidable. Suddenly, Jing felt herself drawn into a vortex resembling a black hole, and it seemed like the wave was about to engulf her. She had a moment of realization that this was a 3-in-1 martial soul fusion skill. In response, she floated in the air and unleashed her 7 rings. Lan Xuanyu observed that Jing was a rank 7 soul master. Jing launched a devastating attack on the tidal wave with a powerful swing of her ring. Suddenly the tide vanished, and Jing neutralized their assault, but it cost her 80% of her soul power. Jing couldn't quite comprehend what it was about Lan Xuanyu's empowerment, but it not only amplified the attack multiple times and added a metallic element to it. She suspected this was why Lan Xuanyu had taken him so seriously. Afterward, she instructed everyone to log out of the soul world. Li Han expressed to Jing that their power and mental energy had been drained instantly, and it felt as if a unique force had guided the attack. Curious, Jing inquired if Lan Xuanyu had controlled the tidal attack on her. Lan Xuanyu smiled and responded that he hadn't done anything to manipulate it. Jing then instructed the others to rest and informed Lan Xuanyu that she would accompany him to the individual test. Upon hearing this, Lan Xuanyu jokingly asked if Jing would grant him a break. Jing responded by saying that Lan Xuanyu hadn't expended much of his energy and he should accompany her to the next test. In the laboratory, Jing instructed Lan Xuanyu to select a subject for his test based on what he excelled at, as it would determine his future major in college. Faced with numerous subjects to choose from, Lan Xuanyu felt perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, he pointed to a subject, confidently declared that he chose one, and pointed it out. Jing was shocked by Lan Xuanyu's choice of warship plotting and asked him if he was sure about it. Lan Xuanyu inquired if he could review the subcategories within the subject, and Jing permitted him to do so. After examining the options, Lan Xuanyu remained confident in his choice. Jing was surprised once more when Lan Xuanyu selected interstellar warship plotting, as no students had chosen that subject before. Jing once more questioned Lan Xuanyu if he was certain, emphasizing that he was the sole applicant in that subject and Shrek's strength was the primary consideration. Lan Xuanyu, wearing a confident smile, gave a thumbs up to Jing and assured her that it was no problem. Jing then departed, informing Lan Xuanyu that a teacher would be there to collect him later. As Lan Xuanyu reflected on the situation, he remembered that Professor Yin had told him that he would succeed if he chose the subject of interstellar warship plotting. A person clad in sleepers with a scruffy beard on his face arrived, and while approaching Lan Xuanyu, commented on his choice of an unpopular subject. As he drew nearer, he asked if Lan Xuanyu was the one who had selected interstellar warship plotting. Lan Xuanyu introduced himself, and confirmed that he was indeed the one. The teacher let out a grunt, and then escorted Lan Xuanyu toward the interstellar center, offering him a ride. In a sudden transition, they found themselves at the interstellar center, leaving Lan Xuanyu bewildered by how quickly they had arrived. The teacher, walking ahead, instructed Lan Xuanyu to keep moving. Lan Xuanyu saw a massive mecha inside the center, and wondered if it was an interstellar one. He also noticed an interstellar warship nearby, which left him thoroughly impressed. Observing Lan Xuanyu's fascination with the ship, the teacher asked him if he liked it. Lan Xuanyu expressed his admiration for the powerful and formidable warship, describing it as strong and magnificent. The teacher gazed at him and inquired what Lan Xuanyu enjoyed most about operating interstellar warships. Lan Xuanyu replied with a smile, stating that he loved the sense of freedom it offered. Lan Xuanyu continued, expressing his love for the diverse maneuvers interstellar warships could perform during high-speed travel, allowing him to feel the freedom to soar wherever he desired. The teacher nodded in understanding and invited Lan Xuanyu to follow him, promising to show him the true freedom of interstellar warships. They arrived at a simulation cabin, and the teacher instructed Lan Xuanyu to enter, where he would serve as his wingman. The teacher explained that Lan Xuanyu would follow his guidance during space combat. Lan Xuanyu acknowledged his understanding of the arrangement. Inside the simulation cabin and wearing the simulation helmet, Lan Xuanyu's thoughts raced. Observing him, the teacher noted that Lan Xuanyu seemed to have a solid understanding of the equipment, and his overall readiness appeared excellent. Lan Xuanyu then picked up the microphone and addressed the teacher as his wingman, instructing him to prepare for combat. The teacher appeared perplexed and taken aback by the unexpected role reversal. Lan Xuanyu took charge, issuing commands as they entered the battle zone. He reported that they're entering the battle, and on both flanks, he's got a bogey in sight. The teacher chimed in, saying he spotted two. Lan Xuanyu promptly ordered the teacher to divert their attention while he tackled one of the enemy warships. With a confident response, the teacher replied, "Roger that." Lan Xuanyu found himself facing one enemy warship directly ahead. He accelerated his warship and executed a sharp turn. Suddenly, Lan Xuanyu initiated a rapid braking maneuver, causing concern for the teacher, who feared he might lose control of the ship. Lan Xuanyu executed a daring flip, positioning his warship upside down, and swiftly pressed the fire button. The warship's weapons unleashed a volley, striking the opponent's warship and causing it to explode dramatically. The teacher was left astounded by the tremendous impact Lan Xuanyu had achieved under such challenging circumstances. Lan Xuanyu was exhilarated by his success in taking down the enemy. However, the teacher quickly conveyed a message through the communication system, warning that two main enemy ships were heading Lan Xuanyu's way, and he was struggling to fend them off. Lan Xuanyu exclaimed in frustration, questioning how he could fail to hold off the enemy ships and feeling unreliable. Upon hearing this outburst, the teacher was confused and irritated, wondering why the student was scolding him. As two enemy ships pursued Lan Xuanyu's vessel, he skillfully evaded their attacks. Lan Xuanyu understood that facing two opponents at once would be challenging, but he believed he had a chance. He increased the ship's speed, darting through the asteroid belt. The teacher grew concerned, wondering why Lan Xuanyu was navigating exceptionally high speed within the asteroid field. Lan Xuanyu shouted for a flanking maneuver, and suddenly, a barrage of enemy fire rained down, striking Lan Xuanyu's ship. Lan Xuanyu urgently reported that the ship had been hit, and the shield was damaged, but he skillfully continued to evade the attacks. Observing Lan Xuanyu's resilience under pressure, the teacher realized he had endured the onslaught from his pursuers. However, the warship in front of him had locked onto its target. In a daring move, the warship from the front launched an attack at Lan Xuanyu, but he managed to evade the strike and accelerate. Witnessing this, the teacher was genuinely shocked by Lan Xuanyu's use of the Cobra maneuver at such high speeds, aware of the inherent risks. Lan Xuanyu executed a sudden brake and looped around the attacking warship, cleverly diverting its attention. He then directed his fire toward an asteroid positioned beside the enemy warship. With a triumphant smile, Lan Xuanyu exclaimed that he had achieved his goal. As the asteroid served as a distraction, disorienting the enemy ship, Lan Xuanyu locked onto the target and fired. The result was a resounding explosion as the enemy ship was obliterated. Lan Xuanyu couldn't contain his joy at seeing the destroyed ship. However, his own ship's warning lights signaled an overload. Lan Xuanyu had pushed his warship and soul power to the limit. Nevertheless, he noticed that one enemy warship remained, attempting to flee. Lan Xuanyu remarked that his grade would likely be satisfactory, considering he had taken down two enemy warships. Lan Xuanyu reported that he had taken down the enemy's wingman, but the main enemy warship had managed to escape. The teacher then communicated via the comms, urging Lan Xuanyu to request support as he closed in on him. Lan Xuanyu was puzzled, wondering why he needed to request support. As Lan Xuanyu passed the planet, he noticed dozens of warships racing towards him from behind. The teacher repeated the message through the comms, emphasizing that he was closing in on Lan Xuanyu and should call for backup. All the dozen warships suddenly unleashed a fire on Lan Xuanyu, and his ship was engulfed in the devastating onslaught. Lan Xuanyu emerged from the simulation pod, feeling utterly drained. He angrily confronted the teacher, accusing him of not assisting with the simulation. Wearing a smile, the teacher gazed at Lan Xuanyu and calmly stated that he was supposed to help the opposing side win. He confessed that he had been aligned with the enemy all along and had been relaying Lan Xuanyu's instructions to them. The teacher continued, advising Lan Xuanyu that he was still a rookie and should let go of any aspirations regarding Shrek. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu realized that he had failed and admitted to the teacher that he had been wrong. He acknowledged his mistake, confessing that he had misunderstood the lesson the teacher was trying to impart. Lan Xuanyu, with regret in his voice, explained that the teacher had given him a chance to showcase his abilities, but he had misinterpreted it and failed to perform at his best. He humbly requested a second chance, promising to do better this time. The teacher playfully slapped Lan Xuanyu and remarked that it was a pity Shrek didn't have a performance arts department. He joked that if he didn't know Lan Xuanyu was a disciple of Yin, he might have believed his plea. Lan Xuanyu, upon hearing the teacher's comment, inquired if the teacher was familiar with Mr. Yin. The teacher responded by suggesting that Lan Xuanyu could ask Yin himself if he dared to stand in front of him. With that, the teacher departed, explaining that he would guide him since Lan Xuanyu had chosen Space Command as his major. He added that he could return to register once Lan Xuanyu survived the comprehensive test. Lan Xuanyu was left pondering whether he had already been accepted, though he couldn't quite grasp the purpose of the comprehensive test, or why the teacher had mentioned it. This all took place at the Shrek Hotel. Lan Xuanyu recounted all the recent events at the academy to Professor G. Professor G reassured him that it shouldn't pose any issue for Lan Xuanyu to gain admission. Curious about the teacher's true intentions, Lan Xuanyu asked Professor G for more information. Professor G replied that Lan Xuanyu would discover the truth in due time, and that he didn't want to speculate. Professor G contemplated whether he should inform Yin of these developments when he returned to Tianlua, but he wondered if Yin would dare to come to Shrek if he did reveal everything. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Lei burst in, filled with excitement and urgency. He eagerly inquired if Lan Xuanyu had passed. Lan Xuanyu confirmed his success, and then asked Lei about his results. Lei proudly stated that he had also passed, emphasizing that he was gifted beyond hope. Lan Xuanyu inquired about Lei's choice of subject, to which Lei enthusiastically responded that he had chosen martial soul. He proudly mentioned that his martial soul had been classified as unique. Lan Xuanyu then brought up the comprehensive test, explaining that it could be life-threatening, and suggested that Lei take the lead for their team. Lei, however, firmly grabbed Lan Xuanyu, asserting he was the captain and always looked up to him. Curious about Feng's choice, Lan Xuanyu asked Lei what subject Feng had selected. Lei revealed that Feng had chosen fighting spirit, which was an unpopular choice. Hearing this, Professor G was taken aback and exclaimed, demanding to know why Feng had made such a decision. Lei explained that he had heard from somewhere that those who weren't strong enough might have a better chance by choosing the subject of fighting spirit. Professor G acknowledged that the subject did seem to suit Feng, as a Soulmaster's talent wasn't the only determining factor. However, he emphasized that it was also the most challenging subject. Professor G expressed hope that Feng could succeed, but warned of severe consequences if he failed. Failure in this subject could lead to mental breakdown, cultivation stagnation, and even a risk to his life. Meanwhile, Feng, wounded and bleeding, found himself in a dire situation in front of Qi. Qi bluntly told him that he was too weak. Determined, Feng used a stick to prop himself up and launched a final attack with all his strength remaining. Qi sighed with frustration and, with deliberate slowness, delivered a powerful punch to Feng, sending him flying and causing him to spit blood. Feng crashed to the ground, coughing up blood. Chen Yu, witnessing this, recognized that Feng's martial soul was beginning to crack, and blood loss posed a life-threatening situation. She urged Qi to stop. However, Qi shook his head firmly, saying he would only cease when Feng pushed his limits. Qi went on to step on Feng's injured leg, crushing it. Feng screamed in agony, blood still streaming from his mouth. Pressing down on Feng's foot, Qi warned him that he would pass only if he managed to stand again. Feng's efforts to stand proved futile, and everything around him blurred. At that moment, as he teetered on the brink of consciousness, he questioned whether it was all truly worth it. Memories of people calling him weak and mocking him flooded his mind. But then, amid the haze of despair, Feng's thoughts turned to Lan Xuanyu's face. Lan Xuanyu had brought him hope and bolstered his confidence. Even in his weakened state, the memory of Lan Xuanyu's support gave Feng a glimmer of strength and determination. Feng refused to let Lan Xuanyu down and determined they would make it together. With these thoughts in his mind, Feng lay lifelessly on the ground. Chen Yu pleaded with Qi to stop, pointing out that Feng had lost significant blood. Qi reluctantly agreed to halt, but just as he did, he noticed something astonishing. Despite the severe injuries and blood loss, Feng was attempting to rise. Gripping the stick tightly, blood dripping from his body, he persevered. Enduring unimaginable pain, Feng was resolute in his determination not to fail. With a scream of agony, he mused the strength to stand up. Chen Yu hurriedly rushed to Feng's side, and as he collapsed again, she assured him that she would do everything she could to save his life. However, she doubted he could withstand the comprehensive test, even if she managed to save him. Qi chimed in, acknowledging that Feng might not possess exceptional talent, but saw persistence and perseverance in him. He pointed out Feng's smile, which was evidence of his forgiving and kind-hearted nature. Qi produced a remedy and explained that he had pushed Feng to his limits precisely for this reason. With that, he offered the remedy to help Feng recover. Chen Yu was taken aback by Qi's gesture of offering the previous remedy. Qi explained that valuable things were meant for the right people and expressed his genuine liking for Feng. He hadn't expected to encounter someone like Feng that year. As he departed, Qi revealed his intention to take Feng as his disciple and presented the remedy as a gift. Later, at a hospital, Professor Ji and Lan Xuanyu visited Feng. Lan Xuanyu was visibly upset with Feng for getting himself injured in such a manner. Professor Ji, however, reassured Lan Xuanyu, stating that with a little rest, Feng would be fine. Feng looked up with a smile and remarked that he guessed he had passed. Upon hearing this, Lan Xuanyu and Lei shared their excitement, confirming they had also made it. Feng then closed his eyes, explaining that he needed some rest. Professor Ji couldn't help but worry about the comprehensive test, while Lei was eager to understand more. Professor Ji said the only thing he could reveal was that the test could be life-threatening. All the candidates were summoned to a conference room for a meeting the following day. Qi announced that he had 2 pieces of news to share with the candidates. The first was met with joy as he revealed that no one would be eliminated in the individual test, granting them all a chance to participate in the comprehensive test. The candidates' faces lit up with relief and happiness. However, Qi's second announcement cast uncertainty over the room. He explained that the comprehensive test would send them into a real-world environment where the risk of getting killed was possible. This sobering revelation hung in the air. Qi then opened the floor for candidates to decide whether to withdraw from the test. Those who chose to do so would be eliminated. The candidates were given an hour to contemplate their decision. During this crucial time, Bing approached Lan Xuanyu and Lei, inquiring about their thoughts. Lan Xuanyu confidently declared that they would indeed take the test. With a smile, Bing acknowledged this decision and reaffirmed their agreement. Lan Xuanyu agreed, as long as Bing would follow his lead, to which Bing readily consented. She thought working with Lan Xuanyu's group would be a good move. Shortly after that, Qian and Qin approached Lan Xuanyu. Qian offered to work with him, and Lan Xuanyu accepted the offer, but he clarified that they would have to follow his leadership. Qin wasn't pleased, and questioned whether Lan Xuanyu considered himself smarter than them. Lan Xuanyu remained firm, stating that if Qin disagreed with his terms, they should not join the team. Qian mediated between them and explained her belief in Lan Xuanyu's leadership in terms of strategy. This show of support somewhat took Lan Xuanyu aback. Ultimately, Qin reluctantly agreed to the arrangement, stating that while she didn't trust him, she trusted Qian, and if he proved unbearable, they would leave. Qian nodded in agreement. In the end, not a single candidate chose to give up. They had all come too far to turn back now. Addressing Lan Xuanyu's group, Professor Ji informed them that the comprehensive assessment would occur the day after tomorrow. He emphasized that each candidate was responsible for their own decision and reminded them that this test was not a drill, but a genuine battle. Professor Ji stressed the gravity of the situation by mentioning that people had lost their lives in previous comprehensive tests. He urged them all to return alive, no matter their challenges. In the days leading up to the test, Lan Xuanyu devoted all his time to cultivation. He felt the abundant life energy in the air flowing into his body, enriching his spiritual power. Among the green spots forming around him, a huge and radiant light spot suddenly appeared, seemingly with a smiling countenance before entering Lan Xuanyu's head. As Lan Xuanyu's eyes opened, he felt a remarkable change within himself. His ability to absorb life energy had increased by 50%, and he sensed a unique presence within the sea of his spirit, connecting him to something extraordinary. Despite this newfound power, Lan Xuanyu couldn't quite comprehend the true nature of the radiant light sphere that had visited him. Inside the Interstellar Academy, the warship teacher argued with the dean. He insisted that he couldn't leave Lan Xuanyu and expressed his strong desire for Lan Xuanyu to become his student. The dean and the worship teacher continued their heated argument, asserting they needed to take Lan Xuanyu to study. The worship teacher vehemently protested, insisting that he had personally chosen his department this year, and he deserved to have Lan Xuanyu. The dean countered by stating that the college would make the final decision and questioned why the teacher had come to her to make this request. In frustration, the worship teacher raised his voice, mentioning their past relationship as husband and wife and urging Dean Ying not to push things too far. This revelation angered Dean Ying, who launched an attack on the teacher. Unfazed, the teacher remained in place and took the attack head-on. The worship teacher remained stationary after being struck hard and hitting the ground. Dean Ying, witnessing this unexpected response, was left baffled and shocked. She slowly stood up, her confusion evident, and contemplated why the teacher had chosen not to dodge the attack. The teacher, now on his feet, made a resolute declaration. He stated that Dean Ying could take Lan Xuanyu, and she could even kill him if she desired. However, he also announced his decision to leave the Space Command. Dean Ying, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, had no choice but to call the teacher back. She warned him this would be the last time she granted him anything. The teacher halted and smiled, acknowledging that Dean Ying still cared about him. As the comprehensive test was about to begin, Qi gathered all the participants for a briefing. She emphasized that everything in this test was real, and if they died, they would truly cease to exist. Qi instructed everyone to make their way to the Shrek space station. Upon hearing this, Lei assumed they would be taking a spaceship to get there. Meanwhile, Feng was lost in thought, recalling how Xiao had cured and taught him the combat skills of ancient martial arts. He remembered Ji's caution that these skills were a form of self-infliction and should only be used as a last resort. As they reached the space station, they all settled into the spaceship. Lei and Lan Xuanyu sat there, each lost in their world of thoughts. Suddenly, Qi announced, welcoming everyone to the Shrek Comprehensive Tour. She informed them they would need to sign a confidential document pledging to keep everything they witnessed during the tour a secret if they returned alive. Qi then shared a story, explaining that over 10,000 years, federal technology had made significant advancements, leading to the establishment of multiple administrative planets. However, she questioned whether they understood the immense challenges in discovering and completing immigration procedures for these planets. Lan Xuanyu had been asleep, but he was abruptly awakened by a loud noise signaling they were about to land. Qi provided a brief briefing, explaining that they landed on a potentially habitable planet inhabited by intelligent creatures similar to soul beasts. She warned them to be prepared for resistance. Qi continued, emphasizing that in the immigration war, they would face numerous formidable opponents. They would need to rely on a select few elites cultivated by Shrek Academy to succeed. She also mentioned that this experience was a precursor to their future engagement in actual battlefields. Qi explained that their spaceship would transport them to a newly discovered planet that the Federation was in the process of conquering. They would have to face off against the native intelligent creatures on that planet. She cautioned them that their primary goal was survival, and the teachers would do their utmost to ensure the students' safety. However, the students also had to give their best effort. In the end, those who survived would receive comprehensive scores. As Lei and Lan Xuanyu exchanged glances, a tube descended above them. Upon landing, Qi opened the spaceship's door and instructed the students to disembark. As they stepped outside, they were greeted by the sight of bombs dropping around them and warships attacking the planet. It was a genuine battlefield. Out, Qi provided another briefing, explaining that they had arrived at the destination of their journey, an uncharted world the Federation was in the process of conquering. She informed them they would soon be airdropped into the battlefield to serve as mercenaries. Qi announced that their achievements on this mission could be exchanged for the Shrek badge, and each received a bag containing essential supplies. She added that their objective for the following day was to survive or use the locator to return to the base. Qi then granted them 10 minutes to collect their supplies before departing. Once everyone was ready, they reboarded the ship. Feng mentioned that the bags contained compressed food, and Lan Xuanyu explained that the locator could display basic maps. They noticed that they were moving away from the base. As the airfighter covered a distance of 200 kilometers, it encountered its first enemy attack. Lan Xuanyu could see dragons and mechs approaching through the ship's windows. Curious, he turned to a supervisor and asked if the strange birds outside had anything valuable for recycling. The supervisor explained that these creatures possessed a special crystal on their heads, allowing them to absorb heaven and earth's power. He added that this crystal had auxiliary effects on a soul master's spiritual cultivation. The supervisor advised Lan Xuanyu that he shouldn't forget to collect their crystals if he killed any creatures during their mission. Lan Xuanyu thanked him for the valuable information. Now 500 kilometers from the base, the supervisor opened the craft hatch and instructed all the students to disembark from the flying ship to begin their assessment. Lei expressed his concern, stating they were still 100 meters above the ground and wondering how they could jump safely. In response, the supervisor activated his rings and warned the students that he could use force to make them do so if they didn't want to disembark voluntarily. Witnessing the supervisor's determination, the students grew apprehensive. Lan Xuanyu glanced at his companions and asked if they were ready. Although some hesitated, Lan Xuanyu encouraged them, saying, "Let's go," and they all jumped off the ship. Lan Xuanyu's group safely landed on the ground, and Feng pointed out that the transport fleet had departed, signaling the beginning of their assessment. Bing expressed their commitment to following Lan Xuanyu's leadership from that point on. Qin appeared to have something on her mind, but decided to wait. Lan Xuanyu encouraged everyone to hold their questions until they could discuss them. Qin then stated that if their lives were in danger, she would prioritize her safety, and they shouldn't hold it against her. Lan Xuanyu acknowledged the importance of preserving life and proposed a distribution plan for the spoils. He suggested dividing them into 10 portions, with him taking 3 portions and the others receiving 1. Qin argued that she was the strongest among them and deserved a larger share. Lan Xuanyu countered by pointing out that his inclusion in the team boosted their overall strength by at least 30%, and if she disagreed, she was free to leave. Qin wasn't pleased with this response, but Qian calmed her down. Bing suggested that if Qin wanted to go alone, she could do so, and they would proceed without her. Qin asked Lan Xuanyu why they were moving away from the base instead of heading toward it. Lan Xuanyu explained that it was a strategic decision. They needed to explore new territory and find resources others might have overlooked. Going towards the base would mean more competition, and they wanted to minimize the risk of encountering other groups. Lan Xuanyu gazed at Qin and calmly suggested that returning might ensure their survival, but they wouldn't find many treasures there. On the other hand, it could yield more rewards in the future. Lan Xuanyu looked at Qin with some frustration and expressed that he had explained this many times before and hoped everyone would follow his lead. Qin agreed to his decision. While on their journey, Feng informed them about the hills where numerous alien monsters lurked. These creatures typically roamed in groups of 7 or 8, although some groups had as many as 100 monsters. There had recently been a skirmish in the area, resulting in the death of 10 monsters, and Feng suspected Yuanen to be responsible for it. Lan Xuanyu instructed Feng to continue tracking Yuanen and leave markers for them to follow. He explained that their strategy now revolved around shadowing Yuanen, who would draw in larger monsters. Their task was to engage the monsters he attracted and claim the spoils. Qin raised concerns that they might end up with fewer spoils than Yuanen, to which Lan Xuanyu pointed out that Yuanen was alone and might not have the time to extract crystals from the monsters, whereas their group could do it swiftly. Upon hearing this, Bing and Yi were impressed by Lan Xuanyu's strategic thinking. They continued to track Yuanen, encountering some small monsters along the way. Lan Xuanyu chose to let these smaller threats pass without engaging. Soon, they stumbled upon the remains of 24 monsters, with the crystals of half of them already extracted. Qin collected the crystals and offered them to Lan Xuanyu, but he returned them, insisting that she, being the strongest, should keep them. He explained that if they found themselves in danger, she would be responsible for ensuring the safe return of the crystals and distributing them among the group. As they pressed on with their journey, Qin asked Qian why she was sticking so closely to Lan Xuanyu when both of them could handle the monsters on their own. Qian replied that Lan Xuanyu must have valid reasons for avoiding the monsters, and Qin should place her trust in him. Before long, Feng returned with news for Lan Xuanyu. He reported that Yuanen had run into a dire situation, surrounded by over 100 monsters, besieged and outnumbered. Lan Xuanyu suggested they go and investigate the situation. His group watched Yuanen from a distance as he battled the creatures using his arrows. Lan Xuanyu pondered whether Yuanen would choose to flee, and if he still held his spoils dear. He noted that the blue tiger monsters posed the greatest threat to Yuanen. Bing inquired if they should offer assistance, but Lan Xuanyu intervened, advising them to wait and continue observing Yuanen for now. Lan Xuanyu watched Yuanen closely as he battled the tiger demons. Seeing Yuanen's arrows, Lan Xuanyu realized his second soul skill was toxic and contagious. The poisoned arrows proved highly effective, as they had already taken the lives of more than half of the monsters. As Yuanen attempted to retreat, another tiger demon charged in, destroying the pursuing arrow. This turn of events left Yuanen somewhat surprised. It became evident to him that the tiger beast responsible for destroying the arrow was the pack's leader. Yuanen prepared a fire arrow and launched an attack on the beast. However, the creature defended itself by countering with its spell, resulting in a significant explosion in the air. Lan Xuanyu, observing the spectacle, recognized this as Yuanin's third soul skill, involving exploding arrows with intense heat. The leader of the tiger demons continued to keep Yuanin under pressure while other monsters inched closer. In response, Yuanin raised his hand and unleashed a powerful magical technique called the Rain Spirit Tide. The magic soared into the sky, giving birth to a shower of silver light attacks. These silver beams of light gracefully descended from above, flawlessly striking every monster in their path. Witnessing this, Lan Xuanyu marveled at Yuanin's skillful use of his first soul skill in battle. Yuanin's prowess was truly remarkable. However, only the leader tiger remained after the rain attack, and it appeared to be seething with anger. The enraged tiger let out a mighty roar, summoning a radiant power ball into the sky. This luminous orb unleashed a thunderous attack on Yuanin. This development left Bing and Qin utterly astonished, as the monster leader had harnessed the power of the blue sun. Yuanin too was taken aback by the impending onslaught. Yuanin's sharp eyes detected the oncoming attack, prompting him to sidestep to avoid it swiftly. Although he managed to evade the attack partially, the sheer force behind it pushed him backward. Witnessing this powerful display, Yuanin decided to retreat to a safer distance. Observing these events, Qin realized that they would likely gather many crystals. They also gained valuable insight into Yuanin's abilities and the monster's attack patterns. Lan Xuanyu then instructed Feng to continue tracking Yuanin, recognizing the importance of this information for their future actions. Following the battle, Lan Xuanyu directed the rest of the group to clean up the battlefield, emphasizing the importance of not touching the poisoned monsters with their bare hands. Once the cleanup was complete, they collected hundreds of crystals. Lan Xuanyu then entrusted them to Qin. Observing this, Qian asked Qin if she was satisfied with the outcome. Qin, still somewhat skeptical, attributed their success to good luck. In response, Qian explained that Lan Xuanyu's leadership had made it possible. In a playful manner, Qin asked why Qian was taking his side. Qian explained that she was being fair-minded. They continued to follow the markers left by Feng. While concealed behind a rock, Feng informed them that Yuanen had taken a break in a nearby rock crevice. He also revealed that Yuanen had slain the lightning blue tiger, and its crystal possessed unique qualities. This revelation shocked Qin as she inquired whether Yuanen had defeated the tiger. Feng confirmed that Yuanen had used his fifth soul skill, creating lightning strikes that ultimately defeated the beast. Lei then asked for guidance on their next course of action. Lan Xuanyu drew a triangle on the ground and explained that they would divide into 3 groups to hunt monsters nearby, reconvening at that spot in an hour. As they dispersed for their respective hunts, Lei questioned Lan Xuanyu about why they didn't seize Yuanen's special blue crystal. Lan Xuanyu responded by explaining that they couldn't take it yet because Yuanen still had value to them. Lei found it hard to believe and wondered why they couldn't act now. Lan Xuanyu suggested allowing Yuanen to rest for an hour before making decisions. Lan Xuanyu further explained that their hunting activities would draw more monsters into the area, and by having Yuanen eliminate them due to his faster killing speed, they could expect to acquire even more spoils. Hearing this, Lei was impressed and satisfied with Lan Xuanyu's plan. They began their hunt as per the plan. When they returned 1 hour later, they had successfully lured many monsters to Yuanen's location. After a well-deserved break, Yuanen resumed his killing with increased efficiency. Subsequently, the other 2 groups returned as well, attracting many monsters. All the monsters had been drawn to Yuanen by his actions. As the monsters were mercilessly slaughtered, their leader eventually emerged. Watching from her concealed vantage point as Yuanen battled, Qin noticed that he appeared more composed and focused than during their previous encounter. They realized that the leaders of these monsters could harness the sun's power for their attacks. The Sparrow Dragon monster leader also employed sun-powered attacks against Yuanen. However, Yuanen swiftly reacted by using his soul ring to strike back at the leader. When a larger purple sparrow unexpectedly appeared, Lan Xuanyu, thoroughly impressed by Yuanen's attacks, was suddenly taken aback. This formidable creature launched a high-energy attack that landed a hit on Yuanen. In response, Lan Xuanyu shouted that it was their moment to act. He instructed Bing to employ his 4th soul skill to intercept the threat and directed Feng to aid Yuanen. As Lan Xuanyu readied himself to assist, he commented that the sparrow appeared to have a cultivation level of 10,000 years. He then instructed Lin to target the wounded sparrow. Lin conjured his fiery sun power and launched an attack. Bing dashed towards the sparrow, but upon striking it, he was forcefully repelled, realizing the formidable challenge it presented. As Bing fell back, Lin's fiery sun attack hit the sparrow with a powerful blast, causing it to descend and lose its hold on the battle. Observing the sparrow's descent, Qin expressed her confidence, saying she could handle the situation. However, Lan Xuanyu interrupted, mentioning that ice and fire elements would be more effective. But then, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Qin closed her eyes and revealed her twin martial soul, causing 4 black rings to form around her. Lan Xuanyu and his group were astonished to see that Qin possessed 4 rings, each thousands of years old. While channeling her power, Qin used her hand to execute a skill. A powerful sound wave emanated from her and struck the formidable sparrow, disrupting its flight. Satisfied with the result, Qin urged everyone to attack it immediately. In response to Qin's command, Lan Xuanyu ordered Lei to remain in place while directing the rest of the group to follow him in the attack. Yuanen, initially confused by their approach, received clarification from Feng, who informed him of their assistance and urged him to follow. As a united front, they all launched an assault on the grounded sparrow, bombarding it with fireballs. However, the sparrow began to channel a powerful sun attack. In response, Lan Xuanyu urgently called out to Qian and embraced her, infusing her with his strength. Qian harnessed this power to unleash her formidable freezing spell, encasing the entire sparrow in ice. Seizing the opportunity, Bing and Yi struck the frozen bird, shattering the ice. Suddenly, they realized that the sparrow's sun attack had not been completely interrupted and was still advancing. As the sparrow's attack neared its target, another unexpected attack surged from the ground, intercepting and blocking it. Lin employed sunstrike magic, engulfing the sparrow in flames, while Yi and Feng swung their swords, delivering strikes to the avian foe. Finally, Bing delivered a decisive blow to the wounded leader's sparrow, causing it to plummet to the ground. The 2 formidable purple sparrows were defeated with their combined efforts, and the battle ended. Yuanen, still perplexed by their sudden assistance, watched as Lan Xuanyu approached him and inquired about his well-being. Yuanen expressed his gratitude, and Lan Xuanyu assured him they would soon become classmates. Seeing that Yuanen appeared exhausted, Lan Xuanyu advised him to rest and recover his soul power while they protected him. The rest of the group began the task of cleaning the battlefield. Lan Xuanyu obtained the crystals from the 2 leaders. As Qin and Qian gazed upon the exquisite crystals, they were genuinely amazed by their beauty. Lan Xuanyu handed one of the crystals to Qin and kept the other for himself. Meanwhile, Yuanen sat in contemplation. Lan Xuanyu approached him and conveyed that they considered Yuanen one of their own now. He then presented a crystal to Yuanen, explaining that they had secured it from the other eagle they had defeated. This revelation left Yuanen, Lei, and Qin in shock. Yuanen, deeply moved and grateful for Lan Xuanyu's help, expressed his inability to accept the spoils without Lan Xuanyu's. He asked if he could follow Lan Xuanyu. In response, Lan Xuanyu inquired why Yuanen had chosen to act alone throughout their journey. Yuanen paused for a moment, contemplating the revelation of his secret. Finally, he disclosed a hidden secret that could not be revealed, leading him to act alone during their journey. Intrigued by Yuanen's admission, Lan Xuanyu expressed his curiosity about the secret. Lan Xuanyu then firmly grasped Yuanen's hand and handed him the crystal, insisting that it was rightfully his, and they understood his need to keep his secret. Lan Xuanyu assured Yuanen they wouldn't pry further, but wanted to know his plans. Grateful and touched by Lan Xuanyu's kindness, Yuanen held onto his hand and acknowledged that Lan Xuanyu was generous. He confessed that he had no specific plans and found the monsters frightening, so he genuinely wanted to join their group. Lan Xuanyu extended a warm invitation, welcoming Yuanen to join their team. Lei remained astonished by Yuanen's 5th soul ring power. Lan Xuanyu approached Yuanen, cautioning him about safeguarding his secret. Lan Xuanyu recognized that Yuanen was concerned that his secret might inadvertently be revealed to the group. Yuanen, taken aback, asked how Lan Xuanyu had discerned his apprehension. Lan Xuanyu responded by highlighting their hazardous environment and the potential risks associated with Yuanen's secret. He inquired whether Yuanen believed his secret would remain concealed if he maintained some distance from the group. Yuanen confirmed this was the case and noted that he hadn't yet reached the age of puberty. Lan Xuanyu suggested they follow Yuanen at a distance. If monsters appeared, they would fight them together. Yuanen liked this idea. He asked if he was worried about wasting their time. Lan Xuanyu assured him that it wasn't a problem. They were a combined team of 3 groups and would share the rewards equally. Plus, they needed to collect more rewards. Lan Xuanyu suggested to Yuanen that he would share all the spoils with their group, and in return, he would like to receive 30% of the spoils. Yuanen found this proposal unfair. He looked at Lan Xuanyu with determination and said that since he had joined their team, they should divide the spoils equally among all members. Lan Xuanyu expressed concern that this might negatively impact Yuanen's grades. However, Yuanen reassured him, saying it wouldn't be a problem, as he was a recommended student already admitted to Shrek Academy. Hearing this surprising revelation, Lan Xuanyu was shocked and agreed to share the spoils equally. Upon hearing this, Yuanen felt elated to have found a team. Lan Xuanyu introduced himself, and Yuanen reciprocated by introducing himself to Lan Xuanyu. Later, Lan Xuanyu informed the others that Yuanen had decided to join their team, but he had a secret. Therefore, everyone was to stay 30 meters away from him at night. Lan Xuanyu also assured them that Yuanen would share the spoils. Qin approached Lan Xuanyu and expressed her concerns on the side. She felt that Lan Xuanyu was going too far, and if Yuanen failed, they would be left in a difficult situation. Lan Xuanyu informed Qin that Yuanen was an internationally recommended student already been accepted into Shrek Academy. Qin was taken aback by this revelation and realized she didn't need to feel sorry for him anymore. Due to Yuanen joining the team, Lan Xuanyu adjusted their strategy. The other team members were tasked with luring monsters and providing protection, while Yuanen's role was to eliminate the monsters. Lan Xuanyu's blue silvergrass ability could significantly enhance Yuanen's power. The combination of empowerment and tactical coordination greatly improved their overall efficiency. By the night of the second day, they had successfully dealt with 3 waves of monsters. Yuanen chose to stay alone at the mountain's summit, while the rest of the team set up camp on the mountainside. When Lei saw the abundance of crystals before them, he was shocked. Lan Xuanyu mentioned that Yuanen had contributed all of his previous earnings and was sharing them with the team. Qin deeply appreciated Lan Xuanyu's thoughtfulness. Up on the mountain's peak, Yuanen reflected on how kind Lan Xuanyu had been to him, and he felt genuinely happy about joining their team. He launched a powerful attack that struck the leader with a blinding flash, causing the ape to scream in agony. The electric shocks inflicted considerable pain upon the leader. Witnessing the coordinated attack, Yuanen and Qin were impressed by its effectiveness. Lei regained consciousness and understood that they were facing a life-and-death crisis. He recognized that everyone was fighting with great determination and felt that he was inadequate without Lan Xuanyu's assistance. Lei summoned the gate, determined to muster the mental strength required to summon a formidable soul beast this time. The energy emanating from Lei's summoning gate was potent, unlike anything he had ever experienced. However, Lei was unsure if he could successfully bring them out, as this task was typically carried out by Lan Xuanyu alone. Determined not to be the weakest link and striving for strength, Lei poured all his efforts into the summoning, pushing himself to his limits. Lei's determination was so intense that it led to him coughing up blood. But as his blood made contact with the summoning gate, he felt a connection forming, giving him hope to achieve the summoning. Suddenly, a formidable earth bear with 1,000 years of cultivation materialized before them. Lei was overjoyed at the appearance of this powerful ally, and remarked that one never truly knows one's capabilities until one tries. The earth bear wasted no time and charged toward the 2-headed ape king. Meanwhile, the ape king continued to channel its spirit repeatedly, and Qin realized they needed to disrupt this process to maintain the upper hand. Qin attempted to disrupt the ape king's channeling using her Serenade of Peaceful Joy skill, but it proved ineffective, and the ape continued to channel its attack. The unleashed attack struck the ground, generating immense pressure that sent everyone flying, including the mighty earth bear. With everyone down, the ape leader leaped into the air, aiming to attack the defenseless Bing. However, in mid-air, Lan Xuanyu swiftly grabbed Bing using his silvergrass arms and moved him out of harm's way. The enraged ape then turned its attention to Lan Xuanyu. Observing Lan Xuanyu in a head-to-head confrontation with the Ape King, Qin grew increasingly worried. However, Lan Xuanyu made a daring move, leaping toward the oncoming Ape King just as the creature lunged at him. In mid-air, Lan Xuanyu's pet monkey, perched on his shoulder, flashed its eyes, momentarily distracting the Ape King. Seizing this opportunity, Lan Xuanyu made a decisive slash at the Ape King's eye with his dragon claw arms. The attack destroyed one of the Ape King's eyes, causing the creature to roar in agony and fury. Lan Xuanyu, using his silvergrass, firmly seized the Ape King's feet. Meanwhile, Qin continued channeling her energy, believing that Lan Xuanyu needed to hold on for a few more seconds. Lan Xuanyu delivered a minor tremor-inducing attack to the Ape King while Qin completed her channeling. With her preparations finished, Qin unleashed her 4th soul skill, Jade Phoenix Falls, with a powerful strike. Following successfully using her previous soul skills, Qin switched to her 3rd soul skill, Snowgirl Fall. Then, she combined this skill with her martial soul fusion ability, merging them into a powerful technique, the Dance of the Ice Phoenix. Qin directed this formidable Ice Phoenix towards the twin apes, who were channeling their soul attack. One of the apes hurled their attack towards the approaching Phoenix, shattering it into fragments. The remnants of the Phoenix then headed directly towards Qin, who was seated behind it. Seeing the impending attack, Qin realized she could not move and braced herself for the impact. As the attack hurtled towards Qin, Lin and Yuanen swiftly intervened, intercepting the oncoming assault with their attacks. Simultaneously, Lan Xuanyu employed his silvergrass to grab Qin and Qian, moving them to a safer location. The spirit ape's attack hit the ground with tremendous force, generating a shockwave that sent everyone flying, scattering them amidst the trees. Now, all of them lay sprawled on the ground, incapacitated. Lan Xuanyu managed to get back on his feet and noticed that Yuanen and Feng were down before him. He attempted to rouse them, but his efforts were in vain. Meanwhile, with one eye now gone, the Ape King was consumed by an overwhelming rage and prepared for another battle. In its furious state, the Ape King let out a roar that sent smaller beasts, including the bear summoned by Lei, scurrying away in retreat. Lei desperately screamed for the bear not to leave, as he had summoned it, but it continued to retreat. Lei positioned himself in front of the retreating bear, tears streaming down his face, and attempted to halt it by conjuring a magical shield. However, the shield produced a high-energy burst. As Lan Xuanyu witnessed the energy blast, he realized that when the smoke cleared, only the bear remained, and Lei was nowhere to be seen. It became evident that something had gone wrong. As the energy levels subsided, Lan Xuanyu was surprised when he saw that Lei had transformed himself into the Soul Earth Bear. Lan Xuanyu asked if Lei was all right and marveled at his unique soul spirit. Lei declared that they would face the Ape King together now. Lan Xuanyu agreed, and they launched a coordinated attack on the Ape King. He instructed Lei to find a way to withstand the Ape King's right arm. Together, they confronted the formidable foe. As the ape launched its attack, Lei attempted to grab its arm. However, the ape proved to be too powerful and threw Lei aside. Lan Xuanyu shouted, suggesting Lei should use the Earth Bear's gravity skills to hold on. But Lei explained that it was impossible, as the ape was exceedingly agile. Lan Xuanyu also noticed that the wound on the ape was already healing on its own. He realized they would be in serious trouble if the ape fully recovered. As Lan Xuanyu retreated, he slipped and lost his footing. Seeing this, Qin became extremely worried. As Lan Xuanyu fell, with the ape in hot pursuit, the creature launched an attack. In a desperate move, Lan Xuanyu, using his silvergrass hands, made contact with the ape's hand, resulting in a significant spark. After the intense sparks had subsided, the ape lay on the ground, seemingly incapacitated, with a majestic spear piercing its body. The ape attempted to raise its hand to launch a counterattack using its soul spirit. However, Lei stepped in, holding the ape's hand from behind, preventing it from retaliating. Qin and Qian realized that the ape wasn't dead and launched another attack. They noticed Lan Xuanyu on the ape's back, working on something. Lan Xuanyu clasped both hands together and began channeling a potent energy. Witnessing this, Qian let out a scream. "No!" Her shout was so forceful that it reached Jing, who was on the spaceship. Suddenly, intense energy enveloped everyone, astounding them by what had just occurred. As the dust settled, they saw Lan Xuanyu atop the ape. Then it became apparent that the ape's entire head had exploded, leaving its body lifeless and headless. With the sensation of falling, Lan Xuanyu called out to Lei, who caught him just in time. Together, they lay on the ground, gazing at the picturesque sky. Lan Xuanyu felt a profound happiness that everyone had survived. Following the evolution of Lan Xuanyu's bloodline, he and Teacher Ji made numerous attempts to refine his abilities. The bloodline evolution changed Lan Xuanyu's martial soul fusion skill technique. Now, two hands with different soul rings would activate distinct fusion skills, adding a new layer of versatility to his martial prowess. When the first soul ring merged with the bloodline's power in his right hand, it summoned the frozen dragon spear. Lan Xuanyu heavily relied on this spear to deliver a fatal blow to the double-headed Ape King. Everyone except for Lan Xuanyu and Yuanen gradually regained consciousness during the night. They had pushed their soul strengths to the limit earlier, and now they needed a substantial break to recover fully. Recognizing this, Lan Xuanyu decided to rest and spend the night at their current location. Considering the circumstances, the area they were in appeared to be the safest choice. The most significant prize they had obtained was the Twin Ape Crystal, and with it, everyone should now have a strong case for gaining admission to Shrek Academy. Lan Xuanyu slowly opened his eyes and woke up Yuanen. As he observed Yuanen, he noticed that Yuanen seemed shorter than before. As Yuanen woke up, Lan Xuanyu, studying her closely, suddenly realized that she was not a boy, but, in fact, a girl. This revelation left Lan Xuanyu in a state of shock. Yuanen, noticing Lan Xuanyu's stunned expression, glanced at the moon and comprehended that her secret had been uncovered. Yuanen, overwhelmed by the situation, attempted to scream, but Lan Xuanyu quickly hushed her, warning that it might attract monsters to their location. He gently prevented Yuanen from crying and reassured her that everything was all right. He reminded her that they were friends and that her secret was safe with him. Touched by his understanding, Yuanen burst into tears and clung to Lan Xuanyu for support. Qin and Lei observed the unfolding situation from a slight distance. Once Yuanen had calmed down, she began to share her past with everyone. She hailed from an ancient and prestigious family in Shrek City known as the Titan Great Ape family. Her father had served in the Federal Army for the development of alien planets. During their time on the 7th planet, known as 11 Star and owned by the Federal, peace was a constant presence. Despite the small community, the residents cherished the tranquility that enveloped the planet. During this time, Yuanen's father met her mother, leading to their marriage and the birth of Yuanen. However, due to the genetic combination of various races on 11 Star, an unexpected mutation occurred that had never been foreseen. During the daytime, Yuanen appeared as a male, but as night fell, he underwent a transformation into a woman. Although initially confusing to his parents, this unique condition gave Yuanen heightened strength, making them stronger than others. Moved by Yuanen's story, tears streamed down her face as she expressed her fears of being seen as a monster. Lan Xuanyu reassured her, telling her there was no need to worry as they would protect her secret. Lei suggested she could live with them in the dormitories once they passed this test. Qin inquired about which identity Yuanen preferred, whether as a male or a female. Yuanen admitted she hadn't decided on her preferred gender yet. Qin, noticing Yuanen's unique character, suggested that she choose the one that felt dominant within her. Lan Xuanyu then gathered everyone and informed them that it was time to prepare for their return. The group returned to the hills region, taking turns to stand guard and ensure their safety over 3 days. Early in the morning on the 4th day, the spaceship finally arrived, marking the end of the assessment. At the military base, Qi addressed all the participants, revealing that out of the initial 147 who had entered, only 89 remained. This meant that 58 individuals had been eliminated from the competition. Qi emphasized the valuable lesson each battle had imparted, the importance of perseverance and resilience. She then announced that the results would be revealed, and those whose names were called should step aside. Qi began announcing the names, and she first called Lan Xuanyu. She commended him for his bravery, strategic thinking, and excellent choices during the assessment, declaring him the best among all participants. As a reward, Lan Xuanyu was awarded a yellow badge, a gift he received with great excitement and happiness. Qi then announced that the second place went to Yuanen, which made Qin jealous. Next, Qi announced that Qin had secured 3rd place, Bing had earned 6th place, and Qian had landed in 8th place. Lan Xuanyu realized that everyone from their group had reached the top 10. However, Feng's name had yet to be called, and Yi feared his chances were over. Just as they started worrying, Qi finally announced Feng's ranking as 30th. Qi approached Feng and praised him for his excellent teamwork and coordination with the group. She emphasized that while talent was valuable, consistency and unwavering determination were equally essential for success. Qi then revealed that those ranked above 30 were essentially eliminated from further consideration. She mentioned that there would be a few special admissions this year, and those individuals would receive separate notifications in due course. In the meantime, she encouraged the remaining participants to continue exchanging their body crystals. Lan Xuanyu's team proudly placed their crystals on the table, leaving the other participants in awe of the impressive number they had amassed. They had collected 1 purple insignia, 18 yellow, and 23 white crystals. Lan Xuanyu explained that they had agreed on a distribution ratio of 20%, with each of the other 8 team members receiving an equal share of 10%. After the exchange, all the candidates boarded the spaceship and prepared to return to Shrek Academy. While on the ship, Lan Xuanyu stared out the window, lost in thought. Qian noticed his contemplative expression and became curious. She asked Lan Xuanyu what troubling idea he was pondering. Lan Xuanyu questioned Qian if she believed that he constantly had bad ideas. Qin chimed in, remarking that Lan Xuanyu was quite cunning, and they needed to be cautious around him, lest he sell out Qian. Lan Xuanyu retorted, suggesting that Qian should stick close to him if that were the case, as he only needed her. Qin seized Qian, affirming she was her friend, and intended to stay with her. However, Qian intervened, urging both of them to cease their bickering. Qin playfully taunted Lan Xuanyu, labeling him as naive and a child. Lan Xuanyu humorously conceded that he was a child and needed Qian's care. Upon hearing Lan Xuanyu's remark, Qin was taken aback. However, the ship's announcement interrupted their conversation, instructing everyone to fasten their seatbelts as the ship prepared for takeoff. As the ship left the planet's atmosphere, another announcement informed them that everyone would enter a deep sleep. Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes and felt the life energy around him, realizing that he was familiar with this sensation. After returning to Shrek Academy, everyone retired to their hotel rooms to rest, knowing that the official results list would be announced the following day. In their hotel room, Professor Ji asked Lan Xuanyu about his performance. With great excitement, Lan Xuanyu revealed that he had secured 1st place. Upon hearing Lan Xuanyu's news, Professor Ji was taken aback and urged him to describe the examination process in detail. As Lan Xuanyu recounted the examination, Professor Ji's pride in his students grew, and he admired Lan Xuanyu's uniqueness, Lan Xuanyu, however, shared his belief that the assessment wasn't a true combat situation. Lan Xuanyu continued, explaining that the constant presence of life energy on the spaceship made the assessment less challenging. He proudly displayed the purple rank insignia to Professor G, who was astounded and impressed. Professor G expressed a hint of frustration, admitting that he had only managed to obtain the purple rank insignia once during his time as a student at Shrek Academy. Lan Xuanyu asked Professor G what he could exchange the purple rank insignia for. Professor G informed him that there were numerous options, including the possibility of exchanging it for Tang Sec techniques, which would significantly enhance his skills and knowledge. Lan Xuanyu was delighted by this prospect, eager to further his progress. Professor G, however, cautioned Lan Xuanyu not to disclose his findings regarding the nature of the assessment to anyone else. Lan Xuanyu agreed, acknowledging that the narrative presented by the Academy during the assessment had felt incredibly authentic. With the pain seeming genuinely intense, Professor G confirmed the authenticity, remarking that the Academy's dedication to advancing humanity was remarkable. He emphasized to Lan Xuanyu the importance of remembering that a peaceful life often relied on others carrying burdens on behalf of the masses. Professor G encouraged Lan Xuanyu, expressing confidence that Lan Xuanyu would achieve dreams that he had not been able to fulfill. The following day, Teacher G departed from the Duluo planet. Soon after, an announcement called for the gathering of freshman students. Lei invited Lan Xuanyu to join them in visiting the Sea Immortal Pavilion, extending an invitation for an exciting adventure. During the freshman entrance ceremony at the Sea Immortal Plaza, Chi announced the final admission list. Alongside the 6 special admissions, a total of 36 students had gained entry. Lan Xuanyu noticed that his warship troll teacher was also on the stage, casting a watchful gaze in his direction. Lan Xuanyu followed his warship teacher to the Space Research Building, where the teacher introduced himself as Tang Zhenhua and declared that he would be Lan Xuanyu's instructor. Tang conveyed the exciting news that Lan Xuanyu had been accepted as the sole Department of Interstellar Command student, a significant achievement. Lan Xuanyu inquired if it was challenging to gain admission, to which Tang proudly affirmed that the qualifications required were exceptionally high, making it a prestigious department with limited slots. Tang assured Lan Xuanyu that he would come to realize he was truly one in a million. Tang continued, mentioning that he had heard about Lan Xuanyu's outstanding performance in the audition, the trial, and the previous comprehensive assessment, all achieved with just 2 soul rings. He expressed his understanding of Lan Xuanyu's unique bloodline, emphasizing that he was sharing this information because he knew Lan Xuanyu was his only student. However, Tang's tone turned stern as he warned Lan Xuanyu that the cultivation resource allocation depended on the badges they earned. Lan Xuanyu should not set unrealistic expectations. Tang proceeded to boast about his extensive knowledge, claiming to be the most knowledgeable among all the teachers in the department. He instructed Lan Xuanyu to tidy up his room and informed him that a simulation cabin would also be available. Lan Xuanyu was thrilled by the prospect but soon realized there were conditions attached. Tang explained that since Lan Xuanyu had ranked first upon enrollment, he was expected to maintain that position in all future assessments. Tang ominously added that failure to do so would result in consequences, punctuating his statement with a sinister laugh before departing. Lan Xuanyu quickly stopped Tang and inquired about the resources available for exchange. Tang advised Lan Xuanyu to save his badges for a later time. However, Lan Xuanyu mentioned that he had heard that a purple insignia could be exchanged for the Heaven and Earth treasure, which would help him raise his soul power to 30 if possible. Tang was taken aback by Lan Xuanyu's mention of the purple logo. Impressed by Lan Xuanyu's story of how he obtained the purple insignia, Tang found it remarkable. Lan Xuanyu innocently suggested that his unique bloodline might be related to his unusual progress. He explained that ever since he came to Shrek Academy, he felt an infusion of life energy into his body, significantly accelerating his cultivation. Shocked by Lan Xuanyu's revelation, Tang asked him to extend his hand. Lan Xuanyu complied, offering his hand to Tang. As soon as Tang made contact with Lan Xuanyu's hand, he experienced a vivid vision of dragons soaring through the sky above a dense forest and scenes of destruction. Tang quickly withdrew his hand, realizing he had never encountered someone with such a high-level bloodline. He urged Lan Xuanyu to display his bloodline ability. Lan Xuanyu revealed his martial souls, including the mutated silver grass. Tang was visibly stunned by the sight of the mutated martial soul. Tang was baffled, stating that these 2 bloodlines should not be able to coexist, and he couldn't fathom how Lan Xuanyu possessed both of them. Lan Xuanyu explained that the 2 bloodlines had initially conflicted, but his former teacher had guided him to reconcile them. Tang was even more astonished, questioning how Ji and Yin could teach such a complex technique. Tang, now understanding the potential danger of Lan Xuanyu's unique situation, realized that as potent as his bloodlines were, the risk of their collision could be life-threatening. Tang approached Lan Xuanyu and inquired about his teacher's name. Lan Xuanyu revealed that his teacher's name was Nana, and she used to teach at Tianduo Star. Lan Xuanyu also asked Tang if his previous practice methods had been correct. Tang affirmed that his methods had indeed been very effective. Tang further admired Lan Xuanyu's extraordinary teacher for her ability to teach him how to control two bloodlines simultaneously. After Lan Xuanyu arrived at Shrek Academy and began absorbing life energy, he shared his experiences and insights with Tang. Tang recognized that Lan Xuanyu's training methods would significantly expedite attaining high potential for future students. During their conversation, Lan Xuanyu revealed his purple insignia and asked Tang what he could exchange it for. However, Tang surprised him by requesting Lan Xuanyu's purple logo. Lan Xuanyu, somewhat taken aback, displayed his purple insignia to Tang. Tang then inquired about what Lan Xuanyu desired in exchange for the logo. After considering it momentarily, Lan Xuanyu expressed his wish to rapidly reach level 30 with his Demon Eye ability. Tang informed Lan Xuanyu that he did not need to purchase the Demon Eye ability. He further explained that since he was also a member of the Tang sect, Lan Xuanyu could join the sect and become his student to learn the skill. Lan Xuanyu was extremely surprised and taken aback by Tang's offer. Tang reassured him to keep his symbol and mentioned that a better opportunity might arise to utilize it. He then handed Lan Xuanyu a small box, instructing him to place it in his meditation room and open it during practice. Intrigued, Lan Xuanyu inquired about the contents of the box. Tang explained that the small box contained the black insignia of Shrek Academy, crafted from the branches of the Tree of Eternity. He mentioned it would help Lan Xuanyu find inner calmness during his practice. Lan Xuanyu felt it was too valuable in exchange for his purple insignia and hesitated to accept it. Tang sternly scolded Lan Xuanyu, emphasizing that he was merely lending it to him and that he should return it if he ever found it necessary. He added that if Lan Xuanyu failed, he should still return the black insignia to him. Lan Xuanyu came to appreciate Tang's genuine support and dedication to his students. He realized that Tang was truly committed to their success. Meanwhile, Qi conversed with Feng, expressing that what he had given him previously held a significantly higher value than the purple logo. Qi inquired about when Feng intended to repay the favor. Feng, however, made it clear that he had no intention of using the purple insignia as repayment. This response left Qi somewhat agitated, and Feng then asked for guidance on how to proceed since he couldn't earn the purple logo for a while. Qi suggested that Feng borrow the purple insignia from Lan Xuanyu, but Feng was reluctant. Qi then proposed an alternative solution. She reluctantly accepted Feng as her student, although she doubted whether he could pass the exam in a year. Feng, displaying determination, assured Qi that he could succeed. Qi placed her hand on Feng's shoulder and declared that he would be her disciple from that moment onward. However, Feng didn't appear particularly pleased about the situation. Qi inquired if Feng truly wanted the logo, suggesting he could return it if he didn't. Feng, however, expressed his desire to keep it. Feng then asked Qi about the item's identity, to which Qi revealed that it was a petal from a 100,000-year-old chrysanthemum. Meanwhile, at the dean's office, Lei stood before the dean. She inquired if he had discovered the ability to fuse with his summons. Lei replied that this ability had manifested after he broke through to the Spirit Sea Realm level. The dean then instructed Lei to take a seat in front of her. Lei found himself somewhat perplexed by the dean's statement. She urged him to hasten, as she had taken him as her direct disciple, and was eager to study his bloodline. Lei complied respectfully, descending to a lower position. The dean then directed Lei to look at his feet, where a magical portal began to form beneath him. Lei experienced a strange sensation, feeling slightly dizzy but also surprisingly wonderful. The dean explained that it was the Spirit Sea Realm, assuring Lei that his cultivation was quite promising. Following this, the dean instructed Lei to sit down and connect with his spiritual sea, encouraging him to exercise it continuously for the next 24 hours. The dean made it clear to Lei that he couldn't be her direct disciple if he couldn't accomplish the task. Realizing the importance of this opportunity, Lei resolved to resist and maintain his composure, determined to impress the dean and be proud of his abilities. In his meditation room, Lan Xuanyu prepared for meditation and opened the box given to him by Tang. As the box opened, it released a vibrant green energy that enveloped him. Lan Xuanyu keenly sensed the richness of this energy both around him and within his body. Suddenly, the vortex in his chest underwent a sudden change, with his energies appearing to separate. Lan Xuanyu seized the black insignia with determination, and as he grasped it, he could feel its potent energy surging into his body. His blood essence breath increased, and the absorption process felt exceedingly rapid. Lan Xuanyu found himself overwhelmed by the surging energy, fearing that if it continued, he might become overwhelmed by its sheer power. Suddenly, he sensed a change in his spiritual sea. His control over his mental power had returned, but he knew he needed to regain the bloodline energy swiftly, as the vortex was still reconstituting itself. However, the power guiding back the bloodline energy was much more potent than he expected, causing Lan Xuanyu to feel uncomfortable and uneasy. Lan Xuanyu contemplated his situation and had a realization. He understood that the bloodline's power could absorb soul power, so if he reversed the process, he could harness the bloodline's power in a new way. Lan Xuanyu devised a plan to convert excess life energy into soul power, a skill that could prove invaluable. With colorful light, he worked diligently to stabilize the bloodline's power. Then, he skillfully guided the life energy, reversing its flow and changing it into internal absorption, effectively allowing him to harness and utilize the bloodline's power uniquely. The method successfully stripped the soul energy from Lan Xuanyu, and he continued with his training, converting the excess life energy into his soul power energy. As the process reached completion, he opened his eyes and was surprised to see that the black insignia had lost all of its energy. Initially, Lan Xuanyu thought it might be broken. However, he quickly realized that the logo was merely gathering external energy, and his joy was immense. Lan Xuanyu was delighted that he had discovered a cultivation method that suited him perfectly. Qi began to brief everyone on the college's rules in the classroom. She explained that students had 2 years to create their battle armor, emphasizing that failing would result in their dismissal from the school. Qi elaborated on the standards set for the students. They needed to reach at least Master Level 3 in battle armor and attain a soul power level of 70. Furthermore, Qi provided insights about the Tree of Eternity, highlighting its significance as the planet's core. She mentioned that the tree had even absorbed an invading planet as part of its evolution. Qi informed the students that the real Shrek Academy was located within the tree canopy and had an inner courtyard. She explained that access to this inner sanctum was granted exclusively to those who became disciples of the inner courtyard. The students engaged in conversations, sharing their excitement about the sky city above the Tree of Eternity. Subsequently, Qi began teaching them the fundamental principles of crafting battle armor. Qi further explained to the students that they would also need to select their desired professions to study over the next 2 years. However, during the first year, their primary focus would be creating one battle armor. Qi appointed Courtyard as the class leader, and Yuanin as the vice leader. She specified that the class leader would change every month, and after 1 year, leadership positions would be determined through votes. As the class ended, Lan Xuanyu expressed concern about Lei's absence and inquired about his well-being. Qi reassured him that Lei was engaged in special training and healthy. In the afternoon, Lan Xuanyu accompanied Tang to the Shrek Academy exchange. A student emerged from the guest room as they stood in front of it. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but notice that the student's uniform looked rather peculiar. Tang introduced the student as Win, a senior, and suggested that Lan Xuanyu should approach him for guidance. Lan Xuanyu extended a friendly introduction to Win, expressing his hope for them to get along well. Tang humorously remarked that Lan Xuanyu, her new disciple, was either inconsistent or somewhat eccentric. Win expressed his concern to Tang, mentioning that he would embark on missions in a few days, but was hesitant to leave without someone to look after her. Tang, in response, playfully scolded Win, urging him not to be so overprotective and reminding him of the debt he owed her, particularly a black insignia. This revelation left Win somewhat surprised. Trying to change the subject, Win turned his attention to Lan Xuanyu, suggesting that he introduce himself to Tang. Win then proceeded to inform Lan Xuanyu about the process of exchanging insignias. Win continued his explanation, informing Lan Xuanyu that students were responsible for creating the descriptions and names for their exchange items. He also mentioned that students could post redemption content, but should exercise caution and adhere to the school's guidelines. Tang chimed in, cautioning that occasionally, students posted prohibited content, which could lead to substantial fines. Lan Xuanyu, intrigued by the concept, inquired if he could utilize his cultivation abilities to publish an exchange item on the platform. Win affirmed that Lan Xuanyu could indeed post such an item. Lan Xuanyu expressed his desire to share a solution for resolving the conflict between Win's martial soul and his practice by utilizing life energy. Upon hearing this, Win was profoundly astonished, as the revelation that Lan Xuanyu possessed twin martial souls shook him to his core. Win sought confirmation from Lan Xuanyu, asking if he genuinely intended to publish this information and if he was certain about its authenticity. Lan Xuanyu assured Win that he was confident in the accuracy of the information, even though it might be a bit challenging for others to decide. Win explained that the publication was possible but would require yellow insignias as payment. He further noted that people tend to believe in something more when it comes at a higher cost to them. Tang playfully teased Win, suggesting that Lan Xuanyu should heed his advice, as he was the best at manipulating people. This remark infuriated Win, and under his guidance, Lan Xuanyu refined his exchange content. As they perused the redemption list, Lan Xuanyu came across an exchange offer for 1 liter of water from the Sea Immortal Lake. Intrigued by its high cost, Lan Xuanyu inquired of Win about the water's extraordinary value. Win explained that the Sea Immortal Lake boasted numerous soul guide shields, making it exceedingly valuable. Lan Xuanyu expressed his intention to attempt to acquire it. Tang advised Lan Xuanyu against acquiring the water from the Sea Immortal Lake, suggesting that he could instead redeem an hour of practice in the lake from the yellow list. This suggestion surprised Qi, but Tang explained that Lan Xuanyu had a strong affinity for life energy, making it a worthwhile endeavor. Lan Xuanyu agreed to go along with Tang's advice. Accompanied by Tang, Lan Xuanyu entered a temple-like structure. Adding to her assessment, Yue declared that Lan Xuanyu's affinity for life energy was at least 90%, and he had the potential to reach the level of her teacher. Yue announced her intention to inform her teacher about the situation, as they had finally discovered someone with such a high affinity in their line. Despite Tang's attempts to stop her, she hurriedly departed, soaring away. As she vanished into the distance, she shouted back at Tang, emphasizing that he didn't comprehend the significance of an affinity exceeding 90%, and this revelation would make waves at the Sea Immortal Pavilion meeting. Tang found himself in a state of confusion, unsure of what actions to take next. He was deeply concerned that they might take Lan Xuanyu away from him. In distress, Tang reached for his watch communicator and contacted the dean to explain the situation. He relayed the events that had just transpired to the dean through the soul communicator. Upon hearing his account, the dean scolded him, exclaiming that he acted recklessly like a fool. The dean's anger flared, and she lashed out at Tang with fury. She sternly warned Tang that if they succeeded in taking Lan Xuanyu away, she would have nothing more to do with him. In her rage, the dean declared that she would contact her teacher to protect Lan Xuanyu. Meanwhile, Lan Xuanyu remained entirely oblivious to the commotion outside. He was fully engrossed in the sea of life energy, his bloodline greedily absorbing the abundant life force surrounding him. As the dean arrived at the scene, her fury continued to mount, and she unleashed a barrage of scolding at Tang. She criticized him for not understanding that Lan Xuanyu's energy affinity could only be tested during a formal examination. She found it highly unusual that a second ring spirit master had absorbed such an excessive amount of life energy without any apparent harm to his body. The dean instructed Tang to immediately wake Lan Xuanyu from his trance and remove him from the situation. She chastised Tang for his perceived stupidity and warned that they risked Shu Lao's intervention if they continued to delay. Tang reluctantly agreed and attempted to use his spell to awaken Lan Xuanyu. However, just as he was about to do so, Shu Lao suddenly appeared, commanding Tang to step back. The sudden arrival of Shu Lao left both Tang and the dean utterly shocked and taken aback. Shu Lao greeted the dean and inquired if she was now the dean of the courtyard. The dean affirmed her new position. With a stern expression, Shu Lao asserted that it was time to return, as Lan Xuanyu now belonged to their school. Tang attempted to voice his disagreement with old Shu Lao, but old Shu Lao, exuding pure authority, silenced him with a piercing gaze. Sensing the intensifying situation, the dean stepped forward and explained that their academy also had rules. She expressed her desire to seek guidance and requested time to discuss the matter. However, old Shu Lao curtly dismissed the need for further discussion. He declared that as the head of the inner courtyard, he would decide personally. He instructed Tang Yue to take his younger brother and return to the inner courtyard immediately. Just as old Shu Lao finished his sentence, a brilliant and imposing light suddenly manifested beside them. Waking with fear and astonishment, Dean and Tang Yue watched as another figure appeared before them. Tang Yue exclaimed, addressing this new arrival as Dean Wang. Wang Tianyu, the vice master of the Sea Immortal Pavilion and vice dean of the inner courtyard, appears with an air of authority. As he arrives, he immediately chides Shu Lao for causing chaos. Shu Lao, surprised by Wang's presence, asks him why he's here. Wang responds by questioning why, as the vice dean, he shouldn't be present. Shu Lao presses further, asking Wang to clarify his intentions. Wang Tianyu firmly responds that the academy's rules cannot be disregarded, and even if Lan Xuanyu becomes their student, they cannot take him away before he graduates. Shu Lao then inquires if this means he cannot teach the student. Upon hearing this, Dean is relieved, while Tang remains concerned about his earlier blunder. Dean recognizes that very few people have the privilege of standing up to a teacher of Shu Lao's caliber, given his reputation as one of the best in the academy. Shu Lao retorts that Wang lacks respect for his elders, to which Wang responds that the last time Shu Lao cheated him, he stopped considering him as an elder. Shu Lao's anger flares up, and he threatens to strike Wang. Wang, however, advises Shu Lao not to act rashly, as he is still an elder. Shu Lao, seething with rage, declares his intention to convene a Say Immortal Pavilion meeting regarding Wang's actions before abruptly departing. Witnessing Shu Lao's departure, Tang's sister expresses concern, and Wang also instructs her to leave. Wang, as they leave, informs Dean that life energy affinity will be added after the physical examination. Tang, filled with worry, asks Dean about the potential consequences if the Sea Immortal Pavilion meeting doesn't go well. Wang, his anger evident, sharply reminds Tang that it's none of his concern and questions whether Tang recalls what Wang instructed him last time. Tang recalls Wang's earlier instructions for him to take action. Suddenly, Wang casts a spell, enclosing Tang within a cube. Dean, witnessing this situation, expresses concern for Tang and implores Wang not to be too severe with him. Night falls, and Lan Xuanyu remains in meditation. His body aches all over, and the bloodline vortex in his chest feels frozen. As Lan Xuanyu emerges from the water, he notices it suddenly becomes very dark, leaving him puzzled. Lan Xuanyu spots Tang sitting there, and when Tang notices that Lan Xuanyu is out of the water, he angrily yells at him, blaming him for the situation. Tang's face is swollen and bruised. Lan Xuanyu, looking at him, doesn't recognize him anymore. Tang examines Lan Xuanyu momentarily and realizes he's fortunate because his soul hasn't been affected by the excessive life energy he absorbed. He asks Lan Xuanyu if he can convert the excess life energy, to which Lan Xuanyu confirms that he can. Tang, realizing that things are quite chaotic, decides to leave, telling Lan Xuanyu that the life energy he absorbed today will keep him busy for a month, and when he's done, he'll be closer to reaching the third soul ring. Lan Xuanyu is left pondering what happened during his meditation and whether he played any part in Teacher Tang's injuries. At the same time, Lei has been kneeling for 36 hours straight, and he's come close to collapsing several times. However, his remaining consciousness has kept him going. Dean, who hasn't slept, watches over him from a nearby sofa. She initially thought Lei was weak, but he has displayed incredible determination. Finally, Dean says, "Okay," and as she does, Lei collapses to the ground. Seeing this, Dean becomes worried and quickly administers a potion to Lei. After giving him the potion, Dean feels a pang of heartache and admits to herself that she doesn't need to be so hard on him. She's genuinely at a loss for what to do. On the second day of school, Qi, while conducting the class, informs everyone that they now have access to the simulation cabin with all the permissions of an adult. Qi explains that they can exchange Duluo coins for Shrek symbols in the coming week. Qi specifies that they can exchange for normal and yellow symbols, with the exchange rate being 1,000 for normal and 15,000 for yellow insignias. However, the exchange rate for purple insignias is still unavailable. Upon hearing this, Lan Xuanyu begins pondering how to earn more Duluo coins to exchange for Shrek insignias. Qin and Qian approach Lan Xuanyu, and Qin inquires if he's aware of a place in the Duluo world where they can earn Duluo coins. She suggests that they go there together later. Lan Xuanyu asks what Qin needs him to do. With a teasing tone, Qin comments that, naturally, Lan Xuanyu will be in charge because that's the only thing he can do. Lan Xuanyu agrees, and proposes that he take 30%, and they can split the rest. Qin argues that they should split the earnings equally among everyone. Lan Xuanyu disagrees, and states that he won't participate under those conditions. Yuanin intervenes, grabbing Lan Xuanyu and offering to go with him to the Duluo world this afternoon. Qin becomes furious. Lan Xuanyu explains that they can earn coins by participating in soul fights, and there are cumulative rewards. They can also bet on themselves to make it easier. Qin accuses Yuanin of stealing her business, and she is upset. Qin decides to team up with Qian, believing they are equally formidable as a duo. Lan Xuanyu calls out to Qin, proposing they split the rewards equally. Qin suggests they redeem the symbols after the final settlement and hope to borrow them. Lan Xuanyu assures her that he will return them within 3 months. Time passes quickly. Lan Xuanyu enters his training room and steps into the simulation cabin. As he relaxes, he hears notification beeps, and suddenly he's transported into another soul world. Lan Xuanyu is genuinely surprised to discover that he's now in an ancient city, surrounded by ancient people and buildings everywhere.
Lan Xuanyu had arrived at the ancient virtual world and quickly met up with his companion, Yuan and Hui Hui, using their soul communicators. As they walked through the ancient streets, Yuan and Hui Hui asked whether it was Xuanyu's first time in the Shrek city of the Duluo world. Lan Xuanyu affirmed this and said that it felt very different from the Shrek city of the real world. Yuan and Hui Hui explained the difference was because Shrek city had once been destroyed. In the past, the ancestors of Shrek Academy had gone through many hardships to rebuild the academy, along with the city. The Shrek city of the Duluo world had a special battle arena. It had been created and preserved so that spirit masters could learn from each other and improve in actual combat ability. While the boys conversed, the rest of the team joined them. They were Dong Qianchu, Lan Mengqin, and Liu Feng. Once they arrived, Yuan and Hui urged everyone to sign up for the Soul Arena. On their way there, he explained that the biggest source of income was gambling. However, it was the arena's policy that the contestants could all participate, but could only bet on themselves in order to prevent cheating. Afterward, Lan Xuanyu inquired about the competition's rules. In response, Yuan and Hui explained that the rules were simple. There would be corresponding points for each victory. However, the next match would definitely bring stronger opponents. Moreover, if one accomplished a winning streak, there would be extra points and Duluo coins as rewards. However, the premise was that they could keep winning. When they arrived at the arena, Hui asked Xuan Yu to suggest a name for their team. The latter did not hesitate, and suggested that they should go by the name Freak Team. Lan Menkin protested the uninspired and casual naming before accusing Lan Xuanyu of being too lazy. However, to her dismay, the team of 5 was nonetheless registered as the Freak Team. They were not rich. In fact, they were quite a bit poor and could only manage to put together 1,000 Duluo coins, betting everything on their team. If they lost, they would lose everything. But if they won, they would get the same number of coins they bet. At the contestants' lounge, Xuan Yu asked Hui whether there were other sources of income. In response, Hui explained that if they emerged as the winning team, they could get 10% of the total ticket revenue on top of their winnings. Right then, Liu Feng inquired whether the system would be balanced, and if at all, there would be a team that could always win at the Seoul Arena. His speculation was immediately dismissed by Hui, who went on to explain that because their team was comprised of only first years, they would face the difficult challenge of the seniors, who possessed battle armor if their winning rate reached a certain level. Xuan Yu was immediately intrigued and inquired about Hui's longest winning streak. In response, the young man revealed that he had once won 7 individual matches in a row before he was finally defeated by a 4-ringed spirit master with battle armor. His response opened a floodgate of questions from Lan Xuanyu, who questioned whether the amount of their bets would affect the strength of their next opponents. Yuan and Hui explained that, generally, that would not be the case. However, things would be different if the bet amount was huge. When Lan Xuanyu inquired about the specific amount, Hui speculated that maybe they could face tough opponents if the bet amounted to between 100,000 and 1 million Duluo coins. At this point, Lan Menkin appeared exasperated and asked why Lan Xuanyu was asking so many messy questions instead of hitting the nail on the head directly. With a mischievous wink, Lan Xuanyu suggested that if they calculated carefully, they could obtain a harvest far beyond their imagination within the next 7 days. Shortly afterward, there was an announcement in the Seoul Arena welcoming the Freak Team to do battle. Right then, a pair of feet steadily approached the exit into the dazzling light of the arena ahead.
Do you want to know the name of this manga, along with all the manga names of the recaps we did in our channel? How about also the chapter numbers our recaps end? You can simply ask the names in our Discord community for free or become a donor to get them all in one place. You can either be a donor in Patreon or be a member in our YouTube channel. Just scan this QR code or go to the link in the description to become a donor. Moreover, becoming a donor automatically makes you a VIP member of our Discord server with over tens of thousands of members.
The Freak Team was set to face the Bells and Whistles team in a 5-on-5 team match, where the winner would be declared once all the members of one side were defeated. Right then, the countdown to the start of the match began at that moment. Lan Xuanyu was surprised by how deserted the arena appeared. He also wondered about the curious name of the opposing team. On the other end of the arena was a team of teenagers. They mocked Lan Xuanyu and his teammates for being small children who were in a rush to spend money. The teenagers urged the Freak Team to give up so that they could be invited out for ice cream after the match. Yuan and Hui immediately lost his cool and demanded that their opponents explain whether something was wrong with their age. However, a hand stopped him right away. Naturally, this hand belonged to Lan Xuanyu, who was also the team captain. He urged his teammates not to move before explaining his suspicion that the rules set by the mastermind of these matches for extracting opponents was related to the age of the contestants' spirit rings. As such, Lan Xuanyu suggested that they refrain from revealing too much of their strength and wait until the next match. For now, the plan was to measure the strength of their opponents. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu extended a vine of the silver-patterned blue-silver grass and attached it around Liu Feng's waist as they both leaped into battle. Liu Feng shot forward, wielding his white dragon spear with a look of determination to confront their crazed opponent, who appeared amused by the younger team's brazen attack. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu released a volley of icicles toward his opponent, who appeared to dodge them effortlessly. He charged swiftly toward Liu Feng, yelling for the latter to die. With a determined look, Liu Feng fiercely swung down his white dragon spear, interrupting his opponent's attack. At that moment, the rest of the Bells and Whistles team had fallen out of formation, and their attack soon fell into disarray. Before they could rush to support their vanguard, the arena floor was quickly covered with a sheet of thin ice, which caused them to slip and fall, while Lan Xuanyu's volley of ice assaulted them. At that moment, Liu Feng drew back his white dragon spear and prepared for a fresh attack. He leaped into the air to intercept his opponent, executing his spirit skill known as the Rising Dragon. In an instant, the main attacker of the Bells and Whistles team was eliminated. There was nothing much to say about the subsequent battles because Liu Feng stepped forward alone. Relying on his overwhelming speed, all the opponents were eliminated, and the team battle came to an end within 12 breaths. Liu Feng exuded confidence after the recent victory and asked the captain whether they could continue. He felt that they could easily win 7 times in a row. As expected, Lan Xuanyu remained level-headed and asked Liu Feng to be patient because they were just getting started, and there was no need to rush. Liu Feng's next match was one-on-one, and as such, Lan Xuanyu explained that it was a sure win for his comrade, because Liu Feng's opponent would also be a 2-ringed Spirit Master. Back in the Soul Arena lounge, Lan Mengqin inquired why Liu Feng should continue to compete. In response to her question, Dong Qianchu explained that it was because the next match would be a sure win and that the difficulty of the matches would not increase too quickly. With that explanation, Lan Mengqin seemed to understand the situation. Unexpectedly, Lan Xuanyu took the opportunity to tease her quite a bit by asking why her brain was so different despite their shared surname. Lan Mengqin immediately flew into a rage and screamed Lan Xuanyu's name with a clenched fist, ready to teach him a lesson. Fortunately, Dong Qianchu intervened and chided Lan Xuanyu, asking him to stop provoking Mengqin. Unexpectedly, Lan Xuanyu agreed to her request not to do it again, which caught Dong Qianchu off guard. She was momentarily speechless as she wondered when Lan Xuanyu had become so compliant. Yuan and Huihui watched silently as he wondered whether something had happened between Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianchu. Before long, it was time for Liu Feng to compete. With 3 consecutive wins under his belt, the total number of Duluo coins owned by the Freak team rose to 16,000. It was at this point that Lan Xuanyu stopped Liu Feng from competing and switched places with him to take on the individual matches. He saved the principal amount of 1,000 Duluo coins and bet the remaining 15,000 coins on his upcoming match. In his first match, Lan Xuanyu easily won and received 30,000 Duluo coins. He won again in his second match and doubled the amount. For his third match, Lan Xuanyu saved 10,000 Duluo coins and bet 50,000 on himself. He was careful not to get carried away and had no intention to risk it all. For his third match, Lan Xuanyu was up against a 4-ringed Spirit Master. According to his observation, the mastermind behind the matchups in the Soul Arena was undoubtedly clever. Sure enough, the difficulty had increased greatly, and as expected, the opponent was chosen based on the magnitude of the bet. On the other side of the arena stood the next opponent. The young man appeared friendly. However, he warned Lan Xuanyu not to get his hopes too high, because although he possessed Twin Spirit Essence, he still would not be able to compete with someone who was 2 ranks higher in cultivation. In response, Lan Xuanyu recounted his teacher's advice about gaining a lot of fighting experience to stimulate potential. He was up to no good, and decided to act docile by asking his opponent to allow him to hold on for a while, even though he could not win. As expected, the ploy seemed to work because Lan Xuanyu's opponent saw him and was reminded of his own younger brother. The young man complimented Lan Xuanyu for having the courage to compete at the Soul Arena, despite being the same tender age as his brother. Lan Xuanyu thanked the young man for the compliment, and soon the match was underway. Lan Xuanyu's opponent revealed his spirit essence, which was known as the 7-star sword. The young man controlled the sword and flung it toward Lan Xuanyu, who was charging in for a close-range attack. Feigning weakness, Lan Xuanyu appeared to be able to block the attack barely and was thrown back. However, he planted his hand firmly on the ground and spun his body around to regain his footing. For a moment, Lan Xuanyu seemed surprised and impressed that his opponent's sword could fly, so he asked how the latter was doing it. The young man, on the other hand, had an outstretched hand, with energy swirling around it as he controlled his spirit essence. He inwardly noted that Lan Xuanyu was quite fast despite his age. Lan Xuanyu's opponent swiftly retrieved his sword and shot it once more toward the young boy, who was still charging toward him. Because of Lan Xuanyu's speed, his opponent decided that he would maintain a certain distance. Just when the sword appeared to be on the verge of striking, Lan Xuan knew. He swiftly raised his right hand, which he had wrapped in the golden patterned blue-silver grass. With fierce determination, he grabbed the blade of the incoming sword using his golden dragon claw. At that moment, his opponent realized that there was something wrong. He was taken aback by the fact that Lan Xuanyu had caught his sword. It was then that he realized he could no longer allow Lan Xuanyu to get closer to him. With that, he swiftly moved to attack with another sword. However, Lan Xuanyu flung the sword already in his hand to counter the incoming sword, and with his left hand covered in the silver-patterned blue-silver grass, Lan Xuanyu condensed a ball of ice and fire, displaying his self-created spirit skill. Despite his opponent's surprise, he remained calm and assessed that such an attack could be easily avoided. Lan Xuanyu's elemental attack suddenly changed trajectory mid-flight and shot toward his opponent's feet. Upon impact, it unleashed a devastating blast, releasing all its compressed chaotic energies of the two opposing elements. Lan Xuanyu's opponent was shocked as he gritted his teeth in pain. He realized that the attack contained two opposing elements. However, he decided to endure the elemental attack. However, Lan Xuanyu had no intention of letting him catch a breath. With his right and left hand covered with golden patterned and silver patterned blue-silver grass, Lan Xuanyu performed his self-created spirit essence fusion skill. As a sphere radiating with rainbow colors condensed between his palms, at that moment, the towering silhouette of a roaring dragon appeared above Lan Xuanyu's opponent as the latter was in disbelief, with his vision getting blinded by the intense light. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu, through his self-created spirit fusion skill, manifested the golden dragon ice spear, which he shot out like a railgun toward his opponent as an intense surge of spirit power surged throughout the arena. A moment later, as the frosty air was swept away and cleared gradually, a lone figure remained standing in the arena. Lan Xuanyu's teammates celebrated once his victory was declared. Moreover, their reward had risen to 100,000 Duluo coins, which was unprecedented. However, Lan Xuanyu's expression was grave. He took no pleasure in his victory. Instead, he seemed to be bothered by something. Munkin questioned why they should let him play, as she argued that he wouldn't attract a bigger audience. Xiushu whispered to her that since winning was almost guaranteed, they should make the game easier to have more matches. Menkin agreed, as she understood the idea. Xuanyu then teased her, as he said that even though her name was Lan, her thinking seemed narrow, and she should try to think more broadly. His words made her very angry, and she shouted his name in frustration. Xiushu stepped in to calm her down and advised him not to upset her more. Xuanyu smiled and agreed, which made Xiushu lost in thoughts as to why he was suddenly so agreeable. She wondered what made him change, while Hui watched quietly from the side. In the grand arena, the mood had been tense as Liu Feng stepped forward. It was his turn, and with a strong display of skills, he won the third game, making it 3 wins in a row. This brought the team's total Duoluo coins to an impressive 16,000. At this important moment, Xuanyu paused briefly as it was his turn to fight. With a decisive approach, he left behind 1,000 coins and bet the remaining 15,000 without hesitation. In the first game, he faced his opponent confidently and won easily, adding 3,000 Duoluo coins to his total. The second game went similarly, with another quick win. However, as the third game began, he took a more cautious approach. He carefully withdrew 10,000 Duoluo coins to keep them safe and only bet 5,000 coins on this match, not wanting to risk everything. The stakes were high, and in this crucial third match, his opponent turned out to be a skilled 4-ring spirit master, which showed the clever planning by the mastermind behind the Duoluo world. Xuanyu felt the tension rise and knew that the challenge had become much tougher. He believed the choice of opponent was related to the high stakes of the bet. Yi Zichen, his opponent in this crucial match, talked to him while calling him little brother. He found it amusing that Xuanyu, with his twin martial souls, would challenge him, a fighter 2 levels above. Xuanyu calmly remembered his teacher's advice that relentless fighting could unlock hidden potential. He called Zichen brother and respectfully admitted that the victory might not be possible, but asked to be given a little more time to hold on in the fight. Impressed by his determination, Zichen noted how remarkable it was that Xuanyu, despite being the same age as his little brother, had come this far. Xuanyu thanked him and prepared himself for the fight. Zichen smiled, warned him to stay alert, and then threw his sword forward, saying 7-star sword. Xuanyu also rushed at him and moved quickly to dodge the blade. He marveled at Zichen's skill, but Zichen quickly attacked again. Surprised by Xuanyu's speed, he tried to keep his distance, but was stunned when Xuanyu stopped his sword with his bare hand. He got confused and realized something was off. He vowed to keep him away, but Xuanyu threw the sword aside and attacked with his ice and fire, 2 beads. Zichen thought the attack might target his footing, but to his surprise, a barrier appeared around him, and he realized Xuanyu's attack was a perfect blend of ice and fire. With determination, he braced himself. Xuanyu also prepared for another strike and summoned his power. Zichen recognized the danger of the Golden Dragon Ice Spear as he saw Xuanyu wield the spear with surprising skill. The air was tense until the announcement came. Lan Xuanyu won. Their team's Duoluo coins reached 100,000. As the crowd cheered, Xuanyu remained calm as he was unaffected by the battle he just won. Xuanyu turned to Meng Qin with a thoughtful look as he commented on the cleverness of the person who had set up the challenge. He noted that their opponent was very strong and warned that if they continued with their previous betting strategy, their hard-earned efforts might be wasted. Menkin considered the weight of his words and asked what their next move should be. Xuanyu then shifted his attention to Xiaoshu as he informed her that it was her turn to take charge. He calmly stated that they would start by betting 10,000 coins, as he had made a decisive move in their strategy. In the lively arena, the air was filled with excitement as Bei Shushu faced her opponent, a skilled 4-ring spirit master who didn't match her strength. She steadily weakened him with her second soul martial skill, Ice Tide, which covered the battlefield in a chilling mist and helped her control the fight. Despite her efforts, winning the match remained a tough challenge until the final moments. When the fight ended, the announcement declared her the winner and awarded her 10,000 Duoluo coins. Xuanyu then told Menkin that it was her turn next with a hefty bet of 120,000 coins on the line. She gasped at the amount of the coins. Xuanyu advised her to prepare mentally, as she would face a 5-ring spirit master, though not an overwhelming one. He reassured her that despite the large bet, the match would be manageable. She assured him confidently that she was up for the challenge. Xuanyu suspected her opponent would be a war control system spirit master who can attack from a distance. He recommended she use her soul martial fusion skills to win quickly, and mentioned that their success depended on her performance. Menkin firmly pledged to win. As the battle started, Lan Menkin's accuracy was spot on, and she lived up to her friend's expectations. Her clever tactics led her team to victory. The joy was electric when the reward of 240,000 coins was revealed, which sparked cheers within the Freak team. As the fight ended, Xiaoshu quickly praised Menkin for her incredible performance. Hui, on the other hand, impressed by the large reward, began thinking about other ways to earn more Duoluo coins. Meanwhile, Xuanyu suggested they jump into a 5 versus 5 fight instead. Hui was stunned by this sudden declaration, as he was clearly surprised at the idea of facing another challenge. As the Freak team entered the arena, the atmosphere charged with excitement, and the roar of the crowd grew louder. Excited voices surged through the stands, with some confidently declaring that victory was certain for them. Xuanyu surveyed the scene and noted the sea of 8,000 spectators and the pressure to win. Hui also saw the large audience. He realized their opponents must be strong, and his suspicion of a possible scam by the event organizer grew. Xuanyu warned his team to brace themselves as this match would be tough. The opposing team made their entrance, and it was none other than Xiaoyu Chuqing's squad. Hui gasped in shock as he wondered how they ended up facing such a strong opponent. Yug stared at Hui with a hard, cold look. She smiled mockingly, and teased him that he hadn't suffered enough during their last fight. She then dared him to face her again and promised him a fitting end. Hui snapped back at her and replied that she was too full of herself and that he wouldn't be scared if she didn't have her battle armor. Xuanyu interrupted their exchange as he stepped forward calmly and introduced himself as a member of the first class. Yuga's attention shifted to him, as she noted that despite his top rank in the admission exam, his 2 rings indicated a lack of quality. Hui got furious at her words, but Xuanyu smoothly acknowledged their weakness and suggested a possible compromise. He proposed a payment for her mercy as he challenged her generosity. Yuge, however, was not swayed by the offer and insisted that, with Hui on the team, she wouldn't be lenient. She declared her desire to see them struggle, but hinted at an alternative. Xuanyu listened intently as she proposed a high-stakes bet. She suggested that if the stakes were doubled, her team would forgo their battle armor, giving the Freak team a fighting chance and providing entertainment for the fans. However, she asserted that the match's outcome would depend entirely on their skill. Hui gritted his teeth in frustration but remained resolute. He accepted the challenge with determination, as he wanted to defeat her no matter what. Menkin watched him from the sidelines and admired his courage, but was worried that he might be pushing the limits. Lei agreed with her, and Xiaoshu prepared herself for the intense battle ahead. Xuanyu, with unwavering resolve, agreed to the terms and affirmed they would match the doubled bet. Both sides signed the contract, and as the document was submitted to the control officer, both teams prepared themselves for the clash. Xuanyu glanced at Hui and noted his determined expression. He asked if he was all right, and Hui responded with a resolute gaze as he assured him they would win. Xuanyu agreed, as he knew that victory was within their reach. Inside the arena, the excitement was electric as the crowd erupted in cheers and signaled the start of the battle. The energy in the air was intense, with people shouting and cheering loudly. One person confidently claimed that the Xiaoyu team would win, while another urged them to give it their all and defeat their opponents. In the middle of it all, Tang Yug stood with authority as she displayed her powerful spirit rings, 2 bright purple and 3 deep black, that shone with incredible strength even more than Hui's. Her 2 teammates, the Li brothers beside her, also showed their strength with 4 purple and 1 black ring, as they highlighted the strong defense of their basalt shield martial soul. Yuge strategically positioned herself, with one teammate radiating a bright yellow energy and another exuding a dark black aura. This striking scene of energy and power caught Xuanyu's attention. He observed their rare and high-ranking martial souls and realized that this team could be the strongest group of third-year students at Shrek Academy. Yuge gazed at the opposing team with a mix of surprise and contempt. Their captain only had 2 soul rings, and the others weren't much better. One had 5 rings, another 4, one had 3, and 2 had just 2 each. She couldn't believe they dared to face her team with such limited power. Without hesitation, she ordered her team to attack. On the other side, Xuanyu was just as focused. He urged his team to watch their opponents closely and use strategic attacks. He was a leader who valued precision, one who kept pushing his team to take advantage of every opening as the battle began. Mengqian surrounded herself with an icy mist and channeled her energy into an arrow that she launched with deadly intent. The mist propelled the arrow forward with force, but Yuge was ready. She broke the arrow with ease and smiled as if she found it funny, almost like Mengqian was trying to fly a kite. As the battle heated up, one of Yuge's teammates used divine attachment, as he glowed with bright yellow energy. Another teammate joined in. His energy turned dark and eerie as he called forth the image of frightening skeletons. But Mengqian's arrows continued to pierce through the mist as she destroyed the skeletons with ease. In the audience, whispers of surprise rippled through the crowd. No one expected this team to hold their ground for so long. Someone expressed their disbelief as they admitted they thought this team would be defeated instantly. Even Yuge had to acknowledge with some reluctance that their performance wasn't bad. But then, a confident smile spread across her face. The warm-up was over, she decided, and it was time to finish this. She signaled her team, who immediately charged towards the mist barrier in perfect synchronization. Her teammates combined their powers and created a powerful mix of yellow and black energy. The crowd erupted in amazement as they witnessed the fusion of their skills. Someone shouted in awe about the Xiaoyu team's deadly combined attack, while another identified it as martial soul fusion skills. It was the blend of good and evil, light and darkness, a union known as the Angel of the Universe. In the middle of the chaos, Xuanyu was amazed by the incredible power being shown by the opponents. This must have been the strength of 2 opposing elements combined, and such power could not be underestimated. At the same time, Yuge's mind raced as she prepared for her next move. She knew better than to underestimate her opponents. They must have had hidden trump cards of their own. In the face of such overwhelming power, they hardly stood a chance. She then jumped toward them, ready to show them the harsh reality of being outmatched. During the intense fight, Xiaoyu Chuqing's team launched a full attack, and suddenly, a loud clang rang out through the thick mist. The sound was like a string being struck and grated on Tang Yuge's nerves. She looked around in alarm as she tried to understand the chaos. She quickly saw that angel fusion skills were being used, and was horrified to find one of her teammates frozen in some distance. Panic rose inside her as she saw another teammate also frozen and tossed aside. Meanwhile, Xuanyu shouted that angelic power was about to explode. The last 2 members of Yuge's team, Li Siki and Li Siming, quickly set up a defense. The battle reached a crucial moment as a huge explosion occurred, which sent Yuge crashing into the black tortoise shield set up by the Li brothers. While Mengqian used her power to summon a huge green dragon, her teammates told Yuge to strengthen their defense. As another explosion shook the field, arrows fell and struck Yuge's teammates, Li Siki and Li Siming. When the dust finally settled, the crowd was stunned as they wondered how things had gone so wrong so quickly, and if an accident had caused all the damage. The battlefield was a mess, and 4 participants were out of the fight. Mengqian told Xuanyu that they were very lucky to have survived. He agreed with her and mentioned that their survival was mostly due to luck. Without the surprise explosion of angelic power, they might have lost. Hui Hui, however, pointed their attention towards Yuge's impressive strength. When they looked at her, they found her radiating a dangerous aura as she promised that everyone would die. Tang Yuge's presence exuded an aura of death as she coldly declared that none of them would leave that place alive. In response to her threat, Hui Hui summoned his sword, which shimmered with a pink glow, and launched a series of quick attacks at her. However, she effortlessly raised a defensive barrier, shining with various colors, that absorbed the onslaught with ease. Xuanyu, as he observed the scene unfold, found himself pondering the true nature of her abilities, how she managed to wield attacks of different elements with such mastery. Yuge strengthened her magical barrier, making it nearly invincible. On the other hand, Hui Hui struggled to stay upright against the fierce winds. While Xuanyu worried that the bright energy around them might be caused by combining different elements, he feared that, while it might not directly harm their systems, it could weaken the very essence of Hui Hui's soul. As the tension mounted, Mengqian stepped up and unleashed her strong interference skill, and a powerful wave of energy surged towards Yuge. Her gaze sharpened as she recognized their efforts, and without hesitation, she charged forward with unstoppable force. Feng reacted immediately. His Silver Moon spear skill lightened up the battlefield as he pushed his spear towards Yug. Yet she stood firm and effortlessly raised her hand that glowed with a powerful aura to block the attack. The clash sent shockwaves through the air, but she remained unfazed. She then channeled a new wave of energy. Her aura glowed with a spectrum of colors that seemed to flicker like living flames. Xuanyu demanded to know from his teammates what kind of martial soul she possessed. Hui explained that it was the power of the 5 elements, a fearsome force created by combining 5 distinct attributes, known as the 5 elemental divine light. He warned that it could destroy all forms of energy, though she could only maintain it for 2 minutes. Hearing his words, Munkin instructed her teammates to stop Yug. She summoned a towering statue to block her path, but Yuga's power crashed through it with ease. Menkin watched in shock as it was effortlessly destroyed. Yuga then moved towards Menkin, who quickly raised a defensive barrier. But Yuga's attack shattered it, and a brilliant burst of light exploded from her hand and struck Menkin. Shu cried out for Menkin, but Yuga, unmoved, advanced with cold resolve. She announced that there were only 20 seconds left, which is plenty of time to finish them off. With a fierce shout, she charged at them. Hui prepared for their final stand, and Xuanyu told his team to be ready. He placed his hands on Hui's back, one glowing with yellow light and the other with white, as a powerful surge of energy erupted between them. Hui's voice rang out with fierce resolve as he declared that it was their last chance. Whether they won or lost, they would give it everything they had. Strange and unimaginable powers surged into Yuan and Hui's body, which caused him excruciating pain as if his soul were being repeatedly stabbed. A brilliant, intense energy burst forth from him, which left Yug in shock. Hui's form began to change as he transformed into a more mature and powerful version of himself. Xuanyu watched in amazement as he underwent this dramatic shift. A sense of dread overwhelmed Yug as she rushed towards Hui, determined to strike before it was too late. But as she threw her punch, Hui extended his hand, which glowed with vivid green energy. In a rapid motion, he summoned a bow and aimed it directly at her. Her shock deepened as she realized she could not move and understood with horror that he must have awakened his martial soul a second time. Her fear intensified as Hui's gaze locked onto hers, and suddenly an explosion erupted, which shaken the air around them. As the wind's roar faded, a voice from the crowd wondered aloud if the freak team had won, as they noted how unpredictable the battle had been. Another person expressed surprise and said they hadn't expected it, while someone else shouted in amazement at the incredible display. As the match ended, the remaining competitors were instantly transported to the waiting room, and Xuanyu approached Hui to check on him. Hui shivered and suddenly vanished into thin air, which left Xuanyu confused and Menkin worried, as they both wondered if he logged out. Xuanyu's mind raced, as he suspected the problem might be related to the soul martial fusion skill, a secret ability he had kept hidden. He then shouted for the system to log him out immediately. Once outside the simulation cabin, he quickly contacted his teacher to explain the situation. Xiaoqi, who had just visited Hui's home, reassured Xuanyu that Hui had collapsed in his simulation cabin, but everything necessary was being taken care of. He told him to stay calm as he promised to come to him soon, and advised him to prepare a detailed explanation of what had happened. Xuanyu, now in a rush, hurried out of the dorm and jumped into the teacher's car. As the car sped along the road, he anxiously asked his teacher if Hui would be all right. Qi assured him that the school had called in experts from the inner court to treat him and that he would be fine. He then instructed Xuanyu to explain everything in detail once they arrived, and he reminded him to only speak when asked to do so. Xiaoqi's voice rose with surprise as he questioned whether Xuanyu had truly claimed victory over Tang Yuga and her team, or if it was just a story. Xuanyu responded calmly as he indicated that the truth of the matter no longer mattered. His concern then shifted to Hui's condition as he asked about his well-being. Qi reassured Xuanyu, based on his experience, that Hui's mutation would turn out to be beneficial. He then suggested a practical plan. Xuanyu should record a video of his match and send it to him. Xuanyu was intrigued by this and reflected on whether it was fine to do so. Qi proposed to sell the footage and promised to split the earnings fairly. Xuanyu agreed, ready to follow his teacher's advice to get the best possible price for the video. Yingluo Hong's eyes moved towards Xuanyu and Qi as she took in their presence. She turned to Xuanyu and expressed her frustration over the ongoing trouble he seemed to bring, as she remarked that this was yet another instance of his troublemaking. Nearby, old Shu gently placed his hand on Hui's head, where he rested peacefully on the bed. As he stood up, Hui's father approached and sought information about his son's condition. Old Shu reassured him that there was no serious issue. He explained that Hui had simply eaten too much and needed a few days of rest. He added that the boy's second awakening of his martial soul, along with the simultaneous awakening of his bloodline, suggested that his strength would continue to grow. Hui's father wondered if this mutation indicated a complete transformation. Old Shu admitted that such cases were very rare and expressed his curiosity about this sudden change as well. He noted that Hui's future was full of potential, even hinting at the possibility of him becoming a god. He told Hui's father that the Yuanan family was very fortunate, and Hui's father thanked him. Old Shu then turned to Xuanyu and asked for his name. Xuanyu addressed him as a teacher and provided his name, but then felt a strange sensation and found himself dropping to his knees. He was bewildered as his body seemed to move on its own. As he observed this, Old Shu asked him what was happening. Xuanyu replied that he didn't know what was going on. Old Shu's eyes gleamed with a bright smile as he mentioned Xuanyu's respectful address to him as a teacher and his earnest bow. The old man saw Xuanyu's genuine desire to become his disciple, which touched his heart. He reflected that since he had always trusted in divine will, he was inclined to consider Xuanyu. But Luo Hong interrupted them with a firm protest. She moved quickly to Xuanyu's side and insisted that he was just a first-year student in the outer court, and according to Old Shu's own rules, they must wait until his graduation before making any decisions. Old Shu calmly replied that he could still hear perfectly well, and there was no need for such commotion. He explained that there was no hurry to accept Xuanyu as a disciple, but since their meeting seemed destined, he had a gift for the young man. He then handed Xuanyu an item. As Xuanyu received it and examined it, Old Shu advised him to keep it in his meditation room during practice and patted his head gently. A soothing warmth spread from Xuanyu's head throughout his body, which filled him with a deep sense of comfort. Old Shu then vanished from sight. As the old man was gone, Ying Luo Hong was very furious with his actions. She was angry about his obvious attempt to win Xuanyu's favor and decided to tell the teacher about it when she got back. Meanwhile, Yuanan Hui's father addressed Xuanyu as a little child and introduced himself. He mentioned that he was instrumental in awakening his son's martial soul and asked for a detailed explanation of what happened. As Xuanyu explained, Luo Hong watched him with growing interest and recognized Xuanyu's exceptional skill in martial soul fusion. Hui's father then told him that he should take his child away from that idiot, as it would be a waste for Hui to stay under his present guidance. He then thanked Ying Luo Hong and apologized for any inconvenience caused before taking his leave. At the academy, Xuanyu's voice was filled with excitement as he mentioned that they had won and collected an impressive 960,000 Duo Luo coins. Menkin agreed and added that they were also expecting proceeds from ticket sales, though they didn't yet know the amount. Xuanyu spoke to the members of the Freak team and mentioned that their teacher would help sell the match videos and that they would share half of the proceeds from these sales. The team would then divide this share equally. Menkin was excited by the news and happily agreed. With this addition, the Freak team's total now reached 1,020,000 Duo Luo coins. In Xuanyu's hostel room, he sat cross-legged on the floor, with a box placed in front of him. As he reflected on the day's events, his thoughts were heavy. Although he had emerged victorious, he couldn't ignore the unease that lingered. The explosive attacks from the two spirit masters, one harnessing light and the other darkness, had pushed him to his limits. Without those powerful attacks, the gap in strength might have made victory impossible. Driven by his goal, he knew he must advance quickly to achieve the third ring. He imagined the benefits of reaching that level, far surpassing his current state. As he focused on this goal, a soft green glow began to shine from his hand. The warmth it emitted filled the room, a reminder of the elder's gift. Soon, the entire room was illuminated by the vibrant light, and he was surrounded by a strong wave of life energy. This energy was more intense than what he had felt at the Sea God Lake, and much more powerful than the black insignia. Xuanyu remained composed as he felt the steady flow of green energy swirling within him. Ever since he had discovered how to enhance his soul power by channeling his bloodline under the right conditions of abundant life energy, his cultivation progress had surged forward with remarkable speed. This newfound technique had accelerated his growth in ways he never imagined, and he was amazed at the effectiveness of the energy source before him. Not only did it draw in vast amounts of energy, but it also made absorbing life force almost effortless. As the soft glow of the moon bathed the night sky, Xuanyu stretched his hands after cultivating for so long. The fatigue settling into his limbs became more apparent, and he wondered quietly if the life energy he had absorbed was simply too strong. His attention shifted to the communication device clasped in his hand, just as a familiar voice rang through. It was Qian Lei who shouted Xuanyu's name from the other end. He cried that the teacher had dragged him away for training and forced him to kneel for over a day until he thought he might actually die from it. And because of this, he had missed a prime opportunity to make a fortune. Xuanyu listened patiently and reassured him that there would be other chances with better ones yet to come. With that, they agreed to meet later, and as the conversation faded, so too did the night. As the morning sun peeked through the horizon, Lei turned to Xuanyu with excitement. He told him that his spiritual power had surpassed 100 upgrade points, which is a huge step forward. At this rate, he felt it wouldn't be long before he reached the Spirit Sea realm. Xuan Yu listened, then handed him a few insignia, and explained that the first experience tended to have the best results. He suggested that Lei should use them first. Lei accepted them gratefully, and said he'd borrow them for now. Xuan Yu also suggested that when he headed to the exchange center to trade for resources, he should stop by Dean Ying's office. Doing so might just get him a discount, which could be very useful. Lei leaned in closer and asked if there was any quicker way to earn Duoluo coins. Xuan Yu told him there was no shortcut. Not yet, anyway. But he planned to log in later to check if he could find another way to make some money. Lei said he was heading off for now, but would see Xuan Yu later in the Duoluo world. Xuan Yu nodded and turned to leave as well. As he was left alone, Xuan Yu quietly resolved that next time he must work even harder to raise his soul power to level 30. Only then would he be ready to learn the art of Star War Command under his teacher's guidance. That goal burnt within him, waiting to be brought to life. After much anticipation, Xuan Yu's video was finally sold, which brought in a total of 300 white insignias. As agreed, half of the earnings went to his teacher, yet even after that, everyone still ended up with more than a dozen insignias each. The moment they had been waiting for arrived, and during the exchange, each person received over 200 white insignias. On the other hand, Hui Hui, after sleeping for 3 full days, woke up refreshed and quickly returned to his training. Meanwhile, within the following 7 days, Xuan Yu dedicated himself to cultivating at the Sea God Lake. His hard work paid off as he advanced to level 28, marking another important step in his progress. In the academy classroom, the quiet hum of focus filled the air as Lei, sitting just behind Xuan Yu, leaned forward towards him. He suggested they head out after school for a bit of fun, as he complained that he was feeling bored, and it was important to balance practice with some relaxation. Xuan Yu hesitated for a moment as he felt unsure about this sudden invitation to play. But Lei wasn't one to give up easily. He quickly mentioned that Liu Feng had already refused and called him dull for always turning down such offers. Turning his attention back to Xuan Yu, he asked if he would be more willing to join him instead. Xuan Yu sighed quietly, torn between sticking to his routine and giving in to Lei's whims. As he sensed his friend's reluctance, Lei tried a different approach. He told Xuan Yu that some of the seniors had been buzzing about an auction happening today and hinted that it might be worth checking out. The thought of something intriguing finally caught Xuan Yu's interest, and he agreed to go along. Amidst the vibrant greenery, Xuan Yu's eyes met Xiu Xiu's in a brief, silent exchange. As they walked through the lobby, Xuan Yu mentioned that he and Lei were planning to head out later that evening. They intended to visit an auction in Shrek City and invited Xiu Xiu and Menqian to join them. But the girl's response was straightforward. They were occupied tonight and couldn't make it. Lei encouraged them to come along, as he pointed out that the auction would be worth their time. Xiu Xiu asked Xuan Yu if he wasn't supposed to be focusing on his cultivation today. He responded with a relaxed smile that everyone deserved a break now and then, even from cultivation. When she turned to Menqian for her opinion, Xiu Xiu found her in a grumpy mood. Menqian didn't want to go, but expressed concern about Xiu Xiu going alone with Xuan Yu. Her worry stemmed from the thought of Xiu Xiu being taken advantage of by him, whom she saw as a troublemaker. However, she reluctantly agreed to accompany them to keep an eye on things. Xiu Xiu reassured Menqian that Xuan Yu was merely a junior to her, more like a little brother. They were all still young, so there was no need to worry too much. Menqian teased Xuan Yu as she repeated Xiu Xiu's words that he was seen more like a brother than a close friend. She reminded him that their relationship wasn't as close as he might think. Xuan Yu responded that a brother should be close to his sister. He suggested they all meet up again after their classes. As he said this, a shadow crossed his face as he reflected on the term brother, which seemed to weigh on him. As the afternoon sun shone brightly, Menqian, who stood alongside Xiu Xiu, wondered aloud about their destination. Lei announced as he approached them with Xuan Yu that they were heading to the food street for a tasty treat. As evening descended, they strolled through the lively food street, where the air was filled with the mouth-watering scents of various dishes. Lei commented on how the street offered an impressive variety of food, which made it tough to choose. He then turned to the girls and asked for their preferences. Xiu Xiu glanced at Xuan Yu and felt that he seemed a bit different today. When they arrived at the roasting bird shop, they asked about the shop's specialties. The staff explained that the shop served a range of roasted meat and poultry, including chicken gizzards, hearts, breasts, and thighs. They quickly decided and ordered 20 skewers, with each person getting 5. As they dug in, Qian Lei praised the deliciousness of the food, and everyone else agreed. Happy with their meal, they placed another order. As the soft light of morning broke through the sky, they arrived at the auction site. The man at the reception greeted them and explained that for that day's bidding, they could use Shrek insignias to make their payments. Qian Lei asked how the insignias are in comparison to Federation coins, and the man explained that a white insignia was valued at 10,000 coins, a yellow insignia at 200,000, and a purple insignia at 2 million. That was the extent of what he knew, though he added that insignias were greatly favored there, and in private transactions, their worth tended to be even higher. In the bustling auction hall of Shrek Academy, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. Seated among the crowd, Zhuan Yu's eyes drifted across the surroundings as someone questioned his presence. As he turned his gaze, he spotted Tang Yuge settled nearby. With a nervous smile, he greeted her and mentioned that they too were there for the auction. Yuge inquired about Hui Hui as she asked if he did not come and how he was doing. She had heard that he had fallen into a coma after their last battle, and she wondered if he had awakened. Zhuan Yu hesitated before responding that he had indeed woken, but was now secluded in his room, focused on cultivation. As he spoke, he wondered if her worry for Hui Hui signified something more, though he knew she had never been particularly fond of him. She nodded understandingly, while Lei commented that Yuge had warmed up to them. Menkin agreed and noted that, as a senior, her demeanor was naturally more considerate. Zhuan Yu wondered that there seemed to be a trace of concern for Hui Hui in her behavior. At that moment, a voice from the stage broke through the murmurs as they welcomed everyone to the Shrek auction. The announcer highlighted the allure of the monthly large-scale event, which drew numerous bidders. Lei's curiosity was increased as he watched the proceedings and noticed a familiar face on stage. It was Ling Yiyi, the very counselor from the entrance examination. As she expressed her gratitude to the attendees on behalf of the auction house, Zhuan Yu caught her gaze fixed on him. He forced a smile as he found her attention amusing and thought to himself that she should stop staring. Without further ado, Yi announced the commencement of the auction and invited everyone's attention to the large screen before them. As the screen flickered to life, she introduced the first item, the Centennial Heaven Luo fruits. These fruits, she explained, hailed from the exclusive orchards of Shrek Academy and were of the highest caliber. Lei leaned towards Zhuan Yu and mentioned that he had never heard of such fruits before. As Zhuan Yu also looked puzzled, a nearby voice interrupted them as they got surprised at their lack of knowledge about such extraordinary treasures. Both Zhuan Yu and Lei were shocked to see Tang Yuge seated beside them. She wondered what they were doing at the auction and mentioned a book called Encyclopedia of Heaven and Earth Treasures, which could be bought for a white insignia. She suggested they read it in their free time, and they thanked her for the tip. The bidding began at 100,000 Federation coins, with increments set at 10,000. As the auction progressed, the bids intensified. VIP number 398 raised the stakes to 170,000, followed by VIP number 124 at 180,000. The competitive spirit heightened as VIP room number 7 on the second floor pushed the bid to 190,000. Yuge advised Zhuan Yu to place his bid early if he was interested in any item. As the Shrek students usually faced fewer competitors, he appreciated the suggestion. The auction continued with a dazzling array of items, leaving the first-time attendees overwhelmed. When the 7th item was introduced, Tang Yuge's successful bid of 180,000 was announced. Zhuan Yu observed that while the items were impressive and their prices reasonable, his knowledge of the auctioned goods remained limited. He considered purchasing the book Yuge recommended. His attention shifted abruptly as Yi introduced the next item. With its origins and properties covered in mystery, it was described as one of a kind, with no detailed introduction available. She urged everyone to look at the screen closely as the image of a water-drop-shaped gemstone appeared, its striking beauty and unusual nature immediately captivating. Dubbed the nine-colored gem, the gemstone was said to induce a sensation of energy fluctuation wherever it touched. As the staff wheeled the gem onto the stage, Zhuan Yu's interest was piqued. Yi explained that due to the gem's unique qualities, they would first present it for viewing before opening the bid. As she revealed the gemstone, Zhuan Yu felt a weird reaction from the distance, as his mind got tangled with a mix of confusion and unease. He wondered why he felt such a strong response, and struggled to understand a desire he had never experienced before. Yi announced that without further delay, she would reveal the gem. She then carefully removed the cloth covering it, and the crowd watched intently as the sparkling treasure was unveiled. She proclaimed that the bidding for this precious item was now open, starting at 200,000 Federation coins, with each subsequent bid to be no less than 10,000 coins. Menkin voiced her concern that if this gemstone was merely for decoration, the starting bid of 200,000 Federation coins was excessive. Zhuan Yu, however, with a steely resolve, raised his hand to place the initial bid of 200,000 Federation coins. This move surprised Lei, who looked at him in shock. Menkin, puzzled by Zhuan Yu's decision, remarked that whether the gem was metal or gemstone, its value was questionable unless it held some form of energy. She suggested to Shu that perhaps he was merely trying to purchase it for her. Xiu, however, advised her to refrain from such speculation, as he might be aware of the gemstone's true value. Mengqin countered that even the most advanced devices could not detect any special properties, so what he could possibly know? She said that 200,000 Federation coins, equivalent to 20 white insignias, was an extravagant sum. As Xiu reflected on her own preferences for white and blue hues, she wondered whether to discourage Xuanyu from spending so much. Yet she also considered the possibility that if he was not bidding to buy it for her, it would be rather embarrassing. As she looked intently at the gem, she noticed a vibrant energy surrounding it. The gem, with its colorful teardrop shape, seemed familiar, as though she had seen it before. Her attention then shifted to Xuanyu, and she started to wonder about his identity. Suddenly, another bidder offered 210,000 for the gem. Xuanyu looked over and recognized the boy as a senior student. As the auction staff began to call out the bid, the senior suggested that his friend would really like the gem, and proposed that perhaps Xuanyu should let him get it instead. Xuanyu responded calmly that his own friend also had a strong interest in the gemstone. Mengqin and Xiu curiously listened closely to the exchange between them. The senior then addressed Xuanyu as he mentioned that they were alumni and advised him not to compete with them. He recognized Xuanyu's connection with Yuge and remarked on his generous spending that he must be wealthy. But Xuanyu, without hesitation, raised his bid to 220,000 coins. This surprised the onlookers, who wondered why the Shrek students, known for their unity, were suddenly in conflict. The senior countered with a bid of 300,000 coins and warned him that if he bid a little higher, he would lose. He insisted that his friend's disappointment would be unavoidable if he lost. Xuanyu got to his feet, and all of a sudden a strong energy radiated from him, which grabbed the attention of the senior students. They recognized the impressive strength of his bloodline. With a firm and cold tone, he placed a final bid of 310,000 coins. The staff began the countdown, and the gem was eventually sold to Xuanyu. As he sat down, he sighed and complained about how the senior's actions had forced him to spend an extra 110,000 Federation coins. He worried about the diminishing number of white insignias he had. Meanwhile, Xiu began to tremble as she felt uneasy, and told Mengqin that she had a headache and wanted to head out early. She asked her to continue enjoying the auction without her. Mengqin, concerned about Xiu's sudden discomfort, wondered if she might be upset with Xuanyu. As he heard their conversation, Xuanyu decided to accompany her, as he added that since he had spent so much on the gem, he probably would not bid on anything else. Mengqin agreed and asked him to take good care of her. As they walked, Xiu followed behind Xuanyu with her steps heavy and her face clouded with worry. Xuanyu turned to ask if she was okay, but she didn't respond. Her head was down and her eyes looked worried as she seemed deep in thought. The image of the golden scales and the teardrop-shaped gem kept flashing in her mind, with their bright colors standing out sharply. She recalled the face that had seemed oddly familiar when they first met, and wondered about Xuanyu's true identity. Her mind raced with questions as she tried to piece together the mystery of who he really was. Under the night sky, Xiu looked at Xuanyu with a mix of curiosity and doubt, as she asked if his name was really Lan Xuanyu. He got taken aback and asked what she meant by that. She pressed on and asked him again if his last name was actually Lan. Xuanyu felt puzzled and wondered why his surname should be Lan. Xiu, as she silently lost in thoughts, shook her head as if to clear her mind. She quietly said that her head was throbbing and that she must be overthinking things. She suggested they should head back. With that, they both turned and walked away, and left the unanswered question behind them. Xuanyu walked Xiu back to her quarters and then returned to his own dorm. As he arrived, he spotted Liu Feng waiting outside and wondered why he was there. Feng explained that he had been waiting for him. Xuanyu ushered him into the living room and asked what was going on. Feng told him that he had met Huihui. Xuanyu's concern deepened, and he asked if Huihui had finished his isolation. Feng shifted the conversation to a more important matter as he asked Xuanyu for a favor. He wanted him to attempt the dual assist on him again, as he hoped to achieve a mutation similar to Huihui's. Xuanyu pointed out that Feng's body wasn't ready for such a transformation. Despite this, he insisted that if the first attempt failed, they could try again. He stressed that this was his only chance. After a moment of hesitation, Xuanyu reluctantly agreed to give it a try. Feng rushed back to his dorm without wasting a moment. Then they quickly logged into the Duluo world. The familiar rush of power surged through Liu Feng as the two clusters of blue-silver grass wrapped around his body, amplifying his strength. This time he held on longer as he pushed through the strain for 3 intense seconds. But the pressure built uncontrollably within him, and his body swelled like an overfilled balloon until it could no longer contain the force. With a sharp, gut-wrenching burst, he exploded, with fragments of his effort scattered across the surroundings. Time and time again he endured this cycle, and his body relentlessly grew and shattered under the weight of the amplification. As he struggled through the repeated explosions, Xuan Yu watched and felt something start to awaken inside him. It wasn't just Liu Feng pushing his limits. He could sense his own strength rising as well. It suddenly hit him that maybe they should stop before something went wrong, so he suggested they take a break for now. Yet Feng stood firm with his teeth clenched in stubborn determination as he refused to give in. He insisted on pushing through the pain once more, despite everything urging him otherwise. The exhaustion weighed heavily on him, but the fire within refused to be extinguished. A loud explosion tore through the air and dark energy spreaded, and Feng clenched his teeth so hard that blood spilt from his mouth. The tension rose with every blast, 20 in all, until Xuan Yu turned to him. They couldn't keep going like this, he warned. Otherwise, his mind would give out. Then, in a flash, he disappeared and left Feng standing there alone. His words still hung in the air, and all Feng could do was stare at the empty space with blank and tired eyes. The air around him felt heavy with loneliness, and without thinking, he disconnected from the Duo Luo world. When Feng opened his eyes, tears threatened to spill over. The painful thought kept bothering him. He couldn't understand why this was happening. He wondered bitterly as he grasped his injured hand until blood seeped through it. Frustration gathered in his chest. He had worked so hard, pushed himself to the edge, but no matter what he did, he just couldn't keep up with his friends. His thoughts ran out of control, and suddenly he found himself wrapped in cold chains with eyes watching him from all sides. He struggled against the restraints as he shouted that he didn't want to be trapped. His voice cracked as he cried out for more strength. A voice echoed in the darkness and asked him why he wanted to be strong. The question lingered and he hesitated to answer. The memories flashed before his eyes. He saw his friends, Lan Xuanyu and Qian Lei, and the time they had spent together and the joy and laughter they had shared. He realized that all he wanted was to stay by their side and never be left behind. Being with them made him happy, and he longed to grow with them and face the future together. Tears fell as he admitted to himself that he needed to be strong, not just for his own sake, but to be someone his friends could rely on, someone who could stand with them and help the Federation. His breath slowed as he lay on the cold ground with the weight of his emotions pressed down on him, but then something began to stir inside him. A strange energy flowed into his chest. His tired mind was confused as he tried to figure out what this new, unknown force could be. A strange light stirred in Feng's chest, something he couldn't ignore, and it was getting stronger with each passing second. A spear emerged from the light, radiating energy that spread all around. His mind was foggy with confusion as he tried to make sense of what was happening to him. Just then, a white dragon appeared before his eyes, and he wondered what this creature was. As their eyes met, he noticed a fiery intensity within the dragon's gaze, unyielding, determined, and fierce. Those eyes strangely reminded him of his own. In an instant, an explosion of light erupted from the impact that engulfed him completely. Outside the dormitory, Xuan Yu called out to see if Lei had returned. He wondered aloud where he could be. Lei responded that he was right at the door and urged Xuan Yu to open it for him. He mentioned that he had brought what Xuan Yu had bought at the auction. Once inside, Xuan Yu thanked him warmly as Lei handed him a small box. The box glimmered in the light as Lei announced that it contained the gemstone Xuan Yu had purchased. He handed it over, then, as if unable to contain his enthusiasm, revealed that he also bought something at the auction. He laughed as he claimed that he had scored a real bargain. Xuan Yu, however, remarked that it was no bargain. He probably just bought it because it was cheap. He also added that was what he usually went for, then asked if Menkin had picked up anything at the auction. Lei replied that she hadn't. Worse, she had mocked him for buying what he did. He complained about her and called her a long-haired girl with little knowledge, one who clearly had no clue what she was talking about. Then, as if to emphasize his point, he repeated that he had indeed purchased something. Xuan Yu asked to see it. Lei opened the box, and as he did, a radiant golden glow flooded from it as inside, a coin shined with vibrant energy. Xuan Yu leaned in and silently wondered if this was what he bought as he tried to make sense of it. He noted that it might have been an antique gold coin. Lei shook his head and explained that Xuan Yu was unable to grasp it fully. He elaborated that his father was a renowned expert in archaeology who specialized in ancient coins. He pointed out that based on the intricate patterns etched into the coin, its origins could be traced back to the Spirit Hall, a staggering 30,000 years in the past. While it might have appeared to be an ordinary artifact, its historical significance endowed it with immense value. He speculated that it could have been a soul tool intended for storage purposes. Xuan Yu inquired about the coin's worth, and Lei reassured him that this find would secure their future cultivation resources without worry. Xuan Yu knew that Lei purchased the coin himself, so he insisted that it belonged solely to him and should not be shared. Lei, however, was offended by his words. He declared that if Xuan Yu continued to think like that, he would no longer consider him a close friend. Friendship meant sharing, and that's how it should be. Xuan gave him a warm smile and promised not to bring it up again. He offered a sincere apology as well. Lei told him that material wealth paled in comparison to companionship. He also asserted that since Xuan already had Shu Shu with him, he could have Mengqin all to himself. Xuan, who still thought of Lei as a child in his eyes, suggested that her strong personality might not be easily won over unless he proved himself stronger. Lei, however, resolved that he would become a master summoner one day, and he's confident that he would match her standards. He then turned his attention to the coin and suggested to Xuan that they set aside their discussion and focus on it. With a decisive flick, he tossed the coin to the ground and commanded it to open, but to their astonishment, the coin transformed into a small green pouch. Lei excitedly announced that their efforts had paid off. They then eagerly opened the pouch, but their excitement turned to shock when they discovered a baby gorilla inside. Lei shouted in shock, which echoed through the room. Xuan, equally puzzled, asked what was happening. Lei gathered the courage and touched the small creature, but stumbled back in surprise as he felt that it was surprisingly warm. He wondered aloud if the gorilla was still alive as he looked confused. Xuan looked at the unusual baby gorilla and thought it might be a rare and unknown creature because he hadn't seen anything like it in his books. Lei told him that he wasn't talking about the creature, but about the money and pouch. He was amazed by the idea of a living thing being preserved for thousands of years and was thrilled that it was still alive. Xuan, who was always interested in Lei's surprises, suggested they should have his teacher look at it the next day. Lei agreed, and they made plans for the consultation before he went back to his dorm. After Lei left, Xuan decided to study the 9-colored gem carefully, as he knew it might be very important and needed a thorough investigation. In Shu Shu's meditation room, gentle, glowing energy surrounded her as she meditated. While she focused, she suddenly felt an eerie touch and mentally reached out to her parents as she hoped for their presence. A floating shark increased her anxiety and made her sweat, even though she tried to stay focused. The cold sensation around her made her feel uncomfortable, as if she didn't belong and longed to be human again. She thought about her enemy being dead and her quest for revenge being completed, but she felt a deep emptiness and struggled with a life without purpose. As she felt herself sinking, she tried to rise as she knew that her revenge had ended. She didn't want to live in pain and directionless anymore. In her thoughts, she saw a man who had helped her defeat her enemy, a person who offered her a new life filled with love and kindness. She thought of Xuan and noticed he looked like the man from her past. She wondered if they were connected. A sudden breeze brought her back to her purpose. As she opened her eyes, she saw 3 pink rings and 1 black ring, which made her wonder if her martial soul had finally awakened. As she became a 4-ring soul master, she wondered if her journey had led her to achieve something important. In Xuan meditation room, the air was full of energy. The item old Shu had given him was placed in front of him and glowed with a magical blue light. He held the box from the auction and slowly lifted the lid to reveal the gemstone inside. As soon as the gemstone was exposed, it started to shine with bright, colorful energy, and light sparkled off its surface. Suddenly, Xuan saw a vision of dragons flying through the clouds, and it felt like he was in a mountain landscape. He looked around, confused by the view, and wondered about the mystery of this weird place. Xuan looked in shock at the strange sight before him with dragons falling from the sky. He was confused and questioned if all these dragons were really dead. A deep sadness suddenly overwhelmed him and made him feel heavy. He saw a white dragon who lay still on the ground, and it looked like this place had become a dragon graveyard. The dragon's thorn was broken, and other fallen dragons made the scene even more sorrowful. It felt like he had found a final resting place for the dragon clan. Above him, he noticed a strange red energy and saw a huge black dragon with its head badly damaged. The dragon shone with 9 bright colors, almost looking divine. Xuan wondered why its head was destroyed. The dragon fell to the ground, which brought him back to reality. The surrounding silence made him question whether what he had seen was just a dream, yet the intense anger in his heart felt all too real. He realized the gemstone that had been in his hand was missing. He searched for it but started feeling a strange energy flowing through his chest. The familiar bloodline fluctuations were gone, replaced by something new and unknown. To understand this change, he focused his spiritual power inward. He was amazed to see the bloodline vortex inside him. The once separate double-colored bloodlines were now blending smoothly without any conflict. At the core of the vortex, the colorful light had grown 10 times larger and shone in 9 vivid colors. It became clear to him that the gemstone had somehow connected his bloodline with that of the dragon god. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted from his chest and revealed an intricate engraving, 9 colored scales like those of the dragon god. As energy swirled around him, his body changed dramatically. Scales began to form on different parts of his body. A ring appeared on his finger, and a spear was in his hand. With this new strength, he held the spear, and the sky seemed to open up for him. The purple light from the spear sliced through the air as he stood in amazement and admired the transformation and the power he now had. Xuan Yu stood in his transformed state and gripped his spear with a sense of curiosity. He remarked to himself how a simple movement of his hand had sent a surge of power through him, which left him to wonder what kind of ability this new form granted him. Then suddenly, he felt a strange pull within, which forced him to grit his teeth. In an instant, his body reverted back to its original form. He took a moment to gather his confused thoughts. The double-colored vortex that had once swirled in his chest was gone and replaced by a glowing, multicolored core. As he processed the change, his fingers brushed against something cool hanging from his neck, and his eyes fell on the locket resting there. He gripped the gemstone and murmured to himself as he realized the scale had shifted again, now turned back into a 9-colored gem. His gaze lingered on the pendant as he observed the radiating colors of energy around it, and his thoughts got clouded with confusion and curiosity. As he reflected on his thoughts, his mind drifted back to when he had first touched the 9-colored gem. Instantly it felt as though he had been transported into a dreamlike world, a place so surreal that he now wondered if it might be connected to the ancient dragon clan. His thoughts raced back to the moment when he saw the fall of the dragon god. When he had woken from that dream, he had noticed something had shifted within him. The swirling bloodline energy in his chest, which had once been chaotic, was now calm and stable. And when he had summoned his spiritual power, the gem had transformed into a scale that shone with those same 9 colors. During that brief state, he had barely been able to wield the heavenly sacred abyss-splitting halberd. But even in that weakened form, the power had been undeniable. He remembered how the transformation had only lasted about 10 seconds, yet the impact had been immense. He wondered whether this change was due to a mutation in his bloodline or perhaps a fusion with his martial soul. He realizes that those 9-colored scales were just like the dragon gods. The thought made him certain of one thing: this transformation needed a name, and so he decided to call it the Dragon God Transformation. A sense of satisfaction swelled within him, as finally, it seemed, he had an attack skill worth using, something that could make him a true force to be reckoned with. Yet, as he sat down to rest, reality sank in. He was still far too weak. The energy from the vortex had completely drained him and left him exhausted. He lay back on the ground as he knew that his next step must be to return to the Sea God Lake for more cultivation. With this gem, now named the Dragon God Gemstone, he believed his bloodline might one day truly evolve into that of the Dragon God. But one question lingered. Why had his blue silvergrass martial soul been able to awaken the gem's power in the first place? As the evening deepened into night, the question remained in his mind, unanswered but persistent. After a night spent deep in cultivation, Xuan Yu felt the familiar pull of his bloodline vortex slowly returning, though its energy was only restored by a third. The soft rays of the morning sun filtered through the room as he rose to his feet. He glanced at the black insignia in his hand and reflected on how it had absorbed all of the life energy stored within, yet still managed to restore only a fraction of his strength. It became clear to him that another visit to Sea God Lake was essential. As he stepped outside the dorm, the morning air greeted him, and his gaze immediately landed on Lei, who stood nearby with an enthusiastic smile and waved at him. He approached him and commented on how early he had arrived. Lei told him that he simply couldn't wait any longer and urged Xuan Yu to hurry so they could seek out his teacher without further delay. At the academy, Luo Hong struggled to hold a heavy yawn as she cast a tired glance towards Lei. She complained that he had better have something important to share, for disturbing a beautiful woman's sleep this early in the morning would have been unforgivable. Lei tried to hold back his excitement as he held a small box. He assured her that what they had brought was truly significant. He then told her that they had picked up a special item at the Shrek auction the day before. He tossed a coin into the air, and as it shone brightly, a green pouch appeared before them. Luo Hong blinked in surprise and wondered aloud that this particular antique was still in serviceable condition. As she took in the sight of the pouch, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. She snatched the pouch, and her fingers trembled with excitement as she tried to open it. She muttered that it was life ivy, and so many of them. Xuan Yu watched her reaction closely and couldn't help but feel that this pouch must be something extraordinary. She then turned to Lei and told him that she was tempted to just keep it for herself. She then asked him if he even knew what was inside the pouch. He confidently replied that he had seen it, and there was a small living gorilla inside. She nodded thoughtfully and acknowledged that the pouch was indeed made from life ivy and seemed too extravagant. Her gaze then fell upon the baby gorilla nestled inside, and after a moment of quiet consideration, she observed that it appeared to be an ancient creature and not quite a soul beast. Lei looked disappointed and asked if that meant it was worthless. She gave him a stern look and scolded him for always thinking about money first. He mumbled that he needed money for cultivation resources and asked what she thought it was worth. She explained with a smile that the pouch was a special storage tool with great research value. It was a rare antique and worth at least 5 million coins. When she said this, Xuanyu and Lei were both stunned, with their mouths hanging open in shock. Lei loudly wondered if the pouch was really worth 5 million Federation coins. Luo Hong held the pouch carefully in her hand, shook her head and said she couldn't put a price on it. Lei was disappointed and wondered how something she seemed so interested in could turn out to be worthless. He had thought it was a treasure. Before he could complain more, she scolded him that he didn't get it. She explained that it wasn't worthless. It was actually priceless. Lei was taken aback, and his surprise was obvious. As she saw his reaction, she continued to say that even a small piece of life ivy was super valuable, and this pouch had at least 10 times that. So, she couldn't put a price on it. However, Lei still wasn't satisfied. He complained that without a price or money it seemed useless. Xuanyu interrupted them and asked what life ivy was. Luo Hong turned to him and said not to underestimate its value. She began explaining its history, about how life ivy had thrived in the heart of the great Stardew Forest since ancient times, back when ferocious beasts roamed freely near the Lake of Life. In those days, the beasts relied on the ivy to survive cataclysms, restore their life force, and extend their lifespans. The saying went, for every inch of life ivy, a century was added to one's life, and with just 1 inch consumed would grant a person an extra 100 years. No wonder that life ivy was considered beyond any monetary value. Lei's mind raced when he heard this, and he couldn't help but drool at the thought. He stared in awe and guessed that this piece must be worth at least 30,000 years of life. Xuanyu, just as amazed, pointed out how strong it must be. Luo Hong saw their reactions and was glad they were finally starting to understand how valuable it was. But she brought them back down to reality, as she told them not to get too excited just yet. There was still something off about the vine, and she needed to check it out further to make sure it was really life ivy. After a while, old Shu walked in and joked that he had been going out more often these days because the students had become too weak to bother him. He looked at Luo Hong and asked if she felt the same way. Even though she stayed calm on the outside, she was pretty annoyed inside since she still had to deal with the outer court students' nonsense. She didn't even want to answer him, so she just gave a polite nod while keeping her frustration inside. Meanwhile, Lei and Xuanyu welcomed old Shu respectfully. Happy with their politeness, old Shu asked when they were planning to go back to Sea God Lake for more cultivation and said he would like to help them out. Xuanyu, a bit unsure if he really meant it, mentioned that he was planning to exchange for an hour there that night. Old Shu asked what he was planning to exchange for and offered to give him special approval. Before Xuanyu could answer, Luo Hong cut in and told old Shu to explain life ivy to the boys. Old Shu looked confused for a moment, then asked if Lei had found some of it. Luo Hong confirmed it and mentioned that he was her student. Old Shu told Lei he was lucky. Lei felt a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head and mumbled that he hadn't even reached 3 rings yet. Old Shu told him that the life ivy pouch he had found was a big deal for their life school, but before Lei could get too excited, he warned him that it wasn't a miracle, as this ivy wouldn't extend life. It was just the roots of life ivy, and it's good for storing energy, but not much else. He then shared a secret with Lei that the little gorilla he had been worried about was still alive. It had come from another plane as a baby, and its life force was strong. Lei felt a sense of relief and happiness as he said how great it was that the little guy wasn't dead after all. Old Shu told him that he could help wake up the young gorilla if he wanted. A spark of hope lit up in Lei's eyes, and he eagerly asked if Old Shu knew how strong the creature could become. Old Shu admitted he wasn't sure yet and explained that as the gorilla grew, it would go through many changes, making it hard to predict what it might turn into. Lei's excitement grew as he realized the possibilities. If the little gorilla accepted him as its master, it could grow into a powerful creature that could fight, heal, or even defend him one day. Old Shu nodded and confirmed that he could indeed make the gorilla recognize Lei as its master. Without wasting a moment, he urged Old Shu to go ahead and thanked him sincerely. Old Shu agreed to help, but warned him that it wouldn't be easy. He told him that it would require 8 top-quality items, each at least 10,000 years old, plus some black insignias as payment. Shocked by the cost, Lei asked what would happen if he didn't awaken the creature. Old Shu replied that, if that was the case, he could always give the gorilla to the Federation for research. They might awaken it, or they could turn it into a specimen, which would still have some value. At the mention of turning the gorilla into a specimen, Lei's face filled with worry. Old Shu looked at him and asked what he planned to do. Without hesitating, he said he wanted to wake the gorilla, but admitted he didn't have enough black insignias to offer him. Old Shu reminded him that he had an ivy pouch. Lei glanced at Xuanyu for advice, but Xuanyu felt stuck and couldn't move. Just as confused, Lei muttered to himself, unsure of what to do. In a moment of desperation, he blurted out that he'd sell the pouch. Before he could even think it through, Old Shu disappeared as he told him to meet him the next day in Eternal Sky City once everything was ready. Qianlei stood there stunned when Luo Hong yelled at him for agreeing so quickly and said he had lost his mind. He felt hurt by her words along with her punch and complained that she hadn't stopped him either. She told him as she tried to stay calm that she couldn't help because of the academy's rules. Xuanyu also criticized him, as he said that he had been too quick to agree and that Old Shu probably meant the pouch could be traded for something better. Lei groaned in frustration and explained that he had nodded because he couldn't help himself, and Old Shu showing up in person had made him think it was really important. As tears of regret filled his eyes, he turned to Luo Hong and begged for advice on what to do next. She slammed the door as she lost her patience and told him not to come back. Lei felt defeated, so he collapsed and clung to Xuanyu's legs. He said he really needed help. With a sigh, Xuanyu suggested that Lei should pretend to be poor the next day and ask Old Shu for more rewards. He thought Old Shu wouldn't completely turn him down, and a glimmer of hope appeared in Lei's teary eyes. Hui thanked Xuanyu as he told him that his martial soul had evolved, likely through his second awakening linked to his bloodline. He wasn't scared of Xuanyu anymore and felt genuinely happy for the first time in a long while. Xuanyu smiled warmly as he was glad to see his friend doing well. Just then, Feng walked into the classroom and apologized for being late. Xuanyu felt a weird, happy sensation, almost like his bloodline was reacting to his arrival. Qi waved off Feng's lateness, told him to sit down, and reminded everyone that class was about to start. Xuanyu asked Feng if he was all right. Feng's eyes were sparkling with excitement as he showed Xuanyu his hand, which was covered in shiny scales. He proudly told Xuanyu that he had succeeded. Xuanyu examined the scales closely and felt a strange sense of déjà vu. They reminded him of the dream he had the night before, where he saw a huge, powerful white dragon. It suddenly clicked to him that the scales on Feng's hand were like those of the dragon from his dream. After class, Xuanyu pulled Lei aside and told him the surprising details about Feng's scales. Once Lei processed it, he clinged to Xuanyu and started crying that he wished he had something like that too. A group of nearby girls noticed and giggled as they whispered that there seemed to be something special going on between the two of them. Xuanyu gave Lei a light smack on the head and told him he was being ridiculous. He said he couldn't even think straight on an empty stomach and insisted they finish lunch before he complained anymore. Meanwhile, Qi asked Feng to join him, and he agreed right away. On the other hand, Lei suggested to Xuanyu that they head back to the dorm. As they headed toward the dorm, Lei told Xuanyu that he wasn't afraid of pain or hard work anymore and suggested they hit the stimulation cabin for some practice. Just then, Menkin showed up and interrupted them. She told Xuanyu that Xiushu was missing from class that day, and despite her efforts, she hadn't been able to reach out to her. So she decided to visit Xiushu and asked if Xuanyu wanted to come along. Xuanyu remembered that Xiushu had mentioned a headache the day before, but she seemed fine when she returned to school. He suggested they ask the teacher to open her dorm to check on her. Menkin explained to him that they couldn't do that because of the vital sign alarm system. However, she was still determined to see if Xiushu was okay. Xuanyu agreed to go with her, and Lei, eager to be involved, insisted on coming along too. As Menkin flew around the outside of Xiushu's dorm, her graceful movements caught Xuanyu's eye. He watched her silently and felt a mix of admiration and envy. When she finally landed, he asked how Xiushu was doing. She explained that the view was blocked by some shadows, which made it hard for her to see clearly. Xuanyu suggested that Xiushu might be all right and proposed they check in on her later that night. However, Menkin was growing more uneasy. She questioned why Xuanyu wasn't concerned about Xiushu and urged him to show more worry. Xuanyu calmly replied that such changes were normal during meditation and reminded her that she had asked him to stay away from Xiushu. After glaring at him for a moment, she shook her head in frustration and called him foolish. She then turned away and left him, as he felt confused and uncertain. As the noon sun started to drop, Xuanyu and Lei walked into the classroom. They were surprised by how crowded it was, and Lei couldn't help but ask why there were so many people. Among the crowd, Dean Luohong's voice cut through the noise as she explained that everyone was eagerly waiting for Xuanyu and Lei to return. This excitement was because Feng recently revealed his second awakening, which caught the teacher's attention. Soon after, Xuanyu and Feng were quickly taken to the dean's office, where a sense of anticipation filled the room. Qi asked Feng to show his martial soul. With a nod, he complied, and everyone immediately noticed his new third soul ring, which became a stunning 10,000-year-old one. Qi then asked him to demonstrate his power with a punch. Feng, with determination, stepped forward and threw a solid strike. Qi observed the impressive increase in his speed, a skill he had always been good at but now seemed to be twice as fast. The scales on his body also looked like they were made of refractive fibers, which made him almost invisible as he moved. Qi was impressed and praised his progress. Then Luo Hong asked Feng to explain the details of his second awakening and asked Xuan Yu to help fill in any gaps. The detailed accounts left everyone in awe, especially as it became clear that Xuan Yu's second awakening had triggered Feng's. They realized that Lan Xuan Yu was an exceptional talent, almost like a national treasure. They then decided it was time for Lei's turn and instructed everyone to get ready for the simulation and prepare for the next phase. In the Duluo world, everyone gathered, excited and ready to see Xuan Yu's impressive abilities put to the test once again. Luo Hong reassured the both of them that if Lei's energy did explode, he would recover quickly, and they would deal with whatever came after. She encouraged Xuan Yu and Lei to push themselves without worry. Xuan Yu nodded and Lei responded with a firm okay. With a shared determination, Xuan Yu suggested they get started, and Lei eagerly agreed as he urged him to go ahead. Nearby, Ying Luo Hong, Zhang Chenyu, Xiao Qi, and Tang Zhenhua watched their students intently. Xuan Yu raised his hands, and energy surged from his palms and formed ropes of spiritual power that stretched towards Lei and wrapped around him. Luo Hong noticed the shift in the air and thought to herself that things were getting serious. Trapped in the magical ropes, Lei braced himself. He gritted his teeth and told Xuan Yu to give it his all. Xuan Yu, more focused than ever, called on his strength, and soon a whirlwind of pink and blue energy began to swirl around them. Lei struggled to keep it together as he felt his energy rising fast and warned that he was about to explode. His body glowed with a fiery yellow-orange light like embers on the edge of bursting into flames. From the sidelines, Luo Hong and Zhenhua glanced at them and felt the energy build up even more. But then, all of a sudden, the energy just disappeared. The strong powers faded away and the two boys stood there completely still. Xuan Yu was still holding the ropes tied around Lei, but the energy that had once flowed through them was gone, and only silence was left. They stood there unsure of what to do. Luo Hong finally lost her patience and demanded to know what was happening. Lei, who himself was confused, turned to Xuan Yu and asked if he had actually started. Xuan Yu, just as puzzled, replied that he had. He couldn't understand why Lei wasn't feeling anything. Lei confirmed that he hadn't felt anything at all. Xuan Yu frowned and his mind raced. He mumbled that something wasn't right and explained that this wasn't how things had worked before. The power of the blue-silver grass used to be so strong it could have made Lei explode. Lei tried to stay positive and suggested they try again. Xuan Yu agreed, gathered his strength again and told Lei to get ready. But once more nothing happened. The energy stayed dormant, and both of them stood there, confused and worried. Lei spoke up and said he couldn't understand why he still wasn't feeling anything. Xuan Yu, lost in thought, muttered to himself, which made Lei wonder if something was wrong with him. Finally, Xuan Yu spoke up and told Luo Hong that he had bought a gemstone at an auction the day before. Ever since he started wearing it while cultivating, his bloodline seemed to have changed. He wondered if that might be the reason. And after that, they kept experimenting throughout the night, testing again and again, but they kept coming to the same conclusion. Lan Xuan Yu's abilities had mysteriously vanished, and they all quietly accepted this strange reality. At the Interstellar Center, Xuan Yu looked for his teacher, Tang Zhenhua. When he found him, Zhenhua was looking at something with interest. Without even turning around, he started talking. He told Xuan Yu that what had happened that day was actually a blessing in disguise. He explained that if they had confirmed his ability to trigger others' second awakenings, things would have taken a very different turn. Xuan Yu would have been sent straight to the inner court, isolated for special training under the strictest supervision. He then shifted his focus to Xuan Yu, and his tone became more serious. Once his ability was confirmed, the Federation would never have allowed such a power to fall into the wrong hands. They would have shielded him relentlessly and kept him safe at all costs, but at the price of something far more precious than any protection they could offer. His freedom. He warned him to lie low in the coming days and urged him not to display his talents too openly. No matter how much progress he made, any significant changes he experienced must be reported directly to him first. Xuan Yu nodded in understanding as the gravity of his teacher's words sank in. With a gentle smile, Zhenhua patted his head and told him to take good care of himself. Then his mood lightened, and he laughed and joked that maybe he should become a better teacher. He added that the day's lesson wasn't over yet because Xuan Yu was about to be chased by him again, and this time it would be 50% harder. As the afternoon sun bathed the sky in a warm glow, Xuan Yu found himself standing at the edge of something far more profound than he could have ever imagined. He saw power and cruelty come together into a harsh force, now showing their true faces to him. It had pierced his very soul, and left behind a shadow so deep and unshakable that it would haunt him for years to come. Lei slowly took off the blindfold that had covered his eyes, as Old Shu's gentle voice urged him to look around and take in the sights of Eternal Sky City. His eyes fell on a big, glowing magic circle etched into the ground and surrounded by a soft, light green glow that seemed full of life and energy. Old Shu's wrinkled face broke into a smile, as he called him cute in his own unique way. But then his tone grew serious as he mentioned that if the life ivy roots weren't so rare and valuable, he wouldn't have given up the little gorilla for anything. He explained that the little creature had an incredibly strong life force and warned him to take good care of it. Lei smiled back and promised that he would. Then he carefully stepped into the glowing circle and felt the energy buzzing under his feet. Old Shu told him it was time to start. He instructed Lei to sit right in the center and not move, no matter what happened. Lei nodded and settled into position. Old Shu reached into his pocket and pulled out the life ivy, which instantly burst into a bright green light. The glow grew into a bright explosion and gathered around the sleeping baby gorilla in a sparkling aura. Old Shu held his hand above the little creature, and a wave of energy surrounded him, which cast a soft, magical light. Luo Hong watched the scene and anxiously called out to him. As Old Shu directed the vibrant energy from his hand, he gently pressed his finger to the gorilla's forehead. This touch sparked another flash of light. When the light faded, Old Shu took a deep breath and said the ritual had worked. He then told Lei to bite his own finger and put the blood on the gorilla's forehead. Lei hesitated, as he felt worried about how much it would hurt. His reluctance made Luo Hong's frustration boil over, and she scolded him. She called him an idiot, and insisted that he follow what he was told. Lei felt overwhelmed and tearful, and reluctantly agreed to do so. Luo Hong realized that Old Shu's sacrifice of his own life essence would greatly boost the baby gorilla's strength, despite the personal pain it caused him. Lei bit his finger, and a drop of blood fell onto the gorilla's forehead. A strange energy surrounded the gorilla as Lei struggled to stay calm due to a sharp pain in his finger. He then opened his eyes and found himself staring directly at the gorilla. His body shook violently as powerful soul fluctuations surged through him, as if an invisible force was pushing his soul power to its limits. The gorilla jumped toward his chest, and a burst of golden light exploded from where they fused. Lei gritted his teeth as he felt overwhelmed by the rush of energy flowing into him. Luo Hong watched it closely and turned to Old Shu and asked what they should do next. Old Shu calmly assured her there was no need to worry. He explained that since their lives were connected, any harm to Lei would also affect the gorilla, so they were both safe. A painful cry escaped Lei as a dark gold soul ring appeared around him. Luo Hong felt amazed as she noted the unusual color of the soul ring. She pointed out that while there have been various strange soul rings in history, this dark gold one was a first. She realized that a small bead of 10,000-year-old life essence from Old Shu triggered this rare event. With one eye barely open, Lei wondered about the little gorilla and excitedly announced that they fused, and he reached a breakthrough to 3 rings. At Ying Luo Hong's suggestion, he activated his third soul skill. The golden soul ring appeared, and the little gorilla emerged, now much larger and stronger. Lei saw the transformation and commented on how much the gorilla had grown. The gorilla jumped on him and showered him with affectionate kisses. He felt embarrassed and asked it to stop. Luo Hong suggested they go back and check for any more changes in his body, and he agreed. Suddenly, a flash of light shot from Lei's head, which caused Luo Hong to worry about the energy absorption. Old Shu explained that the life core was extremely powerful and recently revived, so it needed a lot of energy. He advised Lei to absorb more life energy, preferably through food, with water from the sea god lake being the best choice to keep the life core from draining all his vitality. The next day in the cafeteria, the gorilla was completely focused on its meal. As he gobbled down food and cleared plates with every bite, Lei sat at the same table and looked really downcast. Xuan Yu showed up and looked at the gorilla and asked if Lei was the one who had brought it back to life. Lei was overwhelmed with distress as he broke down in tears in front of Xuan Yu and claimed that he was doomed. Xuan Yu, puzzled by the situation, asked what could have been the matter. Amidst his sobs, Lei pointed to the gorilla and mocked it as fatty, and told Xuan Yu that it not only stole his third soul ring but also drained his energy and left it nearly worthless. Xuan Yu tried to comfort him, and suggested that this creature might have been more than it seemed, and could have become even stronger as it matured. Just then, a familiar voice called out Xuan Yu's name. He turned to see Meng Qin and Xiu Shu approaching. Lei told him that he asked them to come and mentioned that Feng and Hui Hui would also join them soon. He hoped they could all work together to find a solution to his problem. As Xuan Yu and Xiu Shu exchanged looks, he sensed there was something hidden in her eyes that had intrigued him. Xiu Shu asked Xuan Yu to come with her, while Lei turned to Meng Qin and requested her help to figure out a way to resolve his problem. As Xuan Yu followed Xiu Shu outside, he asked her what had been troubling her. Xiu Shu, who was walking ahead of him, paused and turned to him with a curious look. She questioned whether his surname was really Lan, and wondered if both his parents also shared the same surname. She told him that she was also intrigued by how he could have sensed the crystal. Xuan Yu took a moment to process her questions, before admitting that he too found the crystal special. Xiu Shu mentioned that at first she hadn't noticed anything special, but she realized something was different. especially with the changes happening in his body. As they walked, he explained that he got his surname from his father, while his mother's last name was Nan. He figured the crystal's connection to him likely had to do with his dragon bloodline, and the dragon's aura in his blood probably resonated with the crystal, which explained their link. He also mentioned that Feng had experimented with 2 types of blue-silver grass, which caused a second awakening of his martial soul and made him a lot stronger because of his White Dragon King bloodline. Shushu then told him that her own bloodline seemed to have awakened too. Xuanyu was surprised and realized that this explained why she missed class the previous day, and now her strange questions made more sense. She looked at him curiously and noted that his surname wasn't really Lan, but tied to his bloodline. Xuanyu found it strange that she was so focused on his surname. She explained it wasn't about the name itself, but the familiar aura and the crystal she had seen before. Xuanyu, still confused by her interest, asked if she had called him here just to talk about this. He then congratulated her on her second awakening and recognized it as a good thing, but added that he regretted not being able to help others like he used to. Xioshu watched him thoughtfully and wondered that he must truly be that person's descendant because of his bloodline. Xuanyu mentioned that Lei was worried. As she reflected on her own concerns, Xioshu admitted that she had been afraid she might never find him again. She decided she would repay the debt to him through Xuanyu, his descendant. Xuanyu laughed as he said maybe the fatty gorilla wasn't completely useless and suggested they check it out further. Xioshu smiled, took his hand and led him away, while Xuanyu followed her but felt a bit surprised. As they walked back hand in hand to the cafeteria, Lei looked upset and pleaded with Menkin for advice. Menkin noticed them holding hands, which made Xiushu blush, and she quickly pulled her hand away while Xuanyu just smiled. Xuanyu then tried to comfort Lei and suggested that this situation might actually be a blessing in disguise and stressed the importance of giving the creature a name. Lei, who was feeling frustrated, questioned why blessings or names mattered and told Xuanyu to come up with a name himself. Xuanyu immediately suggested calling it Golden Fatty Qian to link it to Lei's love for money. He also mentioned that old Shu advised giving the gorilla water from Sea God Lake and proposed to spend 3 yellow insignias to do that. If the gorilla could drink more than 30 liters of Sea God water, it would be beneficial. Lei, worried about the creature's recent huge appetite, asked if it could really drink that much. Xuanyu gave him an encouraging thumbs up and said that big progress often requires sacrifices, and if this helped the creature evolve, it would bring even greater rewards. Lei, though nervous about the cost, 600,000 Federation coins for 3 yellow insignias, agreed to the plan. He then turned to the gorilla, now named Golden Fatty Qian, and urged it to do its best to drink all the water. In the afternoon, the teacher addressed the students and emphasized the urgency of their tasks before the day's class concluded. He insisted that the creation of their battle armor could not be postponed any further and urged them to begin immediately. He also informed them that they had an additional 3 days to select their secondary profession, which would aid them in preparing and crafting their battle armor. Xuanyu turned to Lei and inquired whether he made his choice. Lei confirmed that he indeed decided and expressed his interest in design. Given his high spiritual power, he believed his designs would be successful. Feng, on the other hand, chose to focus on engraving the core seals. His patience and fascination with this intricate work made him confident in his choice. He also shared his belief with Xuanyu that forging demanded a blend of strength, patience, and, most importantly, comprehension. He was convinced that Xuanyu was well suited for the task. The spacecraft moved smoothly through the endless stretch of space. Tang Lei stared out at the vast emptiness with his mind wandering as he watched the ship glide across the sky. As Tang Lei stared out the window, lost in thought, his assistant came over with a glass of red wine. She commented on how dull he seemed and suggested he might enjoy the wine. Without looking away, he calmly said that he preferred water because he liked its taste more. She then asked why he had visited the home planet, curious if it had anything to do with the important people there. She also asked if he realized how wealthy he had become. He replied that money didn't matter to him. It was all hers to manage as she wished. The assistant looked at him with a mix of admiration and frustration. She thought about how he always kept his emotions distant, but admitted that even so, he was still the best for her. Her frustration faded as she looked into his eyes, and she couldn't help but smile. Finally, she asked something that had been on her mind for a while, if he had ever had a girlfriend. When she mentioned a girlfriend, a brief, blurry image of a woman flashed in Lei's mind, followed by a sudden headache. She got concerned about him and asked if he was okay, and he said it was just an old issue, a memory that sometimes resurfaced. He admitted that he vaguely remembered having a girlfriend once but couldn't recall where she was now. On the peaceful Heaven-Dew planet, Nana stood by a calm lake and saw her reflection in the water. Even after all these years, she was still as beautiful as ever. Her life had settled into a quiet, repetitive routine, attending classes, taking walks, and going back home each day. As she thought about Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei, a sudden new sense of curiosity stirred within her. It had been a long time since she last saw them, and she knew they were now at Shrek Academy. Just thinking about their names brought up a strange, unsettled feeling that she couldn't quite understand. Driven by this curiosity, she decided to visit the academy and hoped that if she saw it for herself, she might unlock some old memories or find a connection that had been missing from her life for so long. In Qianlei's dorm room, an interesting scene took place. He asked Golden Fatty Qian if they could try a fusion, but the gorilla looked confused, which made Lei realize he wasn't clear. Xuanyu noticed this and assured Lei that the gorilla was smart. He then opened a glowing portal and suggested Lei show the gorilla how the fusion was done. Out of the portal came a centennial speed dragon, with scales shone with ancient power. The dragon stood in front of Golden Fatty Qian, who glared at it with sparkling red eyes and let out a powerful roar. The dragon roared back, and in a sudden move, the gorilla jumped at the dragon and started biting it. Xuanyu watched and felt confused by the strange behavior, while Lei was shocked. He noticed that Golden Fatty Qian seemed to have no special abilities or soul power. As the gorilla kept biting the dragon's tough skin, Lei wondered why the dragon wasn't fighting back. Xuanyu guessed that the gorilla might be intimidating the dragon. Eventually, Qianlei intervened, stopped Golden Fatty Qian, and merged with the speed dragon. As his body transformed, he reached out to the gorilla and asked if the fusion worked and suggested they try again. However, Golden Fatty Qian seemed hesitant. Annoyed by the delay, Lei demanded to know why it was acting that way, and warned that if it didn't cooperate, it would miss out on its favorite treats. He insisted the gorilla think it over and work with him for the fusion to succeed. As the golden light surrounded Lei, he called Golden Fatty Qian to join him. The two merged into one with a burst of brilliant light, with their essences blended together. Xuanyu watched this transformation and saw that the fusion created a new being called Golden Fatty Qian. Lei, now in this new form, felt a huge surge of power, and noted that this fusion took longer than with other soul beasts. Xuanyu, eager to test his new strength, challenged Lei to a power trial. When Xuanyu threw a punch, Lei matched it, and their fists collided with a loud smack. Lei, excited by his new strength, said it was both amazing and fascinating. Xuanyu asked if he had noticed anything else. Lei replied that after the fusion, he could sense the gorilla's thoughts better. He mentioned that Golden Fatty Qian was frustrated with the fleeing prey and really wanted to catch the speed dragon. Xuanyu thought this might be a typical trait of the fusion and a possible threat to the sub-dragons. At that moment, Xiaoshu and Menkin arrived and heard the end of their conversation. Lei suggested to Xuanyu that they spend the evening cultivating at Sea God Lake, as he hoped that Golden Fatty Qian could benefit from its legendary waters. Xuanyu, however, had other plans and said he wanted to focus on forging. Xiaoshu was excited about forging too and decided to join him. Menkin watched this and smiled with interest. Xuanyu agreed, and Lei gave him a thumbs up as he wished him good luck. As Xuanyu and Xiaoshu walked through the academy grounds, the air was filled with the scent of blooming cherry blossoms. Xuanyu glanced at her and asked why she was so eager to visit the forging hall, since he thought she was more interested in design. Xiaoshu said she just wanted to see the forging process up close and asked if it was okay for her to come along. He smiled and assured her it was fine. While they walked hand in hand, Xuanyu noticed her ears turning red and a blush spreading across her cheeks. It seemed like this small gesture made her a bit self-conscious. After a few steps, she suddenly stopped and apologized, which puzzled him. She explained that back in their early days at Shrek, Menkin used to tease them, and she had felt shy. To avoid gossip, she had kept her distance from him. She genuinely apologized and regretted any discomfort she might have caused. Xuanyu, surprised by her sincerity, reassured her that she had nothing to apologize for. Xiaoshu smiled gently, acknowledged his understanding, and decided it was time to part ways. She let go of his hand, ready to leave, but he quickly caught up with her. He told her the Shrek Blacksmith Association was just ahead. Xiaoshu seemed content with her choice, and said she would be fine on her own. She declined his offer to join him inside, and explained that forging wasn't really her thing and he would probably end up sweaty. As she prepared to leave, Xuanyu, with a touch of reluctance, said he wasn't letting her go just yet. Xiaoshu waved goodbye with a laugh, and Xuanyu watched her go and felt grateful for her companionship. He realized her earlier distance was just due to shyness and concern. He then headed to the Blacksmith Association to see what was in store. The man calmly observed Xuanyu as he noticed the eagerness in his eyes. He suggested, since he seemed eager to learn forging, that he could try his hand at it right there in that very room. Once he finished and felt ready to commit, the man pointed out that he could register there when the time came. Then, with a sweep of his arm, he revealed a collection of shimmering items. These, he mentioned, were rare metals, each one precious in its own right. He added that forging, at its core, was simply that, just forging. Xuan Yu, however, was almost overwhelmed by the huge number of metals in front of him, and he felt unsure about what to do. He looked around over each shiny surface, but he was drawn to a darker metal, an ordinary black one. He reached out to it curiously, and felt its cool surface with his fingers. There was nothing remarkable about its appearance, yet something deeper held him captive, almost as if it spoke to him in a language beyond words. He was unable to pull his gaze away from it. After a brief hesitation, he grabbed hold of it firmly and with conviction announced that this was the one he would choose. The senior nodded approvingly and regarded the piece with a knowing eye. He remarked that a dark silver was indeed a fine choice. He gestured for him to bring it over, as he promised to guide him through the process. Xuan Yu carried the metal over. The senior then showed him a strong old table and explained that it was a forging table. He pointed to a button embedded on one side and continued to explain the process. The metal needed to be heated before the actual forging could begin, and the furnace would melt it down to a precise temperature, which made it easier to work with. He mentioned that once the metal was properly heated, it would rise automatically, as it became more pliable and ready to be molded into whatever shape he desired. The temperature would give it the perfect blend of ductility and plasticity necessary for quality work. With one last look, the senior gave Xuan Yu a nod of approval and told him it was time to start, as he encouraged him to just give it a try. He also handed the forging hammer to him, who took it with a steady grip. Xuan Yu breathed in deeply as he calmed his thoughts and announced that he was ready to begin. He closed his eyes for a moment and recalled that focus was essential to forging. He had heard once that in order to truly grasp the essence of the process, one had to use spiritual power to sense the transformation of matter. Now, with the dark silver freshly softened, he knew the time had come. He opened his eyes wide as he lifted the hammer. With a forceful swing, he swung the hammer against the dark silver, which sent a resounding clang through the air. The impact left a deep dent on the metal's surface, but his hands trembled violently from the shock of the rebound. For a brief second, he feared he might lose his grip entirely as a numbing sensation crept up his arms. A sharp glance from the senior who stood nearby reminded him to stay grounded. Xuan Yu set his jaw and resumed his strikes as he hammered rhythmically against the metal. He gradually began to feel subtle shifts within it, with each strike revealing a softness that hadn't been there before. The senior watched his movements intently. Though the kid clearly lacked experience, he had a curious consistency in his strikes, with each one nearly identical in force and precision. Xuan Yu continued, his arms burnt with exertion, until suddenly, a fiery splash erupted from the metal's surface. A small thrill ran through him as the senior commented that he really did have a talent for forging. A faint light glimmered within the metal, and Xuan Yu, unable to contain his curiosity, remarked that the dark silver seemed to have brightened. He asked the senior if this meant his forging attempt was successful. The senior offered him a thumbs up, and confirmed that he indeed refined the metal. He then asked how the experience had felt. Xuan Yu took a moment to reflect before admitting that he had sensed a change during the process, though he had been unsure of the specifics. Perhaps the impurities were driven out. The senior explained that when a piece of metal was almost entirely free of impurities, it could be considered the 100 forged. That's the purpose of this refinement process, the purification of the metal. Xuan Yu thanked the senior for his assistance. He confessed that he found forging to be quite fascinating, a craft that felt both powerful and magical. The senior warmly welcomed him to the Blacksmith Association. Xuan Yu's eyes brightened as he asked if he could officially join now, to which the senior readily agreed. He introduced himself as Yang Yingming and urged him to work hard now that he was a part of their community. However, he continued, they were responsible for acquiring their own materials, and Xuan Yu would need to find himself a suitable mentor. Without missing a beat, he offered his services, as he told him that he was a third-level forge master and was more than willing to teach him at a fair price. Xuan Yu blinked in surprise at the mention of money and thought that explained why it had been so easy for him to join the association. He politely told Yingming that he needed some time to think about the offer and quickly excused himself as he stated that he had to go for now. As he turned to leave, Yingming hurried after him and offered to sweeten the deal with a discount. He added that Xuan Yu could even have 3 lessons for free. He also promised that once he reached level 4, he wouldn't charge him extra. Once outside, Xuan Yu's mind swirled with thoughts. He decided that seeking advice from his teacher, Tang Zhenhua, would be the wisest course of action for now. In the interstellar space, Zhenhua stood in front of Xuan Yu. He told Xuan Yu that forging was a good path and affirmed that the senior who suggested it was right. If he truly possessed a gift in this area, once he reached level 5, he could become self-sufficient and maybe even secure a steady income from his skills. He also promised to support Xuan Yu and meant to encourage him with his words. But Xuan Yu, sensing the conversation turned too serious, suddenly steered it in another direction. He asked the teacher if he would care to accompany him to the Sea God Lake for cultivation. Zhenhua was surprised at this sudden invitation. He turned away and said Xuan Yu should go on without him. Xuan Yu accepted his response and replied with an okay. Zhenhua suggested him to stay at the lake longer if no one asked him to leave. As Xuan Yu left, Zhenhua stood still as he thought about his last visit to the Sea God Lake. The memory made him frown slightly, as the old pain and wounds from that time still bothered him. He thought about Xuan Yu and recalled how much life energy the boy had absorbed during their last visit. He wondered if he had managed to process it all and realized why the life school was so interested in him, given Xuan Yu's strong connection to life energy. At Sea God Lake, Tang Yue focused on the two figures in the center. In the middle of the lake, Xuan Yu reminded Lei to hurry and told him they couldn't afford to waste any more time, but even with the rush, Lei seemed unusually calm, and he even mentioned how comfortable it felt there. Both of them were surrounded by strong energy and were deeply focused on their cultivation. Lei observed that although Golden Fatty Qian had used up most of his life energy the day before, it was now fully restored. He brought out Golden Fatty Qian and told it to drink as much water as possible, as he stressed how valuable it was. The gorilla eagerly jumped in and drank the water with excitement. Its eyes sparkled, but Lei realized it might drown in the water and called out its name. He then joined in and challenged the gorilla to a fun contest to see who could drink more. As they enjoyed their contest, Xuan Yu was focused on sensing changes in his bloodline. This time, with the help of the gemstone, the fusion of his two bloodlines achieved a smooth blend and ended their previous discord. A comforting warmth spread through his body as his life energy flowed smoothly into the blood vortex. This energy quickly transformed into strong bloodline power, which nourished his every muscle and bone. He felt a deep sense of renewal, his entire being revitalized by the transformation. Meanwhile, Lei lay on the water's surface, exhausted from drinking so much. He reflected that only yellow insignias could be traded for a maximum of 20 white insignias, with 1 white insignia equal to 1 liter of Sea God Lake water. They needed at least 60 liters to cover the cost. As he looked at Golden Fatty Qian, he ironically noted that it had already drunk more than the amount covered by 3 yellow insignias. Anything more Golden Fatty Qian drank felt like a bonus. As he got up, he felt an unfamiliar sensation. As he inspected his hand, he noticed a subtle but noticeable improvement in his body's functions. He wondered if the gorilla was still benefiting him while absorbing a lot of life energy. He realized that as long as they avoided fighting among them, Golden Fatty Qian took almost nothing from him. This led him to think the gorilla might be a natal summoning beast. He smiled and encouraged Golden Fatty Qian to grow faster. At the edge of the lake, Yue sensed an intruder in the night and noted that it was the first time in many years someone had dared to approach. When Lei realized their presence was discovered, he swam over to Yue and assured him that Golden Fatty Qian was his soul spirit, and they were one. Yue, however, insisted that a soul spirit was an energy form, not a physical entity, and emphasized the difference between the two. Xuan Yu tried to smooth things over and explained that Old Shu already knew about Golden Fatty Qian's nature, but Yue demanded 3 more yellow insignias, or ordered them to leave immediately. Xuan Yu apologized and asked to finish their cultivation. Yue sighed and decided to let it go this time and allowed them to continue. He expressed curiosity about how much Golden Fatty Qian could drink. Lei encouraged Golden Fatty Qian to drink even more water to show him. As the gorilla drank the water quickly, Yue watched with amusement and surprise. The creature's ability to drink a liter in just a few swallows made the 3 yellow insignias seem like a big loss. Lei kept urging it to drink more, but Yue intervened and told him to stop as the gorilla might overeat and be harmed. After a while, Lei collapsed on the ground as his stomach bulged from all the water he had drunk. He groaned as he said he couldn't drink anymore and felt like he was going to vomit. Xuan Yu stood next to him, turned to Yue and asked to borrow a trolley, while Yue remarked that Lei would surely be remembered as the least welcome visitor there. In Eternal Sky City, with the full moon shining brightly in the night sky, Tang Lei sat on a building's crane as he looked out over the vast city. Tang Lei was deeply lost in thought as he tried to figure out the mysterious person who had been calling him. The calls suddenly stopped, which left him confused and curious. He felt a strong urge to get a closer look at what was happening, but more importantly, he realized that there was someone else there too. In the Eternal Sky City, a flash of pink light streaked across the surroundings and filled the air with tension. Wang Tianyu sensed something strange and looked around until he spotted an unexpected visitor, Tang Lei, who calmly stood in the distance. Lei's gaze, however, was fixed on Xuan Yu, who was deeply absorbed in his cultivation. He marveled at how Xuan Yu had grown, now a strong young man. A deep joy filled him as he watched the boy's progress, a feeling so pure that it almost made him want to reach out and pat his head or hug him. But Tianyu's arrival interrupted his thoughts. Tianyu coldly questioned his presence, even though he found some pleasure in the visit. Lei greeted him politely. Tianyu looked at Lei's striking appearance and found it hard to believe someone could look so good. Lei reassured him that he meant no harm and was just observing. However, Tianyu remained cautious and insisted that Lei accompany him if he truly had no ill intentions. The two then flew off into the sky together. Under the old branches of the eternal tree, a quiet murmur started. One voice asked if what they had seen was real. Another wondered if the figure they saw had really come back. The first voice confirmed it was indeed him and noted the changes in his look and presence. They were amazed he was still alive and wondered about another important person. The voice reassured them that they had been told he wouldn't die easily. Old Shu, sitting under the ancient tree, sensed the moment's importance and silenced the voices with his presence. The voices noticed Old Shu and turned to the eternal tree, which seemed to call out with ancient power. As Old Shu focused, a bright green aura came from him and showed the tree's mystical power. After a moment, he calmly acknowledged the situation and told the voices to step back. He explained that the eternal tree said they should not meet him now and warned that waking him could cause serious trouble. The voices asked why this was needed, especially since it seemed he had returned. Old Shu firmly said they had to follow the eternal tree's guidance and urged them to respect its decision. The voices showed they were confused and struggled to understand what was happening. In the sky, Lei and Tianyu faced off with each other. Lei greeted Tianyu with a smile, introduced himself, and said he was happy to meet him. Tianyu introduced himself as the deputy dean of Shrek Academy's Sea God Pavilion and asked why Lei was there. Lei explained that he had come to visit an old friend and nothing more. Tianyu asked if this friend was Lan Xuanyu and wanted to know what their relationship was. Lei replied that Xuanyu was an old friend. Tianyu then asked how they had met. Lei said he was a singer, and they had met at a concert where they immediately clicked. He added that he was visiting his home planet and decided to drop by when he heard Xuanyu was there. He assured Tianyu that he meant no trouble and didn't want to stay too long. Tianyu considered this and thought that a famous singer might be telling the truth, but he remained doubtful. Suddenly, Tianyu's aura turned fierce and pink, and he said he didn't believe Lei's story. His tone turned cold as he challenged Lei to a fight. Lei, surprised by the challenge, asked why it was necessary. Tianyu ignored him, charged forward with his fist ready, and said that being at Shrek meant following its rules. Lei calmly caught Tianyu's fist and with a strong push, sent him flying backward. The impact was strong, and Tianyu noted the power of Lei's strength. He was amazed and wondered if he could match it. Just as things were getting tense, a familiar voice asked for calm. Old Shu appeared, and Tianyu was shocked to see him. Old Shu shared with Tianyu that Lei posed no threat, as the eternal tree had affirmed this. Tianyu was taken aback as he was surprised at the realization that the eternal tree was familiar with Tang Lei. Old Shu, however, clarified that he did not have complete certainty. The eternal tree had merely indicated that he was not an enemy. He suggested that Lei was free to stay or leave, as he posed no danger to their academy. Tianyu, still hesitant, began to question the trustworthiness of the eternal tree's judgment. Old Shu, however, extended a warm welcome to Lei and invited him to explore Shrek Academy freely, and assured him that no one would hinder his movements. Lei expressed his gratitude to Old Shu. He was then seen outside Xuanyu's dorm as he roamed around. The following day, Xuanyu's gaze landed on Yingming. As the senior approached, he pondered whether Xuanyu had made a decision and was officially starting his forging journey that day. Xuanyu questioned whether he could learn independently, as he noted the presence of books on forging and expressed his desire to explore and master the craft on his own. Yingming observed Xuanyu's ambition and offered to guide him to the forging room. As they walked together, he presented Xuanyu with a book titled Introduction to Forging as a gift and encouraged him to delve into it and explore the knowledge within. As they entered the forging room, he advised Xuanyu to start with ordinary iron bars rather than rare metals as he pointed to the equipment. He explained that mastering the forging of basic iron into steel was essential before attempting rare materials. He reassured him that he would be around and instructed him to call for help if needed. Xuanyu thanked him, and as Yingming left, he started reading the book and thought about the challenges of working with ordinary iron. He felt the energy from the common material was less strong compared to rare metals, which caused him some frustration at the thought of achieving half the results with double the effort. Suddenly, a voice echoed as someone suggested that this might not have been the case, as those who could forge divine artifacts with ordinary iron were the real craftsmen. Xuanyu's eyes widened as he turned to see Tang Lei standing there with a warm smile. He ran to greet his uncle and left the book forgotten on the ground. He inquired about his unexpected visit. Lei explained that he was visiting for a show on the planet and sensed Xuanyu's aura, so he decided to stop by. He added that this was a remarkable institution. Xuanyu mentioned that it didn't compare to his uncle's own abilities and praised his previous achievements. He then questioned the meaning behind his comment about forging divine artifacts with ordinary iron and wondered if he could forge himself. Lei, uncertain of his own capabilities, said that he had casually made the remark, then picked up a hammer and started to feel its weight. He asked Xuan Yu for permission to demonstrate, which Xuan Yu eagerly granted. As he quickly swung the hammer, a burst of energy surrounded the iron bar. Xuan Yu watched in amazement as the bar responded to his uncle's touch and shrank significantly after just one hit. A yellow circle of light surrounded his uncle, who then effortlessly drew the bar towards him. To Xuan Yu's surprise, the bar felt as soft as dough in his uncle's hand. Suddenly, a flash of bright mixed colors joined the yellow light as Lei skillfully worked on it. The colors blended with the bar, making it shrink again. Xuan Yu wondered about the colorful flash as the bar returned to its original shape, now surrounded by a faint, dragon-shaped glow. The iron bar, now adorned with a warm brown exterior, left Xuan Yu astounded. He marveled at how it had transformed so beautifully, almost unrecognizable from its former self. His mouth hung open in shock as he realized that this was truly a miracle of sorts. He could hardly believe that this remarkable feat had been the pinnacle of Uncle's abilities. Turning to Lei with genuine admiration, he praised his extraordinary skill and expressed how truly impressive the transformation had been. His mind raced with the thought that it wouldn't have been surprising if Uncle could effortlessly demolish a warship with his bare hands, given his clear strength in combat and other areas. He then eagerly asked his uncle to teach him the art of forging. Lei's smile broadened at the request, and with a warm gesture he pinched Xuan Yu's cheek and reassured him that whenever Xuan Yu visited, he would be there to guide him. Xuan Yu's gratitude was palpable as he exclaimed his delight. He felt thrilled at the prospect of learning from such a skilled mentor. As the training session began, Lei turned to Xuan Yu and suggested they start with the basics. He elaborated that mastering the fundamentals of wielding a hammer was crucial for crafting a superior piece and emphasized that understanding the technique was essential. As he held the hammer in his hand, he stressed that starting with this tool would help him harness his natural strength. With a firm stance, he hurled the hammer with impressive speed and instructed Xuan Yu to observe before trying it himself. Xuan Yu nodded in agreement as he felt determined to follow his uncle's example. As he mimicked Lei's movements, he reflected on his uncle's precise strike. He felt warmth in his shins and realized that his uncle's gentle guidance was helping him refine his power. He threw the hammer with the same forceful intent as his uncle. Lei observed his strength and smiled with pride. He admired how quickly Xuan Yu learnt and how naturally he understood things. As the day started to end, Xuan Yu sat down as he looked very tired. His uncle saw how worn out he was and suggested that he should get something to eat and come back the next day. Xuan Yu said his uncle to come back the next day, and Lei patted his head kindly and promised he would be there. He told him that he was on vacation and promised to stay with him during this time. Xuan Yu's schedule was packed all of a sudden. Mornings were dedicated to his classes, while afternoons were reserved for a long 2-hour study session in interstellar warship piloting under the guidance of Tang Zhenhua. Each day he then headed to the Blacksmith Association, where Tang Lei appeared shortly after his arrival. Meanwhile, Yang Yingming found himself wondering about the absence of Xuan Yu's visit, and his curiosity grew as days slipped away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks passed. As Lei sat on a crane and looked over the city below, a voice crackled through his communicator. The message was clear. If he didn't come back right away, they would have to quit. His assistant was angry about his long absence. He had promised just 3 days off, but he had been gone for 2 weeks. She reminded him that she had to turn down many jobs and deal with big penalties because of his absence. She was at her limit and couldn't keep going under these conditions. Lei felt the impact of her words, understood her frustration, and promised he would return soon. He told her not to give up and assured her that he would be back shortly. Inside the forging room, Xuan Yu walked in and looked around for his uncle. He spotted a letter on the table. He opened it and started reading. The letter, written by Uncle Lei, said that it was time for him to go home. He promised he would visit again when he could, and told Xuan Yu to take care of himself. With these farewell words, Tang Lei's absence was felt strongly as he left behind the familiar crane and a sense of emptiness for Xuan Yu. In the vibrant, bright city on home planet, at the top of a luxurious apartment building, a woman sat with a glass of wine. She vented her anger over Tang Lei's unexplained 2-week absence and wondered if he might have been seeing someone else. Her thoughts drifted to the possibility that all her hard work had been for nothing. As she staggered towards the sofa in a tipsy state, she threw herself onto it and slammed her hand against the cushions. Her annoyance grew as she exclaimed how her enthusiasm for managing his accounts had disappeared, despite it being her favorite task. She declared him the worst. Lei, seated on the opposite sofa, reflected on his own shortcomings with a touch of self-doubt. The woman noticed him and, shocked by his unexpected presence, stood up and headed towards the door. Her frustration was evident as she told him that, despite her hard work on his behalf, he seemed indifferent to his career. She pointed out that he had disappeared for 2 weeks, so she announced her resignation and suggested he find another agent. Her anger escalated when she thought he wasn't even trying to convince her to stay. She anxiously rushed back to him and demanded to know if he had already found a replacement and if he was planning to throw her away. Lee calmly observed her and checked her forehead for signs of fever, and as he found none, he wondered why she was so upset. He told her that if she quit, he would also leave, and he insisted that any penalties should be paid from his own money. She reacted with disbelief, questioned how such an arrangement could be made, and expressed her inability to handle the situation. She then asked what he had been doing for the past 2 weeks. He explained that he had been occupied with the boy they had met at the Heaven Luo Planet concert, who had now been admitted to Shrek Academy. He recounted how he had spent several days teaching the boy how to forge, which had caused his delay in returning. She absorbed this new information about him and was amazed that he could forge, and that he had been neither punished nor expelled from Shrek Academy. He reassured her that the academy staff had been kind and had allowed him to stay, and that he had some knowledge of forging. Her frustration melted away as she smiled and asked if he was hungry and offered to prepare something for him. She also suggested that he let her know about future teaching sessions ahead of time so she could adjust his schedule, and hinted at organizing a concert in Shrek City. Lei agreed and accepted her proposal. Xuan Yu and his team received a generous bonus from the exchange center, which added to their previous earnings. With this extra money, the team built up a large amount. Each member, including Xuan Yu's classmates, worked hard to improve their skills. Some even began making battle armor as they pushed their limits. In the meditation room, Xuan Yu was deeply focused on his cultivation. Even with his efforts, he felt a problem with his soul power, as if an invisible wall was blocking his progress. He wondered if his meridians were at their limit, making it hard for him to turn life energy into soul power. This realization frustrated him because he couldn't use his soul power or bloodline power effectively. Then he had an idea. He remembered that the Dragon God transformation had almost used up his bloodline power. Maybe this power could help him overcome his current limits. He closed his eyes and accepted that a breakthrough might not come soon. He decided to use the Dragon God transformation. The 9-colored gemstone on him began to glow brightly. As the gemstone shone beautifully, Xuan Yu felt the life energy around him being pulled in and changed by the Dragon God transformation. It was like his bloodline power and soul power were combining into one strong force. The feeling of blockage in his soul power grew stronger, and the increasing pressure made him more and more stressed. He pushed himself to break through his current state. A powerful wave of energy burst from him and filled his room. When the energy settled, he took a deep breath and saw a purple ring surrounding him. He realized he had made a breakthrough. His body seemed to change as it unlocked new potential. The third soul ring that appeared was purple, just as he had hoped. He got excited as he looked forward to discovering the new abilities of his third soul skill. Xuan Yu's heart swelled with joy as he realized he had finally gotten the third soul ring he had been hoping for. Excited to find out what his new third soul skill could do, he watched the green light circling in his palm and wondered what hidden power it held. As the energy flowed through him in different directions, it felt new and thrilling. He sensed the air around him filled with a sense of freedom and joy, and he smiled as he felt his body grow lighter, almost weightless. He closed his eyes and let the feeling wash over him. He became certain that it must be the wind element. He then realized with delight that his first 2 soul rings had also been improved, with all 3 now glowing with powerful energy. Even his spiritual power had increased more than he expected. He was happy to think that, even though his progress in cultivation had been slower than others, once he made a breakthrough, his strength would grow much more. He stretched his body and smiled as he thought about the possibility of reaching his 4th ring someday. If all 4 rings turned into 10,000-year-old black lights, it would be exciting, and he eagerly looked forward to that day. Over the next month, Xuan Yu and his friends worked hard on their cultivation, each trying to improve their skills and understanding. They saw clear progress as they made significant gains in their training. However, a new problem started to emerge. A shortage of essential supplies began to affect their training and daily lives. Resources became scarce, and they struggled to keep up with basic needs. As they realized they couldn't keep going like this for long, Xuan Yu felt the pressure to find a solution. He began to think of ways to earn the money they urgently needed. At the bustling auction, Tang Yugi sat quietly, her thoughts drifting back to their previous encounter with Xuan Yu's team. A slight frown appeared on her face as she remembered the match. Even though they lost, she didn't believe they were outclassed. It must have been luck, not skill. She assured herself that if it hadn't been for Hui, the outcome might have been different. Suddenly, she heard a soft rustling behind her and looked back. There were Lan Xuanyu and Yuanin Hui standing behind her seat. Hui suggested to Xuanyu that they should sit there. With a quiet sigh, she turned her attention back to the auction and thought to herself that it was those two again. As the auction items were being bid on, Lei struggled to hide his excitement. He sadly admitted that he wanted to buy something, but his funds were not enough. Xuan Yu reminded him that it was better not to think about buying things when they couldn't even cover their living expenses. Hui Hui sighed heavily and added that a man without money was no man at all. Lei turned to Hui Hui and joked that his manliness was fading and called him a resilient rose. Hui Hui got really mad and they started wrestling. In the middle of their fight, Hui Hui told Lei to get lost while Lei laughed and called out to Yuge for help, as Hui Hui was being too harsh on him. Yuge glanced over and said it was clear they were low on money. Lei acted sad and said it should have been obvious. Then she offered them another chance with a new fight in the Doluo world, but with higher stakes. The bet would be 10 yellow insignias, which were 2 million coins. Lei and Hui Hui were shocked and looked at her. Lei then turned to Xuan Yu at the mention of the huge bet. Xuan Yu, on the other hand, stayed calm and said they couldn't afford it and didn't even have battle armor. Yuge said it was fine. Her team won't use battle armor either, and they didn't have to pay all at once. They could settle it within a year if needed. Xuan Yu asked why Yuge wanted another fight. She said it was a chance for his team to earn money and for hers to prove themselves. Xuan Yu looked at Yuge and saw the determination in her eyes. A smile appeared on his lips as he noted that she seemed eager to fight them. She quickly lost patience and asked if he was in or not. Xuan Yu calmly replied that it wasn't worth risking their reputation for just 10 yellow insignias. They had already won last time. His words made her angry, and she wondered how someone so young could have such a sharp tongue. She demanded to know what he wanted. Xuan Yu grinned and suggested 20 yellow insignias, but if they lost, they would only owe her 10. Also, no battle armor would be allowed. Lei, who was nearby, grabbed Xuan Yu's sleeve, laughed, and praised him for his cleverness. He then asked if he could join them too. Before Xuan Yu could reply, Hui Hui firmly said no and insisted that they didn't need any more people. Yuge listened and thought about it, thinking that if this chubby troublemaker joined, 20 yellow insignias might be worth it. After a moment, she agreed to Xuan Yu's terms, 20 insignias, but Qianlei had to join them. She suggested making it a 6-on-6 match, as she already calculated that it would give her team a better chance. Lei clung to Xuan Yu, happy like a little brother, and insisted on joining the fight. Xuan Yu nodded and agreed. He said they would have the battle in the Duluo world 1 week from that day, with Shrek as the judge. Lei's excitement grew as he did the math. 20 yellow insignias split among 6 meant 3 for each, which could last for 2 weeks if they were careful. Hui Hui also got excited and said he had wanted to buy the Millennium Purple Leaf fruit for ages. Xuan Yu imagined that the insignias would be enough for a trip to Sea God Lake, while Feng thought a dragon bloodbath would be a great treat. Xu Xiu, on the other hand, was lost in thought as she pictured buying the mysterious Millennium Ice Grass. But while they were all caught up in their dreams, Munkin's voice brought them back to reality. She asked if they weren't worried about losing, confused by their confident talk about splitting the reward. Qianlei brushed off her concerns and assured her that with Xuan Yu leading them, they had nothing to worry about. Xu Xiu backed him up and reminded them that under Xuan Yu's leadership, they had never lost. Munkin reluctantly agreed too. Then she joked that if they lost, Hui Hui should be given to Tang Yuge. Hui Hui protested loudly and asked why he was the one picked. Lei laughed and teased him that since Yuge was his sister, she wouldn't hurt him. Hui Hui, annoyed, told Lei to back off, while the others laughed. The next morning, news of the upcoming fight spread quickly through Shrek Academy. It became the talk of the school, and details of the battle were traded like valuable information. A single white insignia was exchanged for information about the time, place, and challengers. Among the third years, frustration grew, especially in Tang Yuge's team. One teammate couldn't hide his irritation and complained about the first years challenging them. The mere thought of it made him angry. Yuge, however, stayed calm. She said they couldn't afford to lose this time and that she wouldn't let it happen. She decided to handle the situation herself. In the classroom, she saw a man seated calmly in a chair. She walked over and told him it was his job too to help defend the senior's honor. The man, Sima Xian, accepted the responsibility without question. To handle the large number of spectators, the academy chose a very big venue in the Duluo world and started broadcasting the news. This meant the academy would take half of the game's revenue. Xuan Yu looked at the news and was impressed by their ambition. Within just 4 days, the tickets sold out, which raised a huge total of 10 million Duoluo coins, more than 200 yellow insignias. He thought it was impressive, though he noted that each winner would get a purple insignia, which was fine. Meanwhile, Lei complained about the financial strain. He sighed heavily as he felt the burden of the match. Xuan Yu reassured him that the funds would be used up when they needed to make battle armor. Everyone would have to pause their cultivation to focus on making the armor. With a purple insignia and careful budgeting, they could get the materials needed for a set of one-word battle armor. Lei agreed as he understood the plan. Xuan Yu then told him to wake up Golden Fatty Qian. He gave him a thumbs up, confident that it would awaken in a day or two. He was hopeful that Golden Fatty Qian, along with the Emerald Demon Bird and Xuan Yu's auxiliary summoning, would perform well in the fight. He even thought that the gorilla might have some special power from another world. Xuan Yu warned against being overly optimistic. Feng teased Lei and suggested that he might not be very helpful and proposed considering bing-tailing instead. Lei got annoyed and accused him of being irritating. Xuan Yu stepped in, calming both of them, and advised Feng to stop teasing Lei. He encouraged them to work together, noting that while they had been lucky last time, their growth meant they had a real chance. Plus, they had nothing to lose. Lei agreed, sharing Xuan Yu's determination to unite their efforts. Feng agreed too, supporting Xuan Yu's plan. The day before the big match, Xuan Yu's mother contacted him through his communication watch. She sounded both caring and worried, and expressed concern about the match. She wondered why, as a first-year student, he had to face third years and asked if someone with the same name might have been causing trouble. Xuan Yu asked how she found out. She explained that the Federal Soul Station had been broadcasting the event, and her colleagues had been talking about it a lot. He wondered if the Federation Soul Tool broadcast was really that important. Just then, his father appeared on the screen. He smiled reassuringly and showed faith in his son's abilities. His mother also reminded him it was just a competition and told him to take care. She jokingly warned that if he lost, they would definitely give him a good spanking. Then she felt regret and admitted that bragging about him might have been a mistake. Xuan Yu, on the other hand, started to think that the school might have sold the broadcasting rights for a lot of money without telling them. He felt determined, as he thought he might have a plan to handle the situation. Xuan Yu shared his growing concern with Yuge over the communication device and suggested that perhaps it was best to call off the fight. Yuge got surprised, momentarily taken aback, and questioned his sanity. Xuan Yu explained that the Academy had sold the broadcasting rights of the game to the Federation Soul Station, which meant the match would be aired live across the entire Federation. He emphasized the substantial financial gain the Academy stood to receive from this deal. Yuge, processing this revelation, agreed that they needed to discuss the matter further with the dean. She instructed him to meet her at the main building, where they would address the situation more thoroughly. In the dean's office, Yuge and Xuan Yu faced Luo Hong, who was lounging on the sofa. She told them to go back and get ready for the game, as the broadcast rights were not their concern. Yuge disagreed with her and said that the broadcast rights were important to them as well, and questioned why they shouldn't benefit from it. She expressed frustration about the Academy's unfairness and wondered how the game could go on under these conditions. Luo Hong stuck to her point and insisted that it was not their problem and there was nothing more to discuss. She told them to leave. Yuge then announced that if that was the case, they were canceling the fight. Xuan Yu agreed and confirmed they were quitting. Luo Hong's eyes narrowed in anger, and she accused them of threatening her. The two kept their calm and said they were only standing up against unfairness. Luo Hong coldly replied that the game between the third and first years would go on as planned. She warned that if they continued to resist, she would find other students to replace them. Yuge was upset and asked how such a decision could be made. Xuan Yu, however, accepted her decision and told her to leave. Yuge, worried about his resignation, wondered if they were really giving up. As they were about to leave, Xuan Yu expressed his disappointment in the dean and said he was dropping out of the competition. Luo Hong briefly reflected on Xuan Yu's words and decided to call them back. He stopped and looked back and asked if she had more to say. With her anger barely contained, she asked what he wanted. Xuan Yu suggested a new plan. The winners would each get 2 purple insignias, while the losers would get 1 each, and the rest would go to the Academy. He argued that this would help the Academy equip its top students, improve their strength, and keep things fair, a perfect example of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Luo Hong got up from the sofa, and she looked troubled. Xuan Yu noticed her discomfort and asked if she was going to hit them. He reminded her that his teacher was aware of his presence here. In response, she sharply hit him on the head and angrily said that if her teacher were there, she would hit him just as hard. She told them to leave immediately and, with irritation, agreed with him just this once. She told them they had to keep this conversation secret. Xuan Yu agreed and thanked her. He called her the most beautiful woman and waved goodbye as he and Yuge left. Luo Hong's voice echoed as she told them to leave. Once alone, she smiled while thinking about Xuan Yu. Despite his boldness, she saw his intelligence, adaptability, and hard work, and thought he had the potential to be a good leader. On the other hand, she doubted Yuge's ability to succeed in the upcoming game. As she turned to her communication device, she checked the current odds. They showed that the third years were favored at 2 to 1.2, while the first years were at 1 to 3.6. Luo Hong was frustrated by this difference, as she clearly remembered that the first year had won before. The informant explained that their previous win was mostly by chance and mentioned that Sima Xian, who joined Tang Yuge's team, was very strong. She realized that Sima Xian, who was initially against Tang Yuge but then joined her team, had greatly increased their strength. She compared him to Qian Lei, the sixth member of Xuan Yu's team, and decided Lei was less impressive. She told her contact to bet 50 purple insignias on the third years and hoped for a good return given the odds. Xuan Yu walked around the busy campus. He used his communication device to ask Hui Hui about the latest news. Hui Hui was surprised Xuan Yu didn't know that the Shrek Gambling Center was about to open for a game. Xuan Yu was even more curious about this gambling center. Hui Hui explained that it was a well-known place in Shrek City, but had a special rule. It only accepted Shrek insignias as bets. Xuan Yu wanted to know more details about the center's rules. Hui Hui told his teammates that the odds for the third year's win had changed to 1-1.9, while their odds were now 1-3.9. Lei saw this change and said it looked like people were betting a lot on the seniors. Xuan Yu agreed and said it made sense because from the outsider's perspective, their chances looked low. But that actually worked to their advantage since their real strength was not yet known. He mentioned that Liu Feng's martial soul mutation and awakening had significantly increased his strength. Additionally, Ba Xiushu had gained her fourth ring and undergone the second awakening of her martial soul. As for Yuan Hui, he now possessed 5 rings and his King Elf bloodline had awakened, further enhancing his abilities. He paused for a moment before turning to Qian Lei. He asked him if Golden Fatty Qian had awakened yet. Lei rubbed the back of his head with a smile and admitted that, although not yet, it wouldn't be long before it happened. Xuan Yu's expression became serious as he stressed how important this was and asked Lei if he was completely sure. He then noted that their overall strength had greatly improved. Munkin asked Xuan Yu if he was suggesting they should bet on themselves and added that if that was the case, she was in. Xuan Yu smiled confidently and said no, then revealed the real reason for their meeting. He announced that for the upcoming battle, they would be fighting not just for pride, but also for 2 purple insignias. Even if they lost, they would still get 1 purple insignia. Lei lit up with excitement as he wondered if this meant they could earn a lot even if they lost. Meng Qin, however, got frustrated and told him that losing was not an option and they had to win. Hui Hui agreed with her and added that they must win, as he had no intention of losing to Tang Yuge. But Xuan Yu shook his head. He told them that winning or losing wasn't everything. What truly mattered was the opportunity in front of them. With odds sitting at 1-4, it was the perfect chance for a gamble. He smirked and declared that for the purple insignia he was guaranteed to get, he was willing to bet it all on them. The decision, however, lay with them. He urged them to choose wisely, but whatever they decided, he expected them to fight as if their very lives depended on it. It was do or die. Feng was thoughtful for a moment, then nodded in agreement. If they fought with no retreat or way out, they would surely become much stronger. Hui Hui spoke with strong confidence and insisted that Yuge should be his opponent. He promised that he would definitely defeat her. His excitement was contagious, and Lei quickly joined in and eagerly said that he would also bet on their win. He mentioned that with a 600% return, there was no reason not to go for it. Soon, Xu and Meng Qin also decided to join them. Xuan Yu looked around at his teammates with pride in his eyes. He told them that if they lost, they'd just act like it never happened. But if they won, they'd be unbeatable in the first grade. He passionately declared their motto, go big or go home. There was no turning back now. They all put their hands together in agreement. Xuan Yu firmly stated that they'd bet everything on themselves, using the 6 purple insignias and 12 yellow insignias they earned from selling information. They would give it their all, and fight with everything they had. Break the cauldrons, sink the boats, and fight with every last ounce of strength they possess. Victory was the only goal. Xuan Yu then asked Hui Hui if they could use their credit as a guarantee for their bet, since they didn't have the purple insignias yet. Hui Hui agreed and said his father could sort it out. He'd take care of it. Nobody expected such boldness from these young students. The odds were heavily against them, 4-1, but they still went for it. Over the past 2 days, Lan Xuanyu and his team pulled away from the bustle to focus on their training. Tang Yuge and her team also disappeared into their own preparations. The atmosphere was tense as everyone waited for the day of the match. It was Sunday, the day of the big match. As the sun came up, Xuanyu's father looked at his wife, who was glued to the TV, and wondered what was so interesting so early in the morning. His wife explained that she was watching the pre-game analysis. She was focused on the broadcast and noted that the experts were doubting their son's team. Even so, she strongly believed that Xuanyu would succeed. Xuanyu's father wasn't so sure, and thought their chances of winning seemed low. She got frustrated and reminded him that Xuanyu was their son and questioned why he didn't believe in him. To prove her point, she told him to prepare lunch and demanded a big meal with at least 5 dishes. He agreed to do it, though reluctantly. On Heaven Do Planet, Nana's network turned on, showing the excitement of the match. She smiled warmly as she watched and thought that Xuanyu must have grown a lot since they last met. Meanwhile, in another part of Heaven Dao, Tang Lei's assistant was frustrated as she reminded him of his upcoming performance and the busy schedule of interviews and duties the next morning. However, Lei was focused on the TV and mentioned that he couldn't miss the game because Xuan Yu was playing. The assistant, a bit confused, asked if Xuan Yu was the young boy he had been excited about. As the TV started the broadcast, announcing the game's start, Lei told his assistant to cancel the interviews and tell the press he would sing an extra song that evening instead. She agreed quickly, confident that fans would love it. She promised to make the changes and then watch the game with him. As she was curious about what made Xuan Yu so special to him, the game was about to start. At this key moment, a student walked confidently into the Shrek Exchange Center. He asked at the reception to post a message about the secret they didn't know, the hidden trump cards of the freshmen in the Leapfrog Challenge. He set the prize for one subscription as one white insignia and prepared to leave. As he turned, the woman at the reception hurried after him and questioned if his information was accurate. He assured her it was true and urged her to act quickly. He mentioned that the odds against the freshman had dropped to 1 to 5 and insisted she post the message before it was too late. With a smile, he thought about the reward, confident he'd earn at least a dozen yellow insignias. He felt pleased with Xuan Yu's ability to make a profit. With just 1 minute before the battle was about to start, Dean Luo Hong was in her office, focused on her messages. Her face grew serious as she learnt that the first-year students had revealed new trump cards. She got frustrated and wondered why she hadn't been told sooner. She immediately instructed her assistant to place a bet of 10 purple insignias on Lan Xuanyu's team, realizing she needed to reduce the risk. The arena was buzzing with excitement as the speakers announced the freshmen's arrival. Xuanyu's team walked into the stadium, catching everyone's eye. Lei looked around and saw the seats were packed with eager fans. The speaker then announced the seniors, and Yuge's team entered the arena. Xuan Yu teased her about the bet she made and joked that they could make a fortune by pretending to lose. Yuge, however, replied confidently that his taunts wouldn't affect her, and she was sure they would win this time. Despite the playful talk, Xuan Yu knew they had placed a big bet on themselves, and winning was no longer just a choice but a necessity. As the countdown to the fight began, Xuan Yu, as the captain, urged his team to move forward with a firm command. The moment the battle started, they jumped into action. Xuan Yu sent out a glowing blue rope of light towards the enemy team. Xiu Xiu charged ahead with speed while Feng rushed in with his spear. Hui Hui prepared his bow and fired an array of arrows towards the opposing side. The arrows flew towards Xian, who quickly responded. With a sweep of his hand, he raised a defensive barrier that blocked the arrows and smashed them apart. He strengthened the shield around himself and got ready to block the next attack. Xuan Yu watched closely and saw how strong Xian's defenses were, knowing it would be hard to get through. Xiu Xiu charged forward and sliced through the air with precision. In that brief moment, her eyes met with Xian, a silent challenge between them. Xian swung his axe with great force, but Xiu Xiu easily blocked the attack and slipped past him. As she moved, an icy wind started to swirl around Xian and covered him in a chilling mist. Yuge watched everything from a distance and quickly understood Xiu Xiu's plan that she was trying to cut Xian off from his team and set up for a combined attack. She felt frustrated as she knew this might be risky. Xian was no ordinary opponent, and underestimating him could be dangerous. Nearby, Lei summoned his Millennium Iron Black Dragon with a fierce roar and ordered it to charge and knock Xian off balance. The dragon charged with great force, but Xian held his ground strongly. A yellow aura mixed with black surrounded him as he raised his axe and brought it down with a powerful blow. The dragon shattered instantly as it was destroyed in one strike. Xuan Yu and Lei stood in shock, unable to believe what they just saw. While Xian's sharp gaze fixed on them, Lei muttered in disbelief as he asked Xuan Yu what to do next, but Xuan Yu had no answer as he was lost in thoughts. Yuge smiled at them as she knew Xian had been their hidden card all along. Someone behind Xuan Yu shouted for them to fall back, but he stayed focused on the battle. Meanwhile, Hui Hui kept firing arrows from the other side, and Yuge's team quickly raised their defenses to block them. She assessed the situation and unleashed a bright energy, the mutual generation of the 5 elements, as she focused on the power of fire to light up the battlefield and clear the fog. Within the icy mist, Xian moved closer to Xuan Yu. People in the crowd shouted warnings as they urged Xuan Yu to retreat and hide, but he stood his ground. With eyes filled with resolve, he charged straight at Xian. In the crowd, a boy wondered what Xuan Yu was thinking by rushing at Xian, a 5-ring soul master known for his powerful attacks. But Xuan Yu didn't hesitate. His eyes were set with determination, and as he charged, Xian locked eyes with him, both driven by the same fierce spirit, ready to face each other head-on. Xian swung his axe with all his strength as he aimed to strike Xuan Yu, but Xuan Yu quickly deflected the attack and countered with his own move. His hand, shaped like a dragon's claw, slashed through the air toward Xian. The crowd held their breath as the attack landed and left scratches on Xian's chest. with blood starting to seep from the wounds. Xuan Yu stepped back, a powerful dragon's form seeming to shadow him with its roar shaking the air around them. Xian froze in his place as he found himself overwhelmed by the force of Xuan Yu's power. In a surprising move, Xuan Yu placed his hand on Xian's wounded chest. A mix of blue energy and red flames began to form there, and then he suddenly disappeared into the air. Moments later, a powerful explosion erupted, which sent Xian flying backward. The crowd was shocked. One observer gasped at the sudden turn of events, while another exclaimed in disbelief that Xuan Yu, with just 3 rings, had managed to take down Xian, who had 5. Lei's assistant watched the scene on the screen, still confused by what she saw. Xian had been blown away by a freshman. She glanced over at him and noticed the golden glow of his soul rings, 8 of them, and wondered why he had suddenly released them. Lei replied that he wasn't sure himself, but there was something familiar about Xuan Yu's abilities. She pointed out that not only did Xuan Yu's abilities seem similar to his, but even their appearance was oddly alike. She teased him as she suggested that Xuan Yu might be his long-lost son. Lei, however, reminded her to think about Xuan Yu's age and how long she had known him. She laughed it off and told him that she was just joking, but still found it odd how Jian, a strong power attacker, could have been so easily beaten. Lei, still focused on the screen, noticed Jian getting back on his feet and thought that maybe his abilities weren't just about power after all. Meanwhile, Yuge stepped forward as her power built up and stood next to Jian. She called out his name as he activated his 10,000-year soul ring. The strength of his attack created a powerful aura that spread out like a massive fan. The 5 freshmen caught in its path were thrown into the air, unable to fight against the force. Xuan Yu, within the air, felt dizzy as his soul power quickly drained. He realized this attack wasn't just about strength. It was a carefully planned and powerful technique. Lei's assistant asked him if the recent move was a control skill. He agreed and explained that even his clash with the Ironback dragon was a control skill. Otherwise, the dragon would have been thrown sideways instead of upward. As Yuge jumped into the air, glowing with a pink aura, Lei remarked that the outcome would depend on how the freshmen managed this tough situation. Yuge took the chance and urged her team to give their best. With the Lee brothers putting on defense armor, she prepared to strike and told her team to finish the fight. They charged towards their 5 opponents. From the stands, a spectator worried about the freshmen and said it looked like the leapfrog challenge might end badly for them. Suddenly, the scene changed dramatically as a mysterious creature's eyes glowed with an eerie light, and Yuge turned to see Xiu Shu standing before her, using her powerful 10,000-year soul skill, Dark Blue Gaze. She was shocked, as she wondered how Xiu Shu could have such a skill on her own, as it was once thought to be a fusion skill between her and Xuan Yu. Adding to the confusion, the Dark Blue Gaze's effect was weak because of Xian's skill. Its impact was very brief. However, in that brief moment, Hui Hui took advantage, and he used his power, the King of Bloodline's reincarnation eyes, and charged towards the opposing team. As Hui Hui called upon the power of his King Elf bloodline, his reincarnation eyes gleamed with a mysterious force. Yuge's teammates stared in shock as they were caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. She narrowed her eyes as she wondered when Hui Hui had learnt mental shock skills. She considered her opponent's growing strength and thought about the possibilities. Nearby, Xuan Yu noticed her hesitation and saw it as the right time to act. He signaled his team to shift the battle in their favor. Feng charged through the swirling ice mist as he focused his attention on Yuge. He moved quickly and closed the distance with ease. Yuge jumped into the air as she tried to avoid his first strike, but Feng didn't give up. He kept chasing her, using his powerful martial soul, the White Dragon Spear. With a single motion, he attacked 3 times, and the spear's white glow cut through the air. The clash echoed through the arena, and a spectator exclaimed in surprise as they noted that Feng had lifted Yuge into the air. Though she was their strongest opponent, Feng's attack, while not enough to seriously hurt her, managed to temporarily hold her back, which surprises the crowd to some extent. Lei watched Feng and told him that he wouldn't let him take all the credit. He then called his partner, Golden Fatty Qian, and merged with it. This powerful fusion showed how much he had improved during his long break. With a burst of energy, Lei jumped towards Li Siki, along with his Emerald Demon Bird. The crowd felt amazed that Lei dared to face Siki, whose martial soul was the mighty Black Tortoise. From her room, Luo Hong watched with pride as she felt impressed by how her disciple skillfully controlled 3 soul masters. Meanwhile, Meng Qian exchanged a serious look with Xiu Shu as she signaled that it was time to act and surprise their opponents. The crowd roared in excitement, with one spectator praising the freshmen and saying they were living up to the hype. The cheering was loud, which showed that the battle was thrilling and worth watching. On the other side of the field, Yuge was frustrated. Her team had lost control, and she worried that if things kept going this way, her team would be defeated one by one. She decided that taking down Xuan Yu was the key to winning. If she could defeat him, his team would fall apart and victory would be hers. She ordered her teammates, Li Siki, Li Ximing, and Sima Xian, to focus on eliminating Lan Xuanyu. Seeing the danger around Xuanyu, Huihui called on his King Elf Bloodline's fifth soul skill to protect his brother. A bright yellow light flashed as Huihui fired an arrow, determined to disrupt his opponent's plans. Siki instructed his twin brother Siming to use the Iron Fortress, but he was frustrated by how difficult Lei was to deal with. Yuge dismissed Huihui's attacks as ineffective, as she believes that they couldn't penetrate their strong defense. As Huihui put on his Thunder Soul battle armor, his powerful light impressed the twin brothers, and made them wonder if his second martial soul awakening had given him extra strength. Yuge then ordered Xian to break through Xuanyu's battle armor. Xian used his fifth soul skill, Dark Golden Inferno, and attacked Xuanyu from one side, while the twins surrounded him with their black tortoise shields from behind. Yuge moved in from the front, and coldly declared that Xuanyu had no escape. Xuanyu's face showed worry as a gust of wind swirled around him. Yuge taunted him as she suggested that he was trying to use wind to escape, and said he couldn't get past the black tortoise shield. She then charged at him as she found him trapped. The woman questioned why Yuge was so focused on Xuanyu, who was just a 3-ring soul master and seemed likely to lose. Lei said to her that Xuanyu was actually setting a clever trap. The woman was doubtful as she asked how someone with only 3 rings could face 3 5-ring soul masters. Lei told her to watch carefully because Xuanyu was about to show his hidden trump card. A bright blue light suddenly burst from Xuanyu's hand. Yuge was shocked and couldn't react quickly enough. She tried to use her Grand 5 elements, but Xuanyu stopped her. He swung his blade and sent out a powerful purple beam that overwhelmed both Yuge and the Li brothers. She was stunned, and watched as the purple light easily destroyed her Grand 5 elements. The beam also cut through the yellow-orange light of Xian. The power of Xuanyu's attack seemed unstoppable. As the purple light surrounded her again, she gasped in shock. The wind stirred as the purple light mixed with the yellow aura. Xian took the chance to attack with his axe raised, but Xuanyu jumped to meet him with his blade and purple light. Their clash was fierce, and Xian fell to the ground, nearly out of energy. An artifact fell to the ground and caught everyone's attention. The crowd was shocked as they wondered how the situation had changed so quickly, as Xuanyu had seemed cornered just moments before. Exhausted but victorious, Xuanyu took a deep breath as he stood tall with his face glowed in the sunlight. As his strength gave out and he collapsed, Lei caught him before he hit the ground. The audience was amazed that Xuanyu had defeated the 4 strongest senior students in just seconds. The remaining 2, unable to continue, were left in stunned silence. It was a crushing loss for the 3rd graders. The assistant of Li couldn't believe what she saw. She questioned how a 3-ring soul master could defeat 4 5-ring soul masters so quickly. It seemed impossible. Lei, however, stayed calm. He explained that the secret to this incredible power was a divine artifact that seemed familiar to him. As he tried to remember its name, he summoned his own artifact, which shone with a bright yellow light that filled the room. The woman watched in amazement, confused and awestruck. She realized that Lei was very different from the person she once knew. Lei held Xuanyu steady as they celebrated their victory. Feng and Huihui joined in with their faces filled with happiness. Xuanyu also felt satisfied, knowing their strategy worked well. Even though the Dragon God transformation had a short duration and limited range, he raised his fist in triumph, as he felt proud of their success and grateful to his teammates. Nearby, Shushu noticed Mengqin shaking and asked what was wrong. Mengqin hugged her and said their victory meant they would soon be wealthy with 6 purple insignias each. Xiaoshu teased her about being influenced by Lei, as she usually wasn't interested in money. Mengqin laughed, and they shared this happy moment together. Luohong stared at her television and wondered if what she was seeing was an artifact, maybe even a divine artifact that Xuanyu possessed. She felt shocked, and couldn't help but ask herself who he really was. She felt lucky she had bet on the freshman at the last minute, otherwise she couldn't even imagine losing 50 purple insignias. Suddenly, her communication device beeped, and it turned out to be her teacher. Wang Tianyu's voice boomed from the other side as he said he had watched the game. He told her that Lan Xuanyu from the 1st grade had a lot of potential and that she should keep an eye on him. He also warned her not to dig too much into his background so as not to disturb his cultivation. She acknowledged his instructions but felt irritated. She was the one who had spotted the kid first, but Tang Zhenhua had snatched him away. If not for that, Xuanyu would have been her student. She furiously yelled for Zhenhua to come over. Meanwhile, Zhenhua fell off his sofa, confused by her outburst. Then he remembered that Xuanyu's battle was today. Scratching his head, he wondered if something had gone wrong. He realized that he drank too much last night and missed the game, so he decided to watch the video later. Lan Xuanyu and his team divided their loot from the match back in the dorm, with each of them getting 6 purple and 10 yellow insignias. They were also set to collect a bonus from the exchange center. Meanwhile, the outer court of Shrek Academy was buzzing with excitement. Xuanyu had proven his strength by defeating 3rd grade soul masters with 5 rings, making a name for his entire team. As night fell, the six of them quietly left the academy. On their way out, Lei suggested to Xuanyu that since it was the weekend, they should have a big meal to celebrate their victory, and then hit the auction house to buy something useful for their cultivation. He said it was time to spend some money. Xuanyu smiled as he reflected on how their recent battles had brought the team closer. They had learnt to work together and protect each other, and with enough resources, their growth would only speed up. At Celestial Food, the manager greeted the group from Shrek Academy with warmth and enthusiasm, and introduced himself as K.E. Hong. He proudly told them how honored he was to have them as guests, and announced that their meal was on the house. He even offered them membership, granting them a 30% discount for future visits. Xuanyu smiled gratefully and thanked him but politely declined. He explained they hadn't done anything to deserve such kindness. Hong waved it off with a smile and insisted that their presence brought honor to Shrek, and that their potential was limitless. He simply wanted the chance to be acquainted with them. Lei smiled and told Xuanyu that since Mr. Ke was so insistent, they shouldn't refuse the generous offer. He then asked him if they could eat as much as they wanted. As the food arrived, Hong laughed and assured them they could indulge freely. Amid the chatter, Feng pointed at Golden Fatty Qian as he watched it greedily tore into the dragon tendon. He joked that if it was some kind of dragon-eating beast. Golden Fatty Qian shot him a glare, and Feng complained that it always seemed to have a grudge against him. Xuanyu smiled and suggested they ask Old Shu for advice, as he mentioned that Old Shu was wise and maybe they could even buy something like dragon blood or bones from the auction house. Lei sighed and reminded them how expensive dragon-related items were. Menkin called him an idiot for his lack of common sense and told him that Golden Fatty Qian's growth was his own growth. After a delightful dinner, the six friends left the restaurant. Their laughter filled the air as they chatted happily on their way out. At the Shrek auction house, a student recognized them and remarked how incredible it was that they had just beaten the strongest senior team. Hui Hui glanced over, spotted Yug, and made a comment about her always being there alone. Xuanyu noticed her too, walked over, and sat down next to her. Yug asked if he was there to make fun of her. Xuanyu tried to assure her that their loss was simply because they didn't know their opponents well enough. Yug thanked him, which left Xuanyu slightly confused about what the thanks were for. Yug told Xuanyu he deserved a big thanks. Without his help, they wouldn't have ended up with the purple insignia for the losing team. Xuanyu remarked on her generosity and wondered if her class was feeling a lot of pressure. Yuge explained that she had stepped down as class monitor because someone needed to take responsibility. She assured him she was doing fine now, free from all those duties and ready to focus on her own cultivation. She reminded him that the tallest tree often gets hit by frost first, and warned him that being in the spotlight meant he had to stay sharp or his team might fall apart. Xuanyu was curious if something was wrong with her team and asked if her teammates had tried to convince her to stay. Yuge admitted she wasn't a great commander and didn't have the right skills to lead them, so she decided to quit. Even though her teammates wanted her to stay, she knew they were disappointed in her because she hadn't pushed them to their best. She recognized that they had already lost once, and while they had made some progress, losing again was definitely her fault. Xuanyu looked at her and thought she was incredible. Even though she had just lost a big battle, he wondered if he could stay as calm as she did if he were to be in her position. Yuge said that if they lost twice, they shouldn't have let him win without any losses. Xuanyu was curious about what she'd do next, since staying in her class must be tough. She smiled and said it didn't bother her. She was still the strongest soul master in her class, and being a lone wolf might actually suit her better. She planned to use the extra time to get even stronger, and once she reached the 6th soul ring, she'd be able to create 2-word battle armor. Xuanyu promised he'd work harder too. He then went back to his friends and shared the details of his chat with Yuge. Yi Yi announced that the next item was truly extraordinary, an incredibly rare treasure. She explained that it never withered, even after 1,000 years, and was considered a top-tier gem. She introduced the Ice God Lotus, which grew in the Ice God Lake at the North Pole of their home planet. What made this one special was that it was a twin flower, and if 2 Ice Attribute Soul Masters used it together, they would create a unique bond. She started the bidding at 30 million Federation coins, with increments of at least 1 million. Non 16 immediately placed a bid for 30 million, and it turned out to be Lan Menkin. Lei immediately questioned if she was sure about spending such a large amount, especially since she didn't seem to have that much money. Menkin, clearly annoyed, told him to mind his own business. Lei sighed and muttered that she was being wasteful. Menkin, getting even more irritated, watched as Lei tossed some black insignia her way. When she asked what he was doing, he told her to take the insignias if she really wanted to buy them. She looked at him with a warm smile and called him fatty. Feng sat next to Lei and wondered if he had lost his mind and why he was being so reckless. Meanwhile, no. 56 made a bid for 31 million, catching everyone's attention. Menkin pondered how the bid had gone up by 1 million and realized that if she placed a bid, it would cost her 32 million. Xiu spotted Yuge standing up and was puzzled about what she was up to. Yuge confidently placed a bid, but it was Menkin who got the item at 30 million. Menkin returned the insignias to Lei and told him that she used them with Xiu and they could cover the cost with their insignias. Lei insisted she keep them as they might come in handy later and assured her he'd be fine. Menkin thanked him and said she didn't need them. Lei simply took them back and replied with a welcome. Feng felt puzzled at his actions and asked why Lei was being so generous. Lei got annoyed and replied that he had always been generous. Yi then took the stage to announce the next item, which was the highlight of the night. She mentioned it wasn't as valuable as the ice god lotus but was still useful to many. She revealed the life fruit, a rare treasure found only once every 10 years. This 10-million-year-old life fruit had a single purpose: extending life. It could add 30 years to an ordinary person's life and 100 years to a soul master's life. The opening bid was set at 30 million. Bids quickly climbed to 30 million, 40 million, 90 million, and even 300 million. Then, a bold woman placed a bid for 500 million. Yi asked if anyone wanted to bid higher, and when no one did, she sold it to the lady in box N6 and offered her congratulations. Feng, Lei, and Menkin were left in shock by the 500 million price tag. Yi then announced the final item of the night and urged everyone to watch closely as she claimed it was worth 10 billion. Hui asked Xuanyu what it could be, as he noted that even big consortiums didn't have that kind of cash on hand. Xuanyu felt it was more about show than auction. Yi told them to look at the screen as she hinted that it might be the most valuable item they'd seen in the last decade. As the screen lit up, a magnificent spear appeared. Yi told them that the spear wasn't just any weapon, it also doubled as a staff and was once wielded by the mighty Silver Dragon King. She announced that the opening bid for this incredible divine artifact, which was ranked high on the Shrek Divine Artifact list, would start at 10 billion Federation coins. She also warned them that if no one placed a bid within a minute, the auction would be over. Someone in the crowd marveled at how it was indeed a divine artifact, but complained that nobody could get their hands on that much money in just 1 minute. Hui said to Xuanyu 10 billion wasn't too bad for such a powerful artifact, and wondered aloud if Shrek had always intended to sell it. Xuanyu admitted they didn't have a chance of affording it, but he couldn't help but think the silver dragon spear sounded a lot like Feng's white dragon spear. His eyes found Feng, who seemed lost in thought. The countdown began, and the clock hit 0 with no bids coming through, and the auction quietly came to an end. As they stepped outside, they spotted Yuge waiting for them. She confidently told Xuanyu to hurry up and work on his cultivation, because she wanted a proper fight where she could really go all out. Xuanyu forced a smile as he thought she had to be joking. After all, her soul power was leagues ahead of his. Without another word, she walked off, purposely bumping into Hui as she passed. Hui watched her go and felt worried about how she wasn't the class monitor anymore. He feared she might end up isolated by the rest of their classmates. Xuanyu tried to move things along and suggested they head back to cultivate, but Xiu told him they should report to the teacher first. Xuanyu offered them a bit of advice as he suggested that they should visit Sea God Lake later to absorb the lotus, as it was the perfect place for them due to its dense life energy. Menkin complained in frustration as she pointed out that it cost 3 yellow insignias just for an hour of cultivation there, something they simply couldn't afford. Xiu nodded in agreement about how ridiculously expensive it was. Lei popped up with a smile and offered to let them use his insignias for now. Menkin asked Xiu what she thought, and Xiu suggested they go back and talk to the teacher first. After the girls left, Hui asked Xuanyu if they were really going to use Lei's money. Lei grumbled that Sea God Lake was a money trap. Xuanyu reminded Lei that he only offered to help to seem generous, and told him that if he truly liked Menkin, he should be sincere. Feng leaned in closer to Hui and whispered that it all made sense now. Lei's different behavior around Menkin. Hui couldn't resist teasing Lei about being chubby and said that he probably wasn't Menkin's type. Irritated by their teasing, Lei shouted back that there was nothing wrong with being chubby. He even boasted that he was chubby and adorable and that she would enjoy being cozy with him. Plus, he declared confidently, he'd protect her from any danger that came her way. As they all started to leave, Feng told Lei to wait until he could surpass her and then wished him a good night. Xuanyu shouted if he really had an ice god lotus with twin flowers and wondered if it was a 10,000-year-old one. Tang Yue remarked that young people nowadays were really rich and said he would apply for it on Xuanyu's behalf. Xuanyu offered him a sincere thanks. Yue told him that it was limited to 30 yellow insignias until it was fully absorbed. Xuanyu then mentioned that there was also a 1,000-year-old life fruit on the auction block that had sold for 300 million coins. He asked if it was produced here too. Yue smiled and asked why Xuanyu wanted to know and if he wanted one. Xuanyu laughed and replied that he was too young to be thinking about extending his life. Yue reached into his pocket and pulled out the life fruit, showing it to Xuanyu, who looked at it in amazement. Yue smiled and asked if it was the same one he had been talking about. Xuanyu was shocked to realize his teacher also had life fruit. Then, Yue popped it into his mouth and ate it while Xuanyu watched in disbelief. As Yue swallowed it, the realization of the 300 million coins hit Xuanyu. He stared at his teacher in shock, surprised that he ate it and found it tasted delicious. Yue noticed his reaction and explained that each student in the life school received one life fruit every month, but they weren't allowed to sell it and could only eat it. He then asked if Xuanyu had any more questions. Xuanyu said that was all and told him he'd go back to cultivating. Yue smiled and said he looked forward to his next visit. As Xuanyu left, Yue thought about his remark about once a month, and wondered to himself that only students above the 90th rank got one life fruit every month, and old Shu's plan to gradually win Xuanyu over was quite clever. The silver dragon spear went back on auction after that day, but the starting price jumped to 100 billion coins. Lan Mengqin and Bei Shushu also decided to visit Sea God Lake to absorb the Ice God Lotus. With everything going on, their term was quickly coming to an end, packed with a hectic schedule of study and cultivation. Inside the forging room, Xuanyu wished Yingming a good morning. Yingming sighed as he thought to himself that the broke guy was back again, and he still hadn't spent a penny. Xuanyu asked if they could buy rare metals from the exchange center at the Blacksmith Association. Yingming confirmed and wondered what was going on, curious if Xuanyu had plans for the metal. Xuanyu explained that he wanted to try something new and intended to buy 1 cubic meter of dark silver, which he would cut into 100 pieces. Yingming's eyes widened in disbelief at the realization of how much that would cost, and Xuanyu must have some serious cash. He asked if Xuanyu was really sure, since it would cost him at least 3 yellow insignias. Xuanyu confidently said he was sure and thanked him. He then mentioned that he wanted to hear his thoughts on forging this time. It had been 5 months since Xuanyu last worked with dark silver, and this session would reveal just how much progress he'd made over that time. Yingming watched Xuanyu with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. The boy was so absorbed in his work, and Yingming reflected on how Xuanyu had spent months learning on his own since he began forging. Despite being there for 4 or 5 months, Xuanyu had never sought advice. Yingming wondered that Xuanyu might be relying on books and considered it a waste of time. He figured action spoke louder than words, and decided he'd give Xuanyu a reminder later. When Xuanyu finally opened his eyes and saw the calcination was done, he grabbed his hammer and got to work on the metal. Yingming's eyes widened as he watched Xuanyu's movements, so smooth and precise. It was hard to believe he'd picked up these skills without any help. His astonishment grew when he recognized the technique Xuanyu was using as the Tang sects. The silver bar glowed with bright yellow energy as Xuanyu struck it, and Yingming noticed it shrinking by a third, with its color intensifying. It hit Yingming like a bolt of lightning. Xuanyu was using the swinging cloak technique, a legendary method known for its power in removing metal impurities. He was completely floored, as he wondered when Xuanyu had learnt it and if those 12 strikes had truly elevated the metal to new heights. As he watched Xuanyu, he thought to himself that he had to be at least a second-tier forge master. He marveled at how he had managed to improve so much in just 5 months. He had considered giving him some guidance, but realized his skills were already impressive. He was really curious about how he achieved this. Xuanyu focused and recalled his uncle's advice that forging was about creating life. He hammered the silver bar with all his might, and it began to float, glowing with a bright yellow light. Yingming, awestruck, exclaimed that Xuanyu had nailed it as he tried to process the amazing sight before him. He saw that the silver bar was now much brighter, with a halo rising more than a foot high. Yingming praised Xuanyu's hard work, as he was clearly impressed with his junior. Xuanyu, however, showed off his work with a slightly disappointed look. He said it was only a foot high and seemed ruined. Yingming reassured him that it wasn't ruined at all, and it's only that Xuanyu had completed a sublimation forging, which added spirit and essence to the metal. Xuanyu mentioned that his Uncle Lei had said a successful sublimation forging would have a beam 10 feet high, and his was only 1 foot. Yingming asked about Uncle Lei and if he was Xuanyu's teacher. Xuanyu explained that he was more of a mentor and had taught him the art of forging. Yingming smiled as he realized that Xuanyu's rapid learning was due to having a great teacher. He told Xuanyu he had reached the level of a third-tier forge master, which was impressive. Xuanyu thanked him for the guidance and wondered if the piece was worth anything. Yingming confirmed it was valuable and worth at least 5 white insignias. Xuanyu's mind raced with excitement. If 1 piece was worth 5 white insignias, then 100 pieces would be worth 500 white insignias, over 30 yellow insignias. It meant tenfold profit, which was fantastic. Yingming asked if Xuanyu planned to sell the forged silver piece, and Xuanyu nodded. Yingming said he'd buy it, but asked if Xuanyu could lower the price a bit. Xuan Yu agreed and said he'd like to gift it to Ying Ming because his guidance had kept him on track. Ying Ming insisted he couldn't accept it as a gift from his junior and handed Xuan Yu 4 white insignias. He said it was still a great deal and a one-time offer. He then rushed off as he marveled at the piece and said he'd look into why it wasn't active. Xuan Yu thought to himself about how remarkable it was that Ying Ming could sense changes in the metal just by looking at it. After Ying Ming left, Xuan Yu tried forging the dark silver bars again. With his newfound experience, he felt more at ease with the process, though the long hours were exhausting. After his 4th attempt, he decided to call it a day and come back the next day, with the final exam coming up the day after. Just then, Ying Ming appeared again and hugged him with excitement over the perfection of the silver metal. He couldn't thank him enough.